हेलो 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 चेक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो। ये तो कल वाला है। ये वाला नहीं, ये तो कल है ना। टेस्ट वाला है ये। वाला जो लाइव था ना। ओके ओके ओके। ये चल रही है सॉरी। हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो हेलो चेक चेक हेलो हेलो चेक हेलो हेलो बोलिए। हेलो।
कैसे से हो जाए।
इधर इधर से आने वाला सुनो। हेलो सर, कैन यू हियर अस? हेलो।
हेलो। हेलो। हेलो। हेलो। हेलो। कैन यू हियर अस? हेलो हेलो हेलो
I mean, सब बंदे फुल है ना, you know, और देखो आगे actually, इनका स्कीम का लेटेस्ट।
हेलो दिलीप जी। हेलो।
हाँ सर आ रहा है।
आ रही है आवाज?
हाँ हाँ हमारे साथ के हैं।
सबकी क्यों नहीं आ रही?
देखो आगे actually, इनका स्कीम का।
तो दिलीप जी। हेलो।
हाँ सर आ रहा है।
आ रही है आवाज?
हाँ हाँ हमारे साथ के हैं।
हेलो
हेलो हाँ सर।
आ रही है आवाज यहाँ से?
दिलीप जी आवाज आ रही है ना?
ये सर आ रही है।
ये गांधीनगर से। हेलो हेलो डॉक्टर जीतू भाई।
Okay.
हेलो
आवाज आ रही है आपको?
यस आई कैन हियर यू
ओके, हाँ सर।
ये चालू ही नहीं हो रहा।
Hello, madam.
Hello, madam.
Sitting in your room, such a beautiful room.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All the plants welcome it. चलो आज तो मिस कर रहे हैं पर मैं कल वो नेशनल ह्यूमन राइट्स का मीटिंग मिलने के बाद आफ्टरनून में अहमदाबाद विजिट करूंगी तो 24th आई भी
A very good morning to everyone. I request everyone to please settle down. A warm welcome. We're about to start. We're just waiting for Professor Sarin sir to join us. It's a very good morning, everyone. A very pleasant good morning to one and all present here. On behalf of National Forensic Sciences University Delhi campus, I am delighted to welcome all of you for 5 days hands-on workshop on forensic skilling. It is my distinct honor to host this workshop where we will delve into the realms of knowledge, innovation, and advanced scientific practices. Our esteemed speakers and participants have come from various corners of the nation, bringing with them the wealth of expertise in their respective fields. Before we proceed, we first extend our heartfelt gratitude to our Vice Chancellor, Honorable Padma Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas Sir, Campus Director Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal Ma'am, our Chief Guest of the Day, Dr. Rukmini Krishnamurthy, Chairperson and CEO, Helic Advisory Limited, Mumbai, Maharashtra, our Dean Academics Ma'am, Professor Dr. Rakhi Agarwal, and Professor Dr. R.K. Sarma Sir, our Joint Registrar, Dr. Nirad Dave, for their generous support. Their commitment to the pursuit of knowledge has made this gathering possible, and let us welcome all of them on the stage with a great round of applause. I request all the esteemed dignitaries to proceed towards the stage, and then we will be following up with the Saraswati Vanna and light lamping. Round of applause, please, everyone. I request esteemed dignitaries at the stage to please move towards the lamp lighting. या कुंदेंदु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदंड मंडितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्मच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजायापहा शुक्लं ब्रह्म विचारसार परमा आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणा पुस्तकधारिणीम् अभयदा जाड्यान्धकारापहम् हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधातिम् पद्मासने संस्थितां वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीम् बुद्धिप्रदां शारदा. Thank you. Thank you. Before we start, now with great enthusiasm and pride, I would like to invite our Dean Academics Ma'am, Professor Dr. Rakhi Agrawal, to welcome our Chief Guest of the day, Dr. R. Krishnamurthy Ma'am, Chairperson and CEO of Helic Advisory Limited, Mumbai. I request Dr. Richard Ortigi to come and welcome our Dean Academics, Dr. Rakhi Agrawal. I request Dr. Deepak Rajwa sir to come on the stage and welcome Professor Sarin sir. I request Professor Raman sir to welcome Subramanian sir. I request Dr. Nirad Devi sir to welcome Professor Dr. Saul sir. Sir, please. Before I invite our Dean Academic Ma'am for welcome address, I first take the honor to introduce our Dean Academics, Professor Dr. Rakhi Agrawal. Without this constant support and motivation, this workshop would have never been possible. Professor Agrawal has completed MSc Forensic Science from the Agra University in 2003 and awarded with PhD in Toxicology jointly from the CSIR Indian Institute of Toxicology Research, Lucknow and Jamia Hamdard, New Delhi in 2008. She has to her credit 29 publications in peer-reviewed international and national journals, 1 patent, 2 book chapters and 2 articles. The total citation of her research work is 836 with H index 11. In the span of her academic career, her 5 fellows have been awarded with PhD degree and currently 8 research fellows are working under her supervision for the PhD degree. Further, she has guided more than 100 dissertation fellows from India and overseas. Professor Agrawal is involved in consultancy services for insurance sectors and pharmaceutical industries as expert. She is also associated with many public and private bodies as subject matter expert for setting up of question papers and member of interview panel board in the field of forensic science. Ma'am has been working as a reviewer for many journals. Professor Agrawal has received many prestigious awards, honors, and fellowships. She is a lifetime member of various professional bodies in India and full-time member of Society of Toxicology USA. Professor Agrawal has served as executive member for Society of Toxicology India from 2012 to 18. In 2020, she was selected as associate member Toxicology American Association of Forensic Science USA. Recently, in November 2023, she is elected as fellow of Society of Toxicology India as well. Ma'am, with this brief introduction, I would like to request you to come on the dais and give the welcome address, please. Thank you, Dr. Kanchan. Good morning, everyone. A bit loud. We are going towards the forensic skilling, right? So I believe that all of you have a trust that we are going to do something that we have still untouched. So we are going to work on the field of forensic science where the basic science will be applied for the investigation of crime. So on my behalf, I welcome you everyone who are here from the different corner of the country, and they are seriously, they are enthusiastic and they are keen to learn the forensic investigation techniques. This workshop was planned like 4 months back, and I proudly say that this workshop is funded by the SERP for this skilling hands-on practices. And I believe that my faculties and all of the NFSU team will give you the platform where you can learn and enrich yourself. With this small words, I'm not going to take much time. Again, welcome you all. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for embracing us with your valuable insights into this workshop and all about what we're going to do in next 5 days. Now, with great respect, I invite Professor Dr. R.K. Sareen sir with us to grace our gathering and share his invaluable insights on this workshop. Professor Sareen sir has published numerous research papers, guided research scholars, and received accolades, including the Union Home Minister's Award in 2007 and a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2018. He remains actively engaged with an extensive career in forensic science, holds a rich academic background, and numerous professional achievements. He has served in various capacities, contributing significantly to the establishment and development of forensic science laboratories in India. His career spans leadership roles in different central and state forensic science laboratories, showcasing expertise in areas such as chemistry, toxicology, and forensic examination. Professor Sareen has played a pivotal role in upgrading facilities, reducing case pendency, and establishing new forensic science laboratories. Currently, he serves as a professor of forensic science at National Forensic Science University, Delhi campus, and is recognized with awards for his outstanding contribution to this field. Dr. Sareen's career is marked by a remarkable journey in the field of forensic science. He began with academic achievements, completing his MSc in chemistry in 1978, obtaining his doctorate in chemistry in 1993. His doctoral research focused on investigating the coordination compounds of lanthanides with certain Schiff bases. In 1980, he embarked on his career as a forensic scientist at FSL Madhuban, subsequently serving in prominent national laboratories such as Central Revenue Control Laboratory and Food Research and Standardization Laboratory. Between 1986 and 1995, Sir has worked with Directorate General of Health Services under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. In 1995, Dr. Sareen joined the Central Forensic Science Laboratory in Chandigarh as an assistant director in chemistry. His career progressed and he held roles in different CFSL locations, including Hyderabad, where he served as a deputy director in toxicology until 2010. In 2013, he took on the role of director at the State Forensic Laboratory in Delhi, initiating upgrades and addressing case pendency. His career continued with appointments as director of CFSL Hyderabad in 2016, director of Andhra Pradesh Forensic State Laboratory in 2018. Beyond his administrative roles, Dr. Sareen has been involved in academia, serving as a professor here, and his expertise extends to conducting national and international level training programs and workshops on topics such as narcotics, toxicology, and accreditation of forensic science laboratories. It is my great gratitude that I would like to request Sir to come and join us on the dais and address the gathering, please.
Thank you, Kanchan, for very elaborative and good introduction of mine. Good morning to everybody. Today, you know, we are conducting a workshop on forensic skilling. Forensic skilling, and Before that, I want to respected chairperson, Madam Rukmani. She has been very veteran forensic scientist since long. I know her, and she has done a lot of contribution. Madam Rakhi Agrawal on the stage, and the other scientist sitting here, Sahu sir, who is from dope testing. So, all students, and before that, I want to tell you our respected Vice Chancellor, Dr. J.M. Vyas, who is actually, he is also a forensic scientist, and he shifted to academia because in Delhi earlier times when I joined in as a scientific assistant in forensic science lab Madhuban, there was no institutions which is offering except Delhi University, who is offering only diploma in forensic science. So definitely there is a need, because skilling is a word where person has to exchange their knowledges, and this is not a science where only the books and reading merely will serve everything, but it needs an experience. So sharing the experience, which is there is a need for a dedicated university, NFSU, which was established due to our Honorable Vice Chancellor Padam Shri Dr. J.M. Vyas. It is a great contribution, and now because of him only we are skilling so many people, so many students, and even our forensic retired persons are joining. Dr. Ikramul Haq is there here sitting. He is a great DNA scientist. So before I start, I want to tell you what is required in the skilling. Actually, skilling requires critical thinking, which is very much needed in the forensic science. First, I will tell you what are the things which are required for skilling. Then I will, with examples which I have encountered in our career, I will explain that. Then there is a problem-solving approach. Then there is a decision-making ability. Then there is a teamwork. Then there is a awareness of good laboratory practice, which is now very much in limelight, like NABL and others. So these are the things, but where are these 5 parameters, 5 things are required? We have here in forensic science 3 components. First is the collection of evidence. There is crime scene visit. There also we need all these things. Then we have to analyze that evidence in the laboratory. There also we need all these things. And then thirdly, we need to go to the court of law, which is a highly specialized. Even we do everything and we fail to explain to the court, or somehow stuck up in not giving proper explanation, and our report is not taken into consideration. Many times it happens. Our Dr. Haq can explain so many times. He went to the court. I also went to the court, and even we done using the most sophisticated instrument, but we failed to explain there, and the report was not admitted. So this is the skilling. So first we will take with what is required for the crime scene investigation. Crime scene investigation, forensic science starts from the scene of crime only. If we are not able to collect properly and not able to protect that evidence, or there is a contamination, everything goes there itself. So already there is a principles of forensic science where there is a saying that that collection is more important than the analysis. Anyway, there our skill and is needed. If we are not critically thinking, then it will be, because I visited one crime scene. I want to just take more time for you. In one fire in a AC coach of a train, that was a East Coast Express coming from Calcutta to Secunderabad. And it he brought the one wagon which was to be repaired for overhauling to the Secunderabad workshop, and then it returned, and after 90 kilometers running, it got the fire, and the fire was seen from the duct of one AC chair car coach, which was not in use, which came from the overhauling. So what then the train was stopped and our team was called, and one day we were there and we were searching that there are 2 causes of the fire, that is due to short circuiting or due to some intentional, due to some accelerant. So we collected the samples, and There was a very intense fire everywhere. There is a burning, and we could not find anything for the short circuiting there. It looks to be like a short circuiting. We could not find anything in the bogie because every switch was off condition, and MCB were all in the off condition. In such a condition, there is chances of short circuiting was very big. No chance, but to one day we remained there for 2 hours, 3 hours. By that time it was at dawn and it was evening time. It was light was less. So our colleagues were telling we will whatever we have collected, we'll send to the laboratory. We said no, unless in the crime scene we are able to find some special cause, we are not able to help the investigation. So next day we came after 3 hours searching also. Next day we went and we found one few year basket. Then that is a separate story, but that we collected everything and how we connected with the cause of the fire because body was totally logged and nobody was allowed. It was logged and how short circuit occurred because all MCB was off. So that is it will be a long thing. So this is one thing I'm telling you is killing. And one more thing is there is their approach should be like that. If you go to the crime scene and you are not thinking about your safety also, that is a big aspect. Nowadays, we are not trained for the radioactive materials. A lot of things are coming now, and in just we are forensic scientists. We run to the radioactive scene without any protective suits and helmets and other face masks, etc., especially meant for this to protect from the radioactive radiations, then you will be contaminated, you will contaminate others also. So you have to think about the safety also. So these are some of the points. Some more things are there where scene of crime should be critically examined and there should be proper documentation and there should be common sense should be applied where we are also safe and actual evidence we are able to collect. There are many more examples, but I will discuss for the analysis part. Analysis part also, we have protocols. Protocols cannot be made for everything. There are thousands and thousands of drugs, thousands and thousands of poisons and thousands of materials. So there your skill is required. That one case I will discuss with you, how I solved with the common sense and the skill. There was a case of cine actress and his lover called Siddharth Reddy and Pratyusha in Hyderabad. They had a fact of suicide. So they have taken prescription and as what is the case was sent to Andhra Pradesh, now it is Telangana. They have reported like it is a different site, taken up for pesticide. Then what happened? Actually, opinion is not given by the forensic expert. This is also one of the precaution that everybody is giving for the cause of the death is not given. That is medical legal expert only. Autopsy surgeon has to give the opinion. What autopsy surgeon given? That it is a strangulation, and it is a risk also, which the reports were not supporting. But because of the case was highlighted in the media, there was a lot of human who will cry, and that case was given to the CBI for investigation. Because a lot of political things are also coming up that it is a case of murder, but they are telling it is a case of suicide. So then the case was sent to us. And there is a, Visra is some 150 gram or 200 gram minimum is sent to the laboratory. But they have sent a small piece of flash and a small water, saline preservatives. Now, how to do it? Because my laboratory already been accused of doing wrongly. So if I analyze in such a small quantity, it will give definitely a negative result. It's going to be definitely given negative until and unless I find out particular method for that, which can extract it in such a small quantity. So what we have done, we have not touched the exhibits. If we would have touched the exhibit, we done rather the R&D on that what solvent can extract maximum because the container was of the monocotophos. So we knew the compound by suspected compound, and we try to extract monocotophos by by finding out from the literature which is the best solvent. General extraction is the action in the toxicology, but we found that chloroform is the best solvent. We extracted. Then there is a next stage for spraying. So spraying. Also, we found which one when in your toxicology manual and others, a lot of things are given for generalized things. So we found that Congo red and abomination is the best spraying reagent. And then we, after doing all this R&D, we test the our exhibit, and you will be surprised to know even the TLC got the spot. We taken the photographs, and the case was solved. And simultaneously, the postmortem review was sent to the AIMS, and in the AIMS, the same opinion was given that it is not a case of strangulation and rape. Dr. Dogra was there most probably, and the both reports, our CFL report, and we also saved our colleagues, our FSL Andhra people, and he was convicted, Siddharth Reddy, because he survived for the inducing that is called abatement. Abatement only for he was convicted for that. I attended the court. So this call is killing in the forensic science. And third thing is the quality assurance. Quality assurance, unless and until we do the quality assurance properly, quality control, and take all precautions, and then there will be the chances of wrong results, so we have to protect from them. And so many things in the court evidence, right? Your evidence, they are asking like a question that what is the detection limit? What is the accuracy? What is the probability of repeat like this in DNA? So we should be aware of the things that what, suppose I give you an example in chemistry that there is a alcohol poisoning cases. There is a ethanol, but drunken driving cases, there is a limit of 30 milligram per 100 ml of the blood. And our results are coming 32 mg per 100 ml of the blood. Then definitely court is going to ask whether there is a chance of error, whether there is a uncertainty in the experiment. Definitely, every experiment has some uncertainty. But in this case, there is definitely uncertainty. If your results are coming at 40 milligram per 100 ml of blood, because we calculate the uncertainty, which is plus minus 2 or plus minus 3. So if it results are coming 28 mg or 32 mg, there is a chance. Otherwise, we have to say there is no uncertainty. Other court, when there is a small doubt is there, court is not going to take your opinion. So that's all I want to say. Time is short. I can share many more experiences. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Sarin sir, for all your insightful words and knowledge sharing with us. Now, before we are moving ahead, and ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great privilege to introduce our distinguished campus director, Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal ma'am. Today, ma'am will be joining us online. Professor Pokhriyal is a distinguished academician and legal professional, currently serving as the Dean of School of Law, Forensic Justice and Policy Studies, and as the Director of the LNJN NICFS National Forensic Sciences University Delhi campus. She also holds the position of Director, Academic Research and Consultancy at NFSU. Professor Pokhriyal's illustrious career spans over 25 years as an academician, and she has more than 15 years of experience in administration as Dean and Director at the Institute of Law, Nirma University. Professor Pokhriyal is recognized for her expertise in criminal justice studies and forensic justice education. Beyond her academic prowess, Professor Pokhriyal has made substantial contributions as a consultant and resource person, providing invaluable insights into legal studies for both governmental and non-governmental entities. Notably, she shattered glass ceilings by becoming the first female chairperson of the Indian Society of Criminology, showcasing her pioneering leadership. Her outstanding contributions have garnered prestigious accolades, including the Senior Social Scientist Award from the Indian Society of Criminology, the Best Law Professor Award from the Business School Affairs and Devang Mehta National Education Awards, and the Wonder Woman Award by Times Group in March 2020. Professor Pokhriyal's influence extends globally, as evidenced by her role as a visiting faculty at Hofstra University, Germany, and her appointment as a global professor by Tashkent State University of Law. Ma'am's impact is not confined to academia. She has played a pivotal role in institution building and the advancement of clinical legal education. Her interests span a wide spectrum encompassing higher education, artificial intelligence, and law, technology law, cybercrime investigation, and constitutional law. As a prolific researcher, she has contributed numerous research papers to prestigious national and international journals. Additionally, she has authored and edited several notable books such as Forensic Justice, Analysis of Judicial Approach on Forensic Evidence, Forensic Justice, A Global Perspective, and Artificial Intelligence and Law. Dedicated to enhancing legal education, Professor Pokhriyal has spearheaded innovative programs such as BSc LLB, Data Science and Law, and LLM in Cybercrime Investigation and Cyber Law. Her commitment to faculty development is evident through the numerous programs she has conducted on innovative pedagogy, outcome-based education, clinical legal education, and justice education. Beyond the academia, Professor Pokhriyal has actively engaged with law enforcement agencies, public prosecutors, and police agencies, significantly contributing to their training programs. Her association with State Judicial Academy and Police Academy as a resource person underscores her impact on legal education and administration. Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal's career is a testament to her unwavering commitment to excellence, innovation, and the continual advancement of legal education and practice. As we eagerly await for her address, I invite the Professor Purvi Pokhriyal ma'am to join us and enlighten us. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Dr. Kanchan Mala. Honorable Padma Shri Awardee Vice Chancellor, Dr. J.M. Vyas, respected Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, the chief guest of today's inaugural ceremony, Dr. R.K. Sareen, and the chief architect of this program, Dr. Rakhi Agrawal, all the distinguished participants over there, dear friends. At the outset, I feel very awkward because I had promised Dr. Rakhi and Dr. Rukmani that I would be there on 22nd morning for this program. So I convey my apology due to some other pressing issues. I'm not able to remain present there. So this is something which is, I consider this workshop is a really trendsetter in terms of the forensic science fraternity. Because when the whole India, we are trying to build a skill India, at that point in time, it becomes very, very significant to conceptualize this kind of a 5-day workshop on forensic skilling, because no doubt we do have forensic science quality education, we do have laboratory practices, but at the same point in time, how do we identify the skills which are required in each domain area of the forensic science? How do we put these skills into the rubric form? And how do we identify the measurement of at what level a particular person is a skill? And these kind of discussions and deliberations is of a great importance at the time when the government of India is giving a lot of emphasis on strengthening the forensic science facilities and use of forensic science, increasing the use of forensic science for strengthening the criminal justice delivery system. When we all know the recent new criminal law has a center focus with reference to the forensic investigation, at that point in time, it becomes very vital that first of all, we list out the skills, what we look at it, for each discipline, for each domain, for each vertical of the forensic science. And then we try to assess the skills, because that is what we are going to look at it with all the forensic scientists and stakeholders, that at what level, what is an assessment level that we are looking at, and how do we assess? Then we go for the assessment tricks and techniques. So this is what I'm pretty sure this particular workshop is going to take care of it. because as we all know, the use of forensic science and the interface of the forensic science and the legal system is going to increase tremendously, because as we all know, the crimes are getting changed, and the changing crime pattern requires a change and advanced response mechanism to this crime. And this is one of the very important factors. The other important factor for the growth of the forensic science is that there is a greater awareness now amongst the people with reference to the importance of the forensic science, the efficiency that forensic science investigation can display in investigation of any of the crime or any of the fraud or any of the malpractices. And also the potential use of the forensic science is increased tremendously. And as our Honorable Vice Chancellor has always talked about and propagate the idea of preventive forensic, a progressive forensics, wherein forensic is not something which is to be used at the end of the commission of the crime, at the time of investigation. How do we take the proactive measures for and use of forensic science in such a way so that the crime can be prevented from the commission of its crime? So in this regard, what we have seen that there is a greater amount of forensic science used not only in the CJS, that is the criminal justice delivery system, but also in the hospital industry, in the food industry, in sports industry. So there are tremendous expansion of the forensic science application in different fields, and that's precisely the reason that there is a new growth of the stakeholders and the customers of the forensic sciences services. And at this juncture, being a National Forensic Sciences University campus, which is the world's first and the only forensic science university, to take this initiative of a workshop, which is a hands-on workshop. It's not only the discussions or the talks and the lectures, but it's all about having a lot of hands-on on each of these areas of the forensic science is quite praiseworthy. And at this juncture, I really would like to congratulate Dr. Rakhi and entire her team who has conceptualized this idea. Not only this, but also get some kind of support funding from SCRB. At this juncture, I could see Dr. Sahu is also there. I welcome Dr. Sahu, Dr. Haq, and other important dignitaries over here. And as I said, this workshop may be the first of its kind, and it may be the beginning. I'm pretty sure that we would like to take this as a series of workshops in coming days, because what we are looking at it is a skilled scientific experts in this industry, because there are a lot of issues that is cropping up when the forensic science importance is increasing. People are trying to find out a lot of loopholes in the system, and that one of the things which is being cropping up is about standardizing standard operating procedures, uniformity of the SOPs, standardization of the calibrations and all the equipments, and some kind of a license mechanism that can be introduced for all the forensic scientists. And these licenses may expire at the end of 2 years, 3 years, and then that required to be renewed, because ultimately we are living in the era of the advancement, which is scientifically and technological advancement era when we are staying. And at this juncture, it is very important for us to brush up our skills at the regular interval. So somewhere these kind of initiative will give a birth of the continuing education and continuing skill improvement mechanism at NFSU. That is what I personally believe. I came to know that there are large number of the faculty colleagues and the scientists from different parts of the country have participated in this thing. I'm sure that your stay at the campus will be rewarding, and whatever the training, and not only training, but it's very important for us to enhance, to know where do I stand, what is the level of my proficiency in a particular area. First, that knowledge is also equally important. I think this kind of a workshop will give us an opportunity to introspect about our skills about knowledge, where do we stand and how do we like to progress further. Rukmani madam, I'm so sorry. We discussed that we are going to be there with you for 2 days. I'm not being there, but I welcome you. Maybe this is your first visit to Delhi campus. I wholeheartedly welcome you to this campus, and looking forward to meet you again in Gandhinagar campus after 2 days. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We are very grateful for your inspiring words that has added immense value to this workshop. Thank you so much for your valuable time and all the best wishes to us. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, moving ahead, I take this privilege to introduce our chief guest of the day, Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, ma'am, Chairperson and CEO, Helic Advisory Limited, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy is currently serving as Chairperson of and CEO of Helic. Academic Council member at National Forensic Science University, Gujarat. She has been the ex-director, Directorate of Forensic Science Labs, Government of Maharashtra. Also, she has been the ex-technical advisor at Institute of Forensic Science, Government of Maharashtra, along with ex-Senate member, Mumbai University, Mumbai. The first eminent lady forensic scientist of the current country, Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, entered the forensic field in the year 1974 with much opposition, and when half the people did not know the relevance of forensics. She achieved the top position in forensic field at global level. As Directorate of Forensic Science Laboratory, Government of Maharashtra, she created 6 world-class forensic labs at Mumbai, Nagpur, Pune, Aurangabad, Nasik, and Amravati, and provided new techniques like DNA, cyber forensics, speaker identification, tape authentication, lie detector, narco analysis, and brain signature profiling to cater to high-tech crime period during the time 2002 to 2008. She has visited 7 countries as guest speaker at international forensic conferences. She has also chaired many sessions in forensic conferences and seminars. She has published more than 110 research papers, was member of all central forensic committees, received 12 national and international awards, including Best Forensic Director, Lifetime Achievement in Forensic Field from Government of India, handled high-profile crime cases like 1993 Mumbai blast, Telgi scam case, blast case at Kopar Malur, a twin blast at Gateway and Zaveri Bazaar, number of DNA cases, retarded girl rape case, Nagpur Naxalite murder case, Goa Scarlet murder case, and BSNL corporate espionage case, and many more. The list is too long, ma'am, and we are looking forward to you. Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy, as Technical Advisor, Institute of Forensic Science, Higher and Technical Education Department, Government of Maharashtra, established 3 Institute of Forensic Science at Mumbai, Aurangabad, and Nagpur in a short span of 3 years. She has written 2 books on forensic sciences, many articles in different magazines. Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy's dream of serving the common people, corporate segment, and largest segment was in need of forensic services has now reached a substantial stage wherein fully equipped forensic laboratory with latest techniques and equipments has been launched in the commercial capital of India, Mumbai, in the name of Helic Advisory Limited in 2012. Helic Advisory is the first private Indian organization with an ISO certification in the area of forensic and allied services to have fully equipped world-class laboratory at par with FBI USA. Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy is the Academic Council member of National Forensic Sciences University and also a guide for PhD students in forensic science. As Academic Council member, she takes a keen interest in academic forensic science and innovative development of forensic science to serve the students. Being one of the senior forensic scientists of the country, she regularly interacts with senior judges of Session Courts, High Court, and Supreme Court in providing forensic inputs in important matters. She has established an NFSU Corporate Forensic Training Center in Mumbai in collaboration with NFSU to take forensics to all sectors of society for crime-free situation. Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy's vital role in solving various high-profile cases like 1993 Bombay Blast Telugu scam case, for which Herman Baweja's Baweja Studios acquires the life rights of India's first female forensic scientist, Dr. Rukmini Krishnamurthy, for a biopic. So the audience across the nation deserves to know her journey as well, her contribution to forensic science. Please join us to welcome her on the dais for inaugural session. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Rukmini Krishnamurthy, ma'am.
Which one is which was तो facts मैं भूल गई NFSU date update करो date update the date हाँ ये वाला कौन सा NFSU है आज का डेट में देखो
With you, I don't know how much time I should take. Raki ma'am, you have to tell me. Because I thought telling about forensic overly would be not a very good connect with the participants. Because if I say 93 में क्या हुआ, and if I don't show you the actual exhibits or the site, it won't be very connecting. That's what I thought I can give you PPT also. I'll be taking a trip of the important national and high profile cases which I have handled, which shows what is the importance of a forensic in absence of an eyewitness also, which can really prove a case. Now, before that, I would first say thank you to the NFSU campus Delhi, Dr. Vyas, who both of us were colleagues for nearly 40 years, and his great nature and simplicity of helping people. I would be telling you at incidences how he used to come to Bombay and help us in very critical cases. Today, I'm so happy to be with him as an academician and his inspiration to take authentic forensic to all sector of the society. And I'm a part of his team also and doing a lot of work on that area. So forensic is not only limited to only heinous crime and crime related with police. With the digital thing, it's reached every common man. It's reached every corporate, every industry, film industry. So do we have really authentic forensic people who can give such services? Tomorrow I have a meeting with the National Human Rights Commission where they are saying what is the perspective of a private. After my retirement, I joined because many people asked, how can we have authentic forensic services for other people who don't want to go to the police? So that is how Helix is part of it. It's a recognized research center of NFSU. I don't want it to be like a man-oriented. It should be system-oriented. So that is how we made it a research center of NFSU. So we follow all the SOPs, we follow all the rules of the government, chain of custody, and everything should be followed. So being in government for 45 years, now into private for nearly 11 years with academic NFSU, I feel thrilled every day to take forensic, but in an authentic way to every sector of the society. So what I'm going to do hurriedly, I don't know what is the time, please tell me so that I'll do hurriedly about 30 minutes. So we are going to go across. I won't take much time in giving the name. Okay, let us go to the changing phase. Now, earlier when we joined, it was only forensic, which will do heinous crime and other crime analysis at the forensic laboratory. But now, the forensic is changing. We require really educating all the
wings and the people who are involving with the investigation, like investigation, law officer, medical doctors, all the government officials who are involved in investigation. Now, where do we have the actual skills? We require academic institution to generate skill forensic. So this is how earlier it was like, if you remember,
VC sir ने join किया.
Good morning, sir.
Namaskar.
Quite happy to see you. I noticed you in such a
Thank you.
beautiful
Thank
way,
you so
sir.
much. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
So, I'm just taking around the trip which we had together in many critical cases, sir. I thought I'll show the PPT so that they can have a better picture of the crime we have.
Ji, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. So the skilled forensic scientists, earlier it was like in some colleges in chemistry or physics or biology, forensic was taught. It was Honorable VC who taught me we should have a separate university for forensic, and in the whole world it is the first university, Gujarat Forensic University, which started now into National Forensic. And I'm so happy, and when I see and listen to the students, the way it is, I went to Tripura, I went to other part of NFSU, and I feel it is one of the institute which is going to really give real-time case hands-on training as well as the theoretical, because in most of the other organizations, they are lacking having hands-on training. Unless a doctor knows how to handle, give injection, is not a doctor. Likewise, a forensic scientist, if he's not knowing what is scene of crime, how to collect sample, how to do the analysis, what is chain of custody, all this need to be taught. So mostly NFSU or the government institute in Maharashtra, we have a link with the FSL so that they go and have a look how the cases are handled and all. So this is going to be really a right, this hands-off training which they have planned. And I hope for every subject, if they have like this separately, you'll have a very good thing. Right now, we as we all senior person like Dr. Vyas, myself, always thought what is preventive forensics should also take a place, because if a crime has happened, it should not happen again. So what are the things? Because the forensic scientists know how to go about with a crime, they can tell you how to prevent it also. So preventive forensic is taking a very big step in this. Now, coming to social forensic, what is social forensic? It is like forensics are used for corporate, for industry. You do not know in corporate what type of cases are happening, in-house threats and IP thefts and whatnot and whatnot. Industry, because of ignorance, so many accidents happen and they are not even knowing how it happens and why it happens. So all these requires a really highly skilled forensic scientist to help them out if an event happen, how to do the analysis, and how to prevent it also. So in short, we are taking authentic forensic to every sector of the society. And NFSU is going to be one of the great institute which will take this ahead. Now, as all of us know, in our country, it is the prosecution. The burden of proof is on the prosecution. So naturally, what are the type of the evidence? It is direct, indirect, circumstances, corroborative. And the type of the material, earlier it was only physical, human, but now with the digital, it is virtual also. So, in the Indian Evidence Act, forensic reports are admissible under Section 45. And who is a forensic scientist? Who have experience in handling such crime cases with the standard operating procedure, having a good experience in that. So naturally, whether a private forensic can do it, but there are many but and if what all has to be followed for a forensic scientist to, private forensic scientist to give evidence in the court of law. Now, all of us know 293 is an exceptional for the government section where he may not appear in the court for every case, and that provision is now given to NFSU also. Now, It's a very simple thing. What is forensic? It's a multidisciplinary science which connects the incidents with the actual incident occurred, directly links the crime with the criminals, fixes up the place of offenses, enlightens the mode of operandi, establish the facts by the use of scientific evidence cannot be denied. It is not time. Even after so many years, you can prove a DNA whether a person is innocent or really a suspect. So it's a very important tool in the hands of the law enforcement and the investigating agents. So these are the four wings of the criminal justice system: police, forensic laboratory, forensic medicine, and judicial. And if they work in line with each other, most of the conviction can be done. Now, all of us know, you must be knowing, we have central laboratories at Hyderabad, Kolkata, Chandigarh, Pune, Bhopal, and CBI laboratory in Delhi, and every state have their own laboratory and the regional laboratory. In Maharashtra, as recently said, Mumbai, Nagpur, Aurangabad, Nashik, and recently Solapur, Kolhapur, they keep on increasing. So one of the big roots we got from the criminal justice system, reform of the criminal justice system by Justice Maniman, who recognized the importance of forensic and started giving funds for the forensic laboratories. So that is how most of the forensic laboratories in the country are right now in a very good status. So when we got our money, we really were very happy, not very clear how to handle it. So Dr. Vyas, Dr. Rao, they said all the director of the forensic laboratory will be trained at Hyderabad. Sadin sir, you remember? All of us. In those days, nearly 75 or 1 lakh per participant, 15 days we were given training, administrative training, how to handle a forensic laboratory at the administrative staff college. So what is important is not only the technical, but the administration also matters, and how to handle a big budgeting also. So these are the forensic laboratories which in Maharashtra we could get at par with the international level of organ biological and this thing. So I won't take now. I'll go straight into yes. I will just go straight into the flow of the important cases which I handle, which is landmark cases. We can say 93 blasts. All of us know. Within 1 hour, 12 places were blasted. It's a very planned with the scientific inputs for the suspects, how they handled it. So these are the places. Air India, Javeli Better, all very critical structure. Bombay Stock Exchange, Qatar, Hotel C, Rock, Worli Centers, and so on. So what exactly was the mode of operandi? In a suitcase, about 20 kg of RDX were kept, where cut iron, you have a pointer? If I point here, no. What moment can we take? Huh? Sit here.
See, cursor right there.
हाँ कर्सर वही मैं बोल रही थी कर्सर क्या the cursor? So you see this cut iron pieces, 200 were placed with 20 kg of RDX with a pencil timer. This was a military device. So you have a pencil where at the beginning you have copper container containing glass vials containing dilute sulfuric acid. And one clip is kept at tension with a wire, copper wire. And if you punch this, the acid, sulfuric acid erodes the wire, and this pin which is kept under tension gets released, it goes and hits the another capsule which has the mercury lead acid, mercury fulminate, and other detonating agents. You know, detonating agents are the one when the detonating strikes, it gives the maximum input, and the high explosive like RDX and all can explode. Otherwise, RDX, you hit it, you burn it, nothing happens. So this were kept in all these 12 suitcases like this, kept it, and the concentration of the acid will decide when it will explode. So you don't have to be near around. You can keep that and go away. So in 12 places at a span of 10 minutes, 15 minutes, they have kept, and within 1 hour, 12 places exploded. So now, what was it? We got RDX, then we got RDX and TNT, and the hand granites also were there, which was thrown here and there, which had TNT and NC, NG, and other things. So we could identify the vehicles in which it was kept, because when the cast iron goes from inside to outside, the whole prick was from inside to outside. And it was all kept in all these places near the parking area. The cast iron went and hit the other vehicles also. But we identified the vehicle from where inside to outside the cast iron had gone. We found out the chassis number of all that. From the RTO, we got who was the owner, and that's how we got it. So it was a breakthrough with no eyewitness, only on forensic indications and the results in time, we could solve the problem. And one thing happened in one of the scooter, they have pierced the pen like this. It has a 3 inspection hole, this pencil timer. So the RDX blocked it. So when the pin got released, it did not hit the detonator. No hitting detonator, no explosion. So that was intact. That gave the complete mode of apparently. So this is how we could solve and internationally show how it was the culprits and how they operated. And on top of that, when the owner who was doing all that, their place was raided, we could get couplings which had RDX. We could get the labels from where the across the country how the RDX has come. All this proved. So now Harman Maweja is very keen to take this particular 93 blast for the picture, where I'm not going to tell too much of technical thing, but how as a lady handling 30 scientists, not allowing them to go home. For 30 days, we had to work day and night to give all this report. What all interaction, what all they used to say, madam ko to kaam nahi hai, humko ghar nahi chhodti hai. And you know how difficult it was. And for me to handle just being a first lady, I had a very difficult time. I'm really happy now all of you all have a good time to go. But I took a challenge. I will do it. I will do it. My family was very supportive, and every stage I had to fight like. And this was one of the cases where the reports were at par with Interpol, and I was invited to talk on that. So I'm really very happy that in that case, when we were not having RDF, Vyas sir came to Mumbai, helped us, and he got RDX for us from the RDO standard, because unless you have the standard, it's not very easy. I had one, but they were very old. So that is how whenever we wanted help, Dr. Vyas used to come and help us and give us guidance. So I will take you around now. So this is another. So in Bombay, I had seen, all of you all know, right, from 93 up to 13, 14, to 13, 14, explosion after explosion, where it is marketplace, it is in the train, it is so much, and it used to be like, you know, you have to do the case on an emergency base. At the same time, forensic report cannot be wrong, Otherwise, you are gone, your life is gone. You have to stand in the court of law and say what method you did, how you are very confident about the report you are getting. So this is a local train where, the combination of ammonium nitrate was used. There were very good scientists who were really supporting the suspects how to use what type of combination, and so that you get such blast effects. So here again the 12 death and 71 injured, local train. That time the CM Sushil Kumar Shinde was there. This is again a bus where luckily the bus was emptied and only people got injured, where ammonium nitrate was used. So it's a marketplace where again potassium chlorate sugar mixture was used. So to create panic and sometimes a heavy casualty also. This is one of the case in which only RDX was used, and you can see the blackening and the crater formed. Twin blast it is called as. So it so happened before this, the police had seized some of the RDX, so they refused to listen to me. Here also, then Dr. Vyas intervened. He said, "You please send the case to Central Forensic Laboratory." आपका चंडीगढ़ में करते थे ना सर तभी, तो it was sent overnight to Chandigarh, and the report came within 3 hours from there. And the report was not to go to police because police was opposing us. Your reports are not good. It was sent to directly CM Vilasrao Deshmukh, और RDX का रिपोर्ट था. तो तभी उन्होंने मेरे को 12 बजे फोन किया, आई एम प्राउड ऑफ यू. सो द पुलिस हैज सेड टू द एक्सटेंट आपका रिपोर्ट गलत है, आपको जेल में डालेंगे. तो आई सेड ठीक है, गाड़ी भेज दो, आई एम रेडी. I'm confident about my report. It is RDX and it is RDX. So ऐसी सब फेस करना पड़ता है अपने को when you are handling very critical and such type of cases. So you can see the damages, how it works. So this is another, this is twin blast only. This happened in front of the DG office. So imagine, that is the DG office. This is again a blast where about 7 first class local train was blasted. Here again, the RDX was falling short, so they used petroleum product and ammonium nitrate. So see the damage. So the collection of sample, as some just now said, if we miss out anything, because the scene crime is available to you only for some time, you cannot think कि नहीं भाई कल आकर मैं फिर से देखूं क्या. नहीं, एक बार आप गए तो गए उधर से. Whatever you have to pick up properly. You know Aroshi's case where crime scene was not done proper, the whole case goes. So we have to be very particular. What are the foreign material? What is the maximum damage? What are the possible detonators हो सकते, देखकर उधर से collection करना पड़ता है. So we spend about hours and hours. You can see that. This is again an explosion at Malegaon, where RDX, again the same petroleum product and ammonium nitrate was used. So this 2611, all of you all know, it's a very big thing. Actually, I was on the verge of retiring, but I was asked to handle the whole thing. Our then Home Minister R.R. Patil. So this is in Taj. You can see the Taj condition inside, how it is. In this, they used RDX, and there was shooting also. About 10 people entered critical structures like Taj, Trident, Kama Hospital, VT station, which is a local big station. So all these were firing as well as using RDX to create panic. So here the CCTV for what all we did, I will just show. I'm just showing you the picture. This is the Trident where lot of firing had been done. This is again the Taj. The Taj was damaged to what extent we cannot show. And when I met Ratan Tata, he said, "I'm not bothered about the damage, madam, but how can I pay for the people who have died in this?" in my place. So such a humble person, I could see. He met us, and he was throughout the scene crime. He was with us. So this is again Trident Hotel. You can see here. You see this hole. These are the one, like, you have to see where it is, what are the ammunition used, what is the size of the hole. So these are the all type of collection the whole team did in such a particular meticulous way. Now, what all we did excellent work of I'll tell you what are the things. But another very good thing which we did, the only live person, Khasab, his DNA was done. These people came in a boat and wearing that jacket and all, life jackets. So we could get the sweat DNA done, compared with this person to prove that he was the one who came in the boat and right now the live suspect. So this proves beyond doubt things. So now coming to forensic analysis, revealed the presence of RDX, the electronic circuit, revealed the date and the time of the blast, CCTV footage completely gave the picture of all the people in that particular BT, Taj and other places. And GPS link gave complete the source of communication from the neighboring who was telling them how to go about. And voice analysis was done which matched with this Kasha. So such a strong evidence was placed in front of the international, which beyond the whole truth, they were the suspect from the neighboring, and these were the things. So you won't believe it took such a big time, but it did stand internationally. So we presented all these in many of the international conferences, got a very good response. They at time actually took that as a research paper immediately into the international journals. Now, just to go very hurriedly, what all we did: solvent extraction, spot test, color test, SPTLC, GCMS, LCMS. Then depending upon if you have other GC ion scan also was done. And digital examination of the devices that was found to give the connectivity, voice analysis and other things. So this is how the TLC looks along with the standard. We have the liquid chromatography. Normally, explosives should be done on liquid chromatography because it is operated at ambient temperature. So these are the graphs along with the standards. Then GCMS, which is fingerprint of chemistry, we will say, where the ion chromatography can be done and the traces of RDX could be found. So we have all these done. LCMS was also operated, and this is how the mass spectra were there. And this is that GC ion. This is very particularly because if you have a standard, it identifies what all is there, whether it is PETN or RDX or whatever it is. You can see those graphs. Now I can just jump to DNA. DNA is started in Maharashtra in 2006, and then that time only our Alex Zafri visited our lab, and he was very happy to see the establishments and different type of cases which we have. I won't go into much detail into the theory and all. This is Dr. Bruce of FBI, who with it's okay. With whom we did a project where microbes DNA can be done. I think Rakhi must be knowing about it. So that helped in all the explosive cases when they were mixing the RDX. Somehow the soil used to be there. They used to mix it in Aurangabad and then bring it to Mumbai. So we could do the DNA and the microbes and proof in Aurangabad which place they did it. So we could get the location of the mode of operandi. So you won't believe we were funded by DST for this project, and we could solve so many of the cases by doing DNA of microbes. So DNA, as all of you know, these are the articles we require: blood, serum, vaginal fluid, salivary, bone marrow. So I will go to important cases. Normally, rape cases is done, disputed paternity, murder case, identification in mass disaster and all. You have sequencer with 4 or 16. 16 now you have, no? 16 channel also. So this all I'm not going to take you. I'm just going to run to cases. Okay, so this is a very important case. Celebrity like Sandhya Singh, farm boy, his son was after the property, and he used to fight with her. Can you transfer the whole thing to me and all? So she refused to do it. So one day night, he strangulated her, murdered her, and put her body in the fat. So some of the foreigner, while tracking, they found all the bones. So it was like missing. The son only goes to the police officers and complain, my mother is not seen for a long. So when the bone came, we did the DNA. So if there is any missing person, normally they call the relatives and to see whether anything is matching. This time, DNA matched with her. He being the biological son of this lady. So that is how it was proved. Then when his mobile was taken, the whole chat and everything was proved, along with the DNA and the digital retrieval of the chat and all. The whole case was proved and life was given. So, you know, DNA has played very important in Bill Clinton roles of the rape case, where the DNA proved it. So we have so many, like in our one of the leaders who refused to recognize his son, the DNA proved it. So there are very landmark cases which have been done. World Trade Center, when the claims, even in Delhi, when the claim was there, and then Dr. Vyas asked myself, then Vyas sir, we came for the DNA. There was a line of queue of 4 kilometers for the claim. But when DNA is going to be done, they said hardly 10 people remained. So illegal claim also should not be there. It should actually go to the person. So in mass disaster, this helps a lot. So Shakti Mill rape again, no eyewitness was there, but the DNA can prove out of which one was not of around 16 or something. But because the DNA was proved, he was kept up to the 18, then the punishment was given. So DNA plays a very important role in absence of eyewitness. There are cases which have been, convicted within 6 months. This is again an Naxalite case where, for robbery of 3 to 4 crores and murder of 3 people or 4 people were done. Naxalite, they tie cloth on that. The saliva DNA proved the case. And the court said it's a landmark judgment. So like this, how do we get what we should get? Like now in the scene crime, you see that particular hanky which was lying was very important. If we had neglected, the case wouldn't have solved. So crime scene is the backbone for forensic scientists. However, the lab may be good, the expert may be good, but if you don't collect the proper sample, you are nowhere. So many conviction cases in mentally retarded cases, then Jaipur foreigners case in 6 months, we know how it was solved, Bejal Joshi's gang rape, all these are DNA cases which have been solved. It's playing a very important role in this thing, wildlife also now, poaching and then animal parts are being thinked. So all this is bringing, I think, Raki, we are having DNA lab for these, for the wildlife, so that we are going to help out all the organization who are wanting these to be done. So now coming to, forensic is not only one technique. A combination of technique proves the evidence strong in the court of law. I have certain things in isolation. But to do the connectivity, sometimes forensic psychologists, lie detector, narco analysis, or brain mapping, all this can help you. And I'll show you some of the cases how these had helped along with the other physical. Though this may not stand in the court of law as a corroborative evidence, but this gives connectivity, scientific reconstruction, and sometimes scientific segregation of big data. So lie detector can do that. I'll give you some examples of it. So all of you all know it's a computerized one where you ask the normal case, the blood pressure, skin resistance, pulse, and other things are measured. And if you're lying, there is a change in the cognitive center which gives a graph. So this was inaugurated by R.R. Patil sir. So now in the serial murder case where there was no eyewitness, it was the lie detector where he confessed it. This is Aditi Sharma case where, one of the girl who had a boyfriend in Srinagar, she came to Pune to study. Here she got friendly with another boy. So these two people wanted to get rid of the Srinagar boy. They called him. She mixed arsenic with the prasad and gave it to him. So that fellow ate, immediately started vomiting. She only took him to the hospital and admitted. The viscera shows high presence of arsenic. Now, the police were fumbled. Who is the person who has given? Because she only brought the patient and she only went and reported to the police. Then, as you know, investigating people have a thumb rule. Who was the last person with the victim? So she was the one. So they came and said, "Madam, अभी क्या करें?" So I said, "पहला हमको lie detector करने दो, हम आपको बता देंगे कौन है." So we did the lie detector. We got deception. Then, one by one, she started confessing. We could get arsenic from the bag. The person from whom she got identified him. The whole case was connected. Then, to confirm that, even narco analysis and brain mapping was done. The court has given judgment of 10 pages on forensic techniques, which has scientifically reconstructed this whole story. Otherwise, in isolation, arsenic is found. No one knows how he died, who gave it. Everything was not solved. So that is how what all you have to take, how the technique, this technique in combination with will prove in the court is also a skill. And I think Rakhi Madam is doing a very good thing by having such workshop there. And some training will be given. Not only one technique will prove the case, how other technique. And every case, I tell you, boys and girls, every case is a new case. Even today, when I see a case, it's a new for me. After doing so many thousands of cases, every case is a new case. You have to be alert, skilled to remember what is this one, where, what like unlike each piece of it. What method I should use so that keeping in line with SOPs, prove method so that you stand strong in the court of law. Okay? So this was that. This is another case. You can take lie detector to prove someone innocent. In a school, the teacher was very strict. One of the girls found that he's harassing her. He went and complained that this fellow is misbehaving with me, and all the parents came. The whole school was. School was very sure the teacher is a very authentic fellow. He will never do that. The principal approached us कि क्या करें madam please. तो मैंने बोला एक काम करते हैं, we can do lie detector of the girl because she's above 18. So we did lie detector and deception was there. Then normally, lie detector करने के बाद the psychologist have a rapport with the suspects कि भाई क्यों किया आपने ये. So then they out. They don't even talk to the parents and real ones what, but here they will come out. That is called a psychology rapport. She tells everything. Because he harassed me, I wanted to punish him. So everything written. that teacher was relieved. So that is how many of the innocent also can be out from this. Though it does not have a direct standing in the court of law, but it is a corroborative, and many of these such, individuals, local things can be solved. Now, this is another very interesting case in Pune, and one of the biggest firm where IP threat was there. And the owner, very big company, he said, "Madam, मेरा पूरा 100 लोगों का जो वो लैपटॉप यूज करते हैं, पेन यूज करते हैं, सब देखिए किसने किया." मैंने बोला, इट्स नॉनसेंस टू डू डिजिटल एनालिसिस ऑफ 100 लैपटॉप, 100 मोबाइल. तो बोले क्या करेंगे? I said there is another thing called a lie detector which scientifically segregate, then we will do. तो हमने 100 people का lie detector किया. पुणे में उन्होंने हमको सबको 4-5 लेकर गए lie detector units, and we did it. Out of that, 6 people were disruptive. They agreed how they agreed, and उनका पूरा laptop निकालकर how they were passing the IP. Very important, and crores of rupees were lost of the company. So everything was proved beyond. They didn't want to go to police or anything. They said, "We are sure these are the people." They agreed to it, and these people were given all the dues and thrown out of the company. जैसे बोलते ना, bad apple को निकाल के फेंक देते. तो private companies prefer that rather than going to court and becoming वो उनको bail मिलेगा, होता नहीं है ये. So this is how Helix helped many of the organizations. Time हो गया? Okay. So in short, what I'm trying to say is private laboratories can help the corporate industry में कैसा ये हो जाता है, क्या बोलते हैं, ignorance से हो जाता है उसका. And in line with this, we are doing lot of handwriting, document examinations and all, but all this keeping in line with the SOPs as per the government. So what I say for all the students and the participants, there is a big scope, but try and do authentic work, because authentic work stands a big way in the society. And we should provide authentic forensic services to contribute for heinous crime, for corporate crime, industrial. Very soon we are doing for the film industry also, lot of content and all those things. And we have been a partner for the Sacred Game and so many other people. So that tell them how nicely you can do it. So thank you very much. And I think the teacher is waiting, so we should. Thank you, ma'am. It reminded me of a article that I have read in 2023 in Times of India, how a sari-clad investigator became India's first woman scientist, forensic scientist. So in last 30 minutes, ma'am, you gave us a gist of that how it is done, breaking all the stereotypes. You are truly an inspiration for all of us, and we are truly privileged to have you with us today. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Rakhi Agarwal to felicitate Professor Rukmini Krishnamurthy, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. It is now with great privilege to invite our Honorable Padma Shri, Dr. J.M. Vyas sir, with us today to grace this event and bless us all with his presidential address. With his visionary leadership and vast experience, NFSU has undoubtedly reached at greater heights in such a short period. Dr. J.M. Vyas sir is the founder vice chancellor of unique and highly specialized National Forensic Sciences University, Gandhinagar, which has been recognized as an institution of national importance by the Government of India. He is holding this position from 1st October 2020. Besides this, Dr. Vyas is heading the Directorate of Forensic Science of Gujarat,
Gandhinagar, for past 30 years, including the additional charge of its Director General since 9th November 2020. As such, with his vast experience and 50 years long service, Dr. Vyas is the senior most serving forensic scientist of the country. Dr. Vyas was instrumental in establishing NFSU's predecessor, the erstwhile Gujarat Forensic Science University, GFSU, as the first and so far the only forensics university of the world. As the founder, Director General of GFSU, Dr. Vyas started this one of its kind institutions of higher learning in 2009, which has more than 5,000 students undergoing 70 specialized postgraduate degree diplomas courses being run in every possible branch of the forensic science and its allied subjects. Besides launching academic courses, Dr. Vyas has laid special emphasis on undertaking training of officers from police, judiciary, armed forces, bureaucrats, banking, vigilance, customs, immigration, and forensic science from India as well as abroad. As a result, the university has so far trained more than 25,000 officers from which is a huge effort in capacity building of the country. Even a bigger contribution is in capacity building for 70 friendly foreign countries, as officers from these nations are being regularly imparted training, which has been deeply appreciated. Consultancy is yet another unique feature initiated by Dr. Vyas, through which a wide-ranging expertise of NFSU is shared with different government agencies, private organizations, and even foreign countries to overcome complex issues and setting up state-of-the-art facilities. Continuing in a mission mode, Dr. Vyas has taken major strides once the university was mandated to set up campuses and centers across the country as well as abroad. Within 1 year of establishment of NFSU, Dr. Vyas has not only got its first campus running in New Delhi, but also established from scratch campuses in Goa and Tripura and launched postgraduate courses from the current academic year itself. Work is in progress to set up more campuses in other states, and plans are afoot to establish centers abroad too. Under his guidance, the NFSU has also progressed rapidly during past 1 year with the establishment of a modern center of excellence for NDPS, with similar centers in other streams underway. With an aim to strengthen the criminal justice delivery system, Dr. Vyas has also established dedicated schools for police science and security studies, law and forensic justice, and forensic psychology. Needless to mention that the vast experience and expertise of Dr. Vyas is being widely tapped, some of which is listed as appointed as a member of Task Force for Railway Safety Audits by the Ministry of Railways, Government of India, appointed as a consultant to CBI New Delhi for the establishment of International Center of Excellence and Forensic Science, Ghaziabad, appointed as a member of the Organizing Committee of Interpol for the 3 consecutive terms, that is from 2008 to 2016. Thanks for joining. Okay. Since I think sir is occupied with some other work, so he will be joining us in after some time. Now we are moving ahead with our next talk from Professor Dr. P.L. Sahu sir. Let me introduce Dr. Sahu to everyone. Dr. Sahu has a master's degree followed by PhD in chemistry from Central University, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. He has over 29 years of rich and varied experience in analytical research and development working on various positions in top-ranking pharmaceutical companies in India and abroad, including Lupin Limited, IPC Laboratories, Dr. Reddy's Laboratory, Jubilant Life Sciences, ABDI Ibrahim Pharmaceutical Turkey. Initiating his career as analytical chemist at Lupin, over the period of time, he has risen to the level of head of R&D at Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and now currently heading the National Dope Testing Laboratory, NDTL, which is only such WADA accredited laboratory in India and among 30 laboratories in the world. He is He's taking up professional challenges and has consistently been contributed in Indian foreign pharmaceutical companies focused on analytical method development, validation, standard settings for drugs, and other drug development activities. He is also technical addresser for ISO IEC 17025 and ISO 17034 at National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories, that is NABL. Dr. Sao, appointed as Professor of Practices Honorary at National Forensic Sciences University and Adjunct Professor at National Institute of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, Hyderabad. He has played a significant role in strengthening the National Dope Testing Laboratory and collaborated with national and international institutes in the field of anti-doping science. He has done innovative work in detail by synthesizing reference materials used in anti-doping science. I would like to request sir to join us on the stage. Huge round of applause, everyone. Sir.
Thank you, Kanchan Madam, for a nice introduction. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor J. M. Vyas, respected Rukmani Madam, respected Sarin Sir, Rakhi Madam, dear faculty, students, and all the participants. Very good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here today. And really, I am very happy that I could come at morning session, so I had listened, Madam. Really, I learned a lot today. This was my achievement for this, Madam. Thank you for having here. Really, it's a great things has been said by Professor Sarin, Dr. Sarin Sir and Madam. It's amazing. Yes, this also you can please. As the theme, today theme is the skilling. Really, it is very important. You can make lab in 1 year. You can construct lab. You can purchase instrument in 6 months. Everything can be done, but not a skill. A skill needs time. For example, I mean in anti-doping science, I used to say to government also, you can construct a stadium, big stadium in 1 year, but you cannot construct, you cannot establish one dope testing laboratory even in 5 years. It takes time. Huge knowledge is required. As Madam or Sir both said, degree is okay, one part, but experience is very, very important. Without experience, we cannot do anything. So I always give respect for experience and age. Degree is secondary. So this is very important. So I congratulate Madam Rakhi Madam for organizing such a workshop, and it is required because the continual improvement is required in each laboratory, not in only forensic. Forensic is very complex work, really very, very complex, similar kind of doping, anti-doping. Anti-doping science is also very highly challenging, but when I compare, the forensic is also very high challenge compared to anti-doping. Even in anti-doping, we know what we need to test. At least we know in the urine sample, one urine sample, how many prohibited substances need to be checked. Even though we can go beyond, but it is defined. Both we are doing legal activities. Everything, whatever work we are handling, it is legal. Each sample what we are handling, it is illegal. So handling legal sample and any scientific sample handling is totally different. As Madam said, if we are not capturing the evidence, all the instrumentation, all the knowledge is not going to be used. So the first important, how to capturing the evidence. Similarly, so I am here, and since I am from National Anti-Doping Lab, so I would like to share about anti-doping, because you are going to listen in 5 days all the forensic and various techniques, but similar techniques we are also using in anti-doping science. LCM, SMS, GCM, SMS, similar kind, whatever you are handling. So I will have a quick, you will get aware what kind of laboratory in India it is established long ago and what work we are performing. So this is the National Dope Testing Laboratory situated in New Delhi. It is the apex body for the dope testing as well as research in India. The main objective is to do the in competition and out of competition testing. Since you may be aware that the Olympic is going, games are going to come in July. So we are very heavy loaded for this preparation. As mentioned, prevention is very important. Similarly, we say prevention, how this prevent doping. Okay, testing. Testing is the mirror activity. What is happening behind? So it is not the solution. We need to prevent. So for prevention, is the education is important. When all the athletes, all the coaches, all the sports fraternity need to be educated. Even what I say, not only athletes, their parents need to be educated. So these are the some objectives, because this, as I said, this is the only laboratory, so we need to do research also. Similar kind of challenge you are facing in forensic, you don't have method. You have to do research and then do analysis, then you can give the result. Similarly, we don't have any standards method for anti-doping, like in pharmaceutical and food analysis, you have standardized methods which are applicable worldwide. But in forensic and in this, we have to do everyday research is required. Without research, we cannot move ahead. So, this the as in introduction it was said, there are only 30 laboratories in the world. You are in forensic, you are lucky. You have many labs. You can collaborate, you can discuss with other colleagues for any problems. But in India, we are the only lab. So if I have to discuss, I have to go to other country. And in only there are 30 laboratories. आपने सोचा कि 30 लैब ही क्यों है वर्ल्ड में? There are many countries. Even each country should have one lab, right? But the reason is that the rules and regulations is very stringent. In legal case, we have to go global. There is global authorities for. We don't go for High Court and Supreme Court. There is another only authority for CAS. There is in Lausanne, Switzerland. All the cases has been heard there at international level. So this is the scenario. So doping is not only when you are taking any prohibited substance. There are many things which comes under doping. Even somebody is keeping the banned substance, this is also called doping. If somebody is supporting to other who is doping, that also is doping. In India, there was no act for that, like Drug and Cosmetic Act is there. In forensic, you have all the rules regulation. So in last year, in 2022 only, India brought the National Anti-Doping Act. So now we have act also, but it is rules are under preparation. So after some time, we will have a lot of powers has been given in the act for National Anti-Doping Agency. I am from laboratory. I have limited role. Means laboratory has limited role to do the research and do the sample analysis, routine analysis. And there are another agency, National Anti-Doping Agency, NADA. They are responsible for sample collection and result management. Due to conflict, both the agencies are totally independent, and it need to be independent. When we get sample in the laboratory, all the samples are coded, and we do double coding after receiving the laboratory. We don't know from which athlete the samples comes, so it is required. This is our just I shown the section. We have 4 wings: scientific, administrative, finance, and IT. Nowadays, IT is very, very important. As Manu was saying, the time is changing. So I no need to increase more security guards to protect my laboratory. I need to protect from cyber attack. Our data is also very, very important. We need to keep this data for 10 years at least. So all the raw data, all the scientific data has to be stored properly and secure. So these are the various sections. In scientific wing, we have sample receiving, chemical section, biological section, quality assurance. It was discussed in morning session. Very important section in each laboratory. Maybe you are from different laboratories, so each forensic laboratory should also have, maybe it is already there, but strengthening the quality assurance section. Yes. So it need to be continuous strengthening. This section is also very important section. This is the mandatory requirement for WADA accredited laboratory. Just I summarize some points just for your knowledge. This the laboratory must have ISO 17025 accreditation. Then only any laboratory can get WADA accreditation. To comply with WADA international standard for laboratories, implementation of WADA technical documents, technical letters, guidelines. Minimum sample 3000 must be analyzed in a year. Otherwise, also it is not non-compliance. To maintain professional liability insurance, participation in WADA ICAS, in my laboratory, I say we have everyday examination. We get many samples every month. Sample from WADA. They send with customer. We don't know. It is athlete sample or joint. Okay. So I will just close. So with the I got message that we. No, yeah, I will continue later, but I will give chance. Yes. So just yeah, I will continue later. I will get them. Thank you, madam.
You can continue. Let him
Good
continue.
morning, sir. Okay.
I will do later, but kindly listen.
Sir, Dr. Sal is requesting that we would like to listen to you first, then we'll continue later. Sir?
Yes, sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, bilkul. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir, we can hear you very well. Sir, I would request, we would like to listen you first. I will continue later, sir. So I am now leaving for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir. Sir, we were waiting for your address. Sir, thank you for joining us. Sir, please. Thank you.
May I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I could see Dr. Krishnamurthy, the ex-director of Maharashtra FSL. Dr. Sao is also there. Dr. Bokharia, madam is also there. Probably I could not see them, but they are there. All faculty members and dear students. It is indeed a pleasure addressing you all to this 5 days hands-on training. 5 days and hands-on. So this is, I was just looking the title, Orientation and Skilling. Now this orientation and skilling are very important. That is important in all the fields. But especially in forensic, that orientation and skilling is very, very important. Because high level of accuracy, high level of your credibility, high level of precision is demanded if you are in forensic field. These are the minimum requirements. You should be highly accurate. If no one can afford to be loose while analyzing the evidences, preparing the reports, even each and every word when you prepare a report is very important. It is very, very important. Somebody, yesterday I was conducting one meeting where we were supposed to select one vice chancellor of some university. So I was chairing that committee. So there were other vice chancellors, and I was giving a dictation for drafting. And then one vice chancellor suggested that we write that these are the following candidates the committee selects. I said, no, that will create a legal complication. We cannot say selection. We can only use the word shortlisted. The following candidates have been shortlisted. So shortlisting is different than selection. But then you have to be very accurate which word to be used. It should be selection or it should be shortlisting. So this is how at every point of time, forensic scientists face the challenge. Challenge of handling the analysis of an evidence and with utmost care. He should be knowledgeable, there's no doubt. Knowledge is a primary requirement. But then that knowledge he has to apply as to which method he should go for. There are thousands of methods available in different literature on any evidence to be analyzed. Now he has to select the best, and that choice is his or her. The boss will not say, you go for this method. He has to or she has to select the best, most appropriate method, which is very accurate, very sensitive, and it is free from all kinds of other complications. So that the defense lawyer does not get the chance to challenge the method you have selected. So it has to be free from all kinds of challenges. This method selection is your choice. Now, what is taught to you when you are studying is different methods available. But no teacher will tell you if this kind of case is there, you select this method. If this case comes to you, select it. No. What teacher tells you or teaches you is all theory. Now the skilling plays a role. Now you are skilled expert. The skilled expert now is capable of deciding which evidence to be collected, which evidence to be preserved, how it is to be preserved, how it is to be analyzed, whether it requires an expertise of a chemical analysis or a chemical expert, as a biological expert, whether you are a physical expert, what kind of expertise is required. That also the person will decide. And then out of hundreds of methods available, the also expert decides which method is to be selected, which can lead him or her to the best possible results. So this is very important. And therefore, see, knowledge, normally I say, there is a knowledge and then there is also special knowledge. What we presently are having is general knowledge. General knowledge. Psychology will say conceptual knowledge. You know everything. You know that, yes, RDX is there, as madam was discussing. It was ammonium nitrate is there. But when you come across traces of explosive material, how to detect RDX is your skill. You have the idea of RDX. You know RDX is used. You know RDX can cause this kind of damage, devastation, etc. That is your knowledge. That knowledge is conceptual knowledge. When you visit the place where the devastation has taken place, the huge explosion, now a skill is required. Because no theory it will teach you that if this kind of explosion, you handle this method. If that kind of explosion there, use this one. Now your skill is required. You use that skill. Now, from where to collect an evidence? How to collect an evidence? What kind of analysis you have to perform on the spot from various debris which you are collecting? And then that gives you a kind of an insight as to this is how the analysis is to be performed, and then you are able to give some preliminary opinion on the spot. This is skilling. So now that general knowledge doesn't come here. Now it is you are possessing an extra knowledge. I would call it a special knowledge. Many times we call it an experiential knowledge as to how to handle a crime scene where explosion has taken place, where the murder has taken place, where the arson has taken place, where the rape has taken place, some theft has taken, varieties of things are taking place. And then slowly, you start getting the skill. The first incident you visit, you may not be a skilled expert, I tell you, because howsoever knowledgeable you are, you may be a gold medalist, but then handling a crime scene, you don't have a skill. The first case is your test case, where you go and how you observe. The first skill is power of the observation, the first requirement in becoming a skilled expert. Observation. Observe the scene of offense minutely. What is lying where? Why it was lying there? Why it should not be at other place? What is the importance of particular evidence or item lying at a particular place? How can you decide as to which way the crime could have been committed by the person? Observation. The first is power of observation. And then everybody doesn't have the same power, I tell you. Better the skilled person you are, more will be your observation power. That is the first required skill. Observe everything. And don't start giving opinion. Many a times we have seen, without having any knowledge, and then he will put his arms in the pocket and he will be standing as if he's a big boss and he knows everything. He knows how this crime has taken place. And he also thinks that the police officers around him have no knowledge and is the most powerful person, a high level of expert, and he starts combating. I think the person must have come from this, he must have gone out from this, and he must have used this, and then ultimately the entire picture is different. It's a different kind of a crime which took place. And then, you see, you become a laughing point for others. Police will not tell you, but they all will start discussing. This man gave an opinion, but it was all bogus. He doesn't know the subject. So this message slowly goes to the public that forensic experts are not reliable. They come and give any kind of opinion and the actual picture is different. So skilling is very much required. I am happy that Dr. Rakhi and other experts selected this kind of training, orientation. Orientation means what? That also what is orientation? Why we use the word oriented? Orientation is putting the things properly in order. So now our knowledge is scattered. Something here, something there, and the confusion. Now putting everything into order, orientation. See, every word is important. When you select orientation and skilling, you should have clarity. That is why the skilling is required. That clarity, what is orientation? And why Dr. Rakhi selected the word orientation? How orientation can take place? How can I be oriented expert? Then skilling comes. First of all, I have to put everything into order. There is no confusion now. I have got the knowledge, and that knowledge which was scattered, I am putting that knowledge into order. Orientation. I am orienting that knowledge. Orienting the knowledge. Putting the knowledge into order. First requirement. And then the skilling comes. Skilling can come. One of the methods of getting skill is hands-on training. So she has selected the word hands-on training. So this two things you do together, and hands-on training, I am sure she must have used different crime scenario, etc. So that when you visit the scene and then your skill, how to identify, because there are thousands of items lying at the scene of offense. Now you select as to which one is important. That's very important. You select, this evidence if I select and I analyze, I will be able to connect it with a criminal, the person who committed a crime. So linking the criminal with the crime scene, that is what your job is. How can you link? By analyzing evidence. And it could be anything. So that knowledge, when you gain this, it becomes a skill. So this, now you are not only a person with having conceptual knowledge, now you are, we call it a skilled expert of forensic science. You have the skill of undertaking investigation of any kind of crime. Now you are a skilled person. The moment you are reaching, and now you have the experience. And so this is the second word which I told you now is skill can be gained through hands-on training, skill can be gained through experience. So the second requirement, experience. More and more experience you gain after handling the investigation of evidences, visiting the scene of crime, and then that experience of handling the investigation will make you more skilled. So getting skill is experience. And then I said is, now you have the experience. You have already undertaken hands-on training. Now your personal qualities are required. How accurate you are. To develop that accuracy is not a very common that accuracy comes with your birth. No, everybody is not accurately born. There's nothing, no accuracy. Now you have to have importance of accuracy in my life. And that is not only in analyzing the evidences you handle. Accuracy has to be a point in your life. You should be accurate everywhere. And that accuracy is not, you don't give comments here and there, which is irrelevant. Less of accuracy. Whatever you speak has to be authentic. That is accuracy. So accuracy even in handling the analysis. Accuracy even in handling the scene of offense. Crime scene, you are now accurate person. Requirement of skilling. And then precision. Accuracy plus precision. There's a difference. However, Gujarati or Hindi word would be same, but in English, precision and accuracy, they are different. You should be more precise. Precision is focusing. You're more precise. Now, you are not bothered with any other thing. You are focusing and concentrating with total accuracy in investigation of crime. That is precision. And then, third thing which I said is credibility, your integrity, your honesty. You are a skilled person. You have experience of handling crime scene. You have got experience of handling everything accurately, precisely, and you are a very good expert, well known in the world, well known in the country, and everybody approaches you. Any kind of complicated crime takes place, people will come to you. But you have no credibility. Somebody comes and approaches you, please change the opinion. And you are changing the opinion based on some influences. You could be tempered with. There's no credibility. You may have a skill, you may have experience, you may have accuracy, you have precision, you are a knowledgeable person without credibility. You are useless. You may not have all these qualifications, but you have credibility. Some usefulness is there in you because you have credibility. At least you are honest. The honest person he has got ability to learn now. He can develop preciseness, he can develop accuracy, he or she can develop knowledge, skill, etc. Because the first prime requirement is credibility he possesses. He is an honest person with total integrity. So it's required. So you got all these qualities. That is actual what we call a person with skill, person with knowledge. And the last definition of skilling is putting knowledge into practice. When you put your knowledge into practice, is skilling. Otherwise, the knowledge remains at the general knowledge level. But when you put your knowledge into practice, that becomes a special knowledge, that becomes a skillful knowledge. Knowledge with skill. So that's what is required. So try to put your knowledge into practice. And that is what hands-on training is. You already have a knowledge. Now, how do you put it into practice? By undertaking hands-on training. So learn. While you do some experiments, you know where you are committing mistakes. A good method of learning. And so you have to correct yourself. No, I should not make this mistake next time. I should be more accurate. I made a mistake in preparing a report. I request Dr. Rakhi, even you give hands-on training on reporting, how to report a case. They're always very good skill. Because you may be a good expert, you don't know how to draft a report. So report drafting, very important. Each and every word, how to use, how not to use, is your skill. So analysis, selection of analysis, told which method to be selected, and then doing it accurately, doing it with honesty and integrity, and then also preparing a report using proper legal or legally technical admissible language, using proper words. So nobody can misinterpret your words. If your words are not very, very specific, any meaning can be drawn by the court or even by the defense lawyers. It has to be so accurate, the word is, nobody can define it this way or that. So that also is killing. So this is how, if you start from observing a crime scene, to ultimately preparing a report which has to be perfect, if this chain is maintained by you, then you are a skilled forensic expert. And that is what is required. Everybody has to be. Otherwise, nobody will. If you don't have a skill, your knowledge is only at the level of. I have seen many students moving here and there. And they also try to damage the reputation of the university. Yeah, to padhte koi job nahi deta. Who will give you job? You don't have any ability, you don't have skill, you are only having a knowledge at the conceptual knowledge level, that's all. Who will take you? Put your knowledge into practice. There is a queue, people are waiting for you to take. But then if you don't have ability, don't blame the institution where you have served, you have worked. It's not the institution's fault, it's your fault. Because you are not accurate, you are not precise, you have kept your knowledge only at the conceptual level. Put it into practice and become a skillful person. So this is an attempt. I am very happy this attempt is made, and I am sure this will go a long way in becoming a skillful expert. So congratulations to Dr. Rakhi and team and also Dr. Purvi Pokharial. He is heading the campus there. It was ultimately her thought that we should come out with this kind of program. And I wish the program a grand success. I am sorry, Sahu sir, for my interruption in between. So kindly pardon me. But I thought because I was on the way, and when I got a call, I was on the way. So I was not proper for me to talk when I am traveling. So then I said, let me reach office and then I'll be able to speak. So wishing you all the best. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sir, please don't say sorry, sir. It is a pleasure to listen to you, sir. I'm बहुत important था, and I also listen. And I am missing here Puri Madam in person. And Puri Madam, congratulate for managing very nicely this campus. Thank you very much, Professor Vyas sir and Puri Madam. And I will continue for 10 minutes more if it is permitted. And then, thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So again back here. And really, it is a pleasure to listen, Vyas sir, and all the seniors. These 5 days going to change in your life. It is for sure, that I can say. So what I request all of you, give 100%. 5 दिन आप उसको पूरा यूटिलाइज करिए और जितना हो सके उतना सीखिए, क्वेश्चन पूछिए, जो भी सेक्शन में आप जाएंगे, यू नीड टू लर्न एज मच एज पॉसिबल. दिस टाइम डोंट, वापस नहीं आने वाला टाइम. तो 5 दिन को आपको बहुत यूटिलाइज करना. एक मिनट इंपॉर्टेंट है आपके लिए. और आपको कुछ और भी, जैसे हम लोग भी यूजफुल हो सकते हैं, यू ऑल आर वेलकम. आप मेरे लेबोरेटरी में भी वेलकम है आपका. और कुछ नॉलेज इज नॉलेज, यू नो, सर ने बोला कि आप नॉलेज तो गेन करना ही है. every day we are, today I learned, for example, I learned lot of things by listening madam or sir and Vyas sir. See, so every day, every moment we are learning. So, and you have got very good dedicated 5 days for these activities. So कोई भी एक्टिविटी आप करते हैं, कोई भी कुछ भी जब सीख रहे हैं, you must ask why. Then only we are going to learn in depth. कोई बात नहीं, वो just I will show. Madam, I have 10, how many minutes? 10 minutes, huh? Because we need to go. So just because this is an opportunity for me, an opportunity for you to learn some extra activities like anti-doping science. So just I will show some slides. It may be helpful for you. Slides, okay. Thank you. So here you can see back 10%. This BARDA has made mandatory 10% expenses in R&D. If it is not mandatory, sometime we keep research aside because we are always engaged in routine activity. But at the same time, research is also very, very important. Without having proper research, we cannot do better thing in future. So these are the, you already know for all each laboratories. we must have all the method validated. Without validation, we cannot use in routine analysis. This is the very important requirement for us, for everyone. This I already discussed. Every time we are getting samples for as a examination, we need to report perfect. This is the because one wrong reporting may impact one athlete's career life. You know, it's ban given for 2 to 4 years. So यदि एक हमारा रिपोर्ट गलत हो गया तो उसका 4 साल का बैन लग सकता है. And 4 साल for athletes 4 years is very important because careers of the athlete is very short. 35-40 साल का के बाद वो they cannot play so much. So 4 years is too much. So this for us, our client is the NADA, and we also get sample from other international clients, other neighboring countries. We are also getting samples. As I said, we know in one urine sample how many substances need to be checked. It is defined in prohibited list. This list published every year in September, and 3 months is given for implementation, and it is effective from 1st January every year, and it is legal binding. Whatever is written, that has to be checked and it is proper. So there are many substances in this list. You can see this list in WADA website and NDTL website also. Integrity is very important everywhere, as sir already said, so I have not repeat here. So all the samples what we received, it should be properly sealed and intact. We need to check. Chain of custody also applicable for anti-doping science, as it is also important, very important in forensic. So these just I shown some kits. In unique, this the bottle number is unique worldwide. It cannot be repeated, you know, worldwide. You can see. So the unique supply. There are very few suppliers, 2-3 suppliers, and this bottle is also unique. Because why is this important? The sample sometime may need to be stored at -80 for 10 years. So the quality of the glass bottles and plastic is very important for this. This I will skip this because you are from Laboratory, you know everything. Collaboration. As we said, knowledge and networking and collaboration is important. We cannot do anything in isolation. In isolation, we are very great maybe in one field, but we are not great in all fields. So we need to have collaborations and networking. Then we can utilize proper knowledge which we have with our colleagues. We are also recognized from DSIR. Just innovations also is very important. It gives motivation. It gives strength to your organization. So we did some because whatever strength we have, we should do, and we have synthesized these reference material. Till now, we could synthesize 19 reference material, which is not available worldwide, and it is the great contribution of the India, and it has been shared with all the WADA grade laboratories. Just we made also very presentable to have because we need to distribute with. With this research work, we also get some byproduct. Byproduct is a publication and patents. These are the newsletters. Madam Rakim, I will share with the latest newsletter PDF file, so you can share with your colleagues. Some hard copies also I brought, so you can keep in your library and you can distribute in your this latest newsletter. I will share PDF file today. So. You are lucky. You have many lab in forensic in India. We have to approach other. So we also have some collaboration with other counterparts. We need to do some research sometime. And we need to have, if we have some problem, we need to discuss. We need to solve. So these 4 laboratories we are in touch for discussion and research and collaboration. This is very important to understand anti-doping science, who is right for doctors, MD, who is doing in sports science. So all the doctors are coming in our laboratory for trainings to understand what the anti-doping, how it is being done. So for 1 week they comes. I think in India about 19 to 20 seats are there for MD in sports science. So all the students, MD students visiting our laboratory. Other officials also, dope control officer. We are also giving training to dope control officer, blood collection officer. It is important again. What mistakes they should not do. we only can tell, because when we receive the sample, we know what is the problem we are facing, what are the, because which can impact legally in long term. So we need to rectify now. Recent finding, many substances which is not even approved in India, in other worldwide, but which is found in dope control samples. It is very surprisingly, but we also there is intelligence and investigation team in NADA and in WADA also. So they are also doing a lot of research work and intelligence work to find out the sources of this. So for these substances we found, these are being sold to the athletes or general common public through dietary supplements. So we need to be very careful when we are anybody is consuming dietary supplement. It must be authentic and it must be checked. So recently our NFSU Gandhinagar also established one facility for testing dietary supplement for WADA approved substance only, because FSSI is ensuring the quality of the dietary supplement, what is the content of this and other thing, but nobody was checking for WADA approved substances. So inadvertently doping was there through these. So now in near future it is going to be controlled with the great contribution of the NFSU Gandhinagar. We are also working apart from urine and blood. Now the new technique is going to come, dried blood spot. So with the 1 drop blood, we can do many substance testing, but it is under research. I am sure, but it cannot replace urine sample with DBS, but it will help. And testing with gene doping also is going to come. And APMU establishment, Athlete Passport Management Unit. The Athlete Passport Management Unit is the future forecasting, what tests should be done for a particular athlete, because they have all the data. So data is being interpreted, means this is a separate unit, separate being for that. This is I present this last slide to everyone, so it is good to share with you. There is dedicated institution is required. Like see, Vyasa visualized long ago, and now this is the dedicated university, National Forensic Science University. Is the world first university. Similarly, I am thinking there should be one institute, at least in India, who will be dedicated for doing the research in anti-doping science. At present, we are just managing, I am telling, we are busy in routine and also doing research at the same time. So I am approaching government, I am requesting, I hope it will be done soon. So we will have one, means it is required. I hope it will be done soon. At the same time, more dope testing laboratory also required. In India, such a big country, 140 billion population, 1.4 billion. So, one laboratory is, I should say, nothing. At least in 4 regional laboratory must be there. And the good news that in Act it is mentioned to establish more that dope testing laboratory. So in long term, it is going to be happen. This is our good scientific team, which is doing very dedicated and hard work, because all the legal sample we are handling. So once again, thank you very much for your patience and listening. And if you have any question, we can discuss during, or otherwise you can ask anytime. You can get contact with madam. And anyhow, we are going to get today newsletter, so you can go through what kind of activities being done in India. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Pen drive, ma'am. Pen drive.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Dean ma'am to felicitate Dr. Sam, sir. Sir, please. Thank you so much.
Yeah, pen drive.
Remove the pen drive.
So, sir, I think that we have the management of patient. We have the time pressure.
Thank you.
Close the pen drive. Thank you so much, sir. Now we have come to the end of this inaugural session with the invitation to our co-convener, Dr. Richa Rohtgi. She is an assistant professor and academic coordinator for the Department of Forensic Sciences. She holds, okay, since ma'am is we are running little in rush, I invite ma'am on the dais for delivering the formal vote of thanks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kanchan ma'am. Very respected Honorable Vice Chancellor Padma Shri J.M. Vyasa, Campus Director Professor Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal Madam, our esteemed guest Dr. Rukmani Krishnamurthy Madam, Dr. P.L. Sahu Sir, Director NDTL New Delhi, Dr. Siva Perumal Sir, Senior Scientist ICMR and IOH, Dr. A.K. Jaiswal Sir, Department of Forensic Medicine Toxicology, AIMS New Delhi, our Dean Academics Madam, NFSU Delhi Campus, Professor Dr. Rakhi Agarwal, distinguished guests, dear participants, colleagues, and dear students. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all at this one of its kind 5 days hands-on workshop on forensic skilling 2024 at NFSU Delhi campus. As we come to the close of inaugural ceremony of this hands-on workshop, it is my privilege and honor to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all those who have put in their best efforts to make this event come alive. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Sir, whose vision and leadership continue to guide us and inspire us. Thank you, Sir, for your unwavering support and commitment in fostering a culture of learning, collaboration, and knowledge sharing. Your dedication and commitment to forensic community is truly remarkable and exemplary. On behalf of organizing committee and Department of Forensic Science, I would like to thank our campus director, Dr. Purvi Pokhriyal Madam, for giving us this opportunity for providing hands-on learning experience and allowing participants to practice and improve skills in almost all domains of forensic sciences like physical, chemical, biological, and cyber forensics under one roof. It was Madam who strategized the name of this workshop as hands-on workshop on forensic skilling and instilled faith in all of us to work towards making it a reality. We have been blessed to have an academician par excellence, our mentor and guide, Professor Dr. Rakhi Agarwal, Dean Academics, NFSU Delhi campus, for being the backbone of our department and this workshop. It is under her guidance that we could raise an astounding DST SERB grant for conducting this workshop. Her guidance and resourcefulness has brought life to this workshop right from the word go, ensuring that everything ran smoothly from start to finish. Madam, your meticulous planning and tireless efforts have played a crucial role in the success of this workshop. I would also like to thank Dr. Nirag Dave, Joint Registrar in Charge, Mr. Harsh Kapoor, Deputy Registrar, Mr. Priyanshu Joshi, Assistant Registrar, and NFSU Administration for facilitating with administrative assistance all through the preparations of this workshop. I would like to extend my most sincere gratitude to the entire Department of Forensic Sciences for your hard work and coordination behind the scenes that often goes unseen, but your impact is felt by all. Thank you for the hospitality provided by the hostel mess, warden, and staff, and the support provided by the CISF personnel that cannot go unmentioned. I would also like to thank our sponsors and media partners for entrusting upon us with their unwavering support and bridging the gap between the research and researchers, between technology and accessibility to that technology. Your generous support has been instrumental in making this workshop possible, and we definitely look forward to continued collaboration with you in the future. Most importantly, our participants and students. Thank you for your enthusiastic encouragement and active participation. Your curiosity and eagerness to learn will make this workshop a dynamic and enriching experience for all of us. We appreciate your commitment to personal and professional growth. Finally, to all our volunteers and support staff, thank you for your invaluable contributions. Your dedication and hard work have been essential to the smooth running of this event. As we conclude the inaugural ceremony, let us carry forward the knowledge, insights, and networks we expect to gain over the next few days to new realms of academic excellence for all of us. We hope to see you all again at future events and workshops, continuing to learn, grow, and inspire each other. Thank you and have a wonderful day one of 5 days of hands-on workshop. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Richa ma'am. Since we have come to the end of inaugural ceremony, I would like to request all the contestants and our guests to join us for the tea break. It is arranged in the students' lounge. Our student volunteers will guide you over there. Everyone, it is requested that please gather back in next 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, you do. I know. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I request everyone to settle down. Those who are outside, please come and settle down in auditorium. Volunteer students can guide them. That is all. Okay, good afternoon once again. For this session, hostee, now we have with us Dr. P. Siva Perumal sir. He is a renowned scientist from ICMR NIUH Ahmedabad. Dr. Siva Perumal is an assistant professor with 6 years of teaching and 5 years of research experience in electrical and electronics engineering. He holds a Bachelor of Engineering in Electrical and Electronics Engineering from Welltech and Anna University in 2008 and an ME in Power Electronics and Drives Engineering from SRM Peshawari Engineering College, Anna University 2011 and a PhD from SRM Institute of Science and Technology 2021. Okay, sir, we'll do this. Okay. Sir has specialized in chemistry, currently put up as a scientist and heading the chemical science division at National Institute of Occupational Health, Indian Council of Medical Research since 2008. His research work career began at ICAR, Central Institute of Fisheries Technology, as a senior research fellow approved, which is European Union and ISO IE approved laboratory under the network project on National Risk Assessment Program, where the work included chemical analysis of pesticides, heavy metals, polychlorinated biphenyls, polynuclear aromatic hydrocarbons, and antibiotic residues in biological and water samples. He carried out multiple research projects focusing on persistent organic pollutants, pesticides, and evaluation of health risk and exposure assessment. His publication record includes articles in peer-reviewed international and national journals, and also been invited as a reviewer for the same. He has a wide range of professional experience as a quality and technical manager in ISO. His hands-on exposure includes handling of sophisticated analytical instruments like chromatography equipped with low and high resolution mass spectrometry. He has attended multiple training programs on intellectual property rights and related WTO laboratory competence as per ISO IEC, and hazard analysis and critical control point and analysis of pesticides and heavy metals in biological samples. Sir has also organized professional training programs on analytical toxicology, chemical disaster management. He maintains a project for collaboration with Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, USA, the National Center for Disease Control, New Delhi, Government of India, and Central and State Pollution Control Boards. His scientific research work involves the development of analytical methods for screening and quantification of organic and inorganic compounds in different matrices by advanced chromatography and high-resolution mass spectroscopy techniques. Sir, we are very blessed to have you over here, and we are looking forward to for your insightful session. Sir, over to you, please. Thank you. Could sir speak?
Hello. Yes, stop me.
It's this one, sorry.
Okay. Good afternoon. What do you Hello. Yeah. Hello. It's audible, huh? Hello. Yes. So good afternoon. So just I thought to give some my experience. Generally, we used to have that whenever the forensic investigation is very, very tough. I know that. because I'm not a part of the forensic investigation, but however, I know all the procedures, how much tough it was there. But where we are facing the problem is the documentation purpose. So how we have to do the documentations, how we have to maintain the documentations, that is very tricky. Therefore, we have to go for any certification or accreditation. There are the many documentation procedures. We have to adopt all those things, then only all the problems will be resolved on that. So my experience on the chromatography and mass spec, that's my pure research area. So it is chromatography mass spec, how it can be useful in the forensic applications. And it's my field on health risk assessment, that also I have covered. So I'm here to just give a brief on mass spec and chromatography techniques and their applications. Then I have included some of the case studies, my own case study, as well as some international, some of the studies I have seen that. So that I have included. So chromatography, it means separations, many molecules will be there, we have to separate. How it can be separate? By using many stationary phase and mobile phase. So accordingly, we have to separate the molecules. So generally, all the molecules are inorganic metals. We can classify into 3 categories: organic, inorganic. Then organic will be separated, volatile and non-volatile. So these are the major classifications. Any molecules will be there. So organic, we can go for GC technique and LC technique. It can be volatile molecules will be there, you can go for GC, or non-volatile techniques will be there, we can LC. All the metals or all those things will be there, AS, ICP-MS, like that we can classify on that. So these are the major classifications. So these are the many trial and error methods we have to do while develop the method. So that is why developing the method, many regulatory agency or many guidance are there that need to be adopted on that. So then only your method should be validated, all those things will be internationally accepted. So otherwise many errors will come. So you need to take care on that. So what will do the chromatography? The chromatography will separate the molecule. So mass spec it will do according to the mass to charge ratio. So it will confirm the molecules. That is the basic idea of chromatography and mass spec. So chromatography, when you have single molecules or 2 molecules, there is no problem. But you want to confirm it, double confirmation or triple confirmations, you have to go for mass spec technique. So that technique globally accepted for identification, all those things. So in mass spec also many options are there. Electron impact ionization, top mass analysis, many things are there. So according to your requirement, according to your applications, you have to select on that. So that is called all those things are detectors. So GC-MS is a detector, or FID will be the detector, top mass will be detector. So according to your requirement, your applications, the detector need to be selected on that based on the sensitivity of the equipment or analyte. For example, your regulatory limit will be 10 ppb. So all the detectors, everything, it has to be quantifiable, even less than 10 ppb. It means 5 ppb level you have to quantify on that. So then only it can be achievable, your limit of quantitation and limit of detection level on that. So now coupled with the GC-MS and LC-MS, even now MS-MS also will be there, multiple MS also will be there. So this is nowadays we are using GC-MS-MS or LC-MS, we are familiar on that. Plus MS-MS technique also coming up on that. Then after that, now we are going for high resolution marks. So the thing is, we can have the generic methods. Generic method, it means many number of molecules simultaneously we can quantify on that. For example, 500 molecules are there. 200, 300 molecules are there. Simultaneously, we can go for quantitation and then confirmations. That is current technology we are using for that. So ICP-MS, it's inductively coupled plasma. Mass spec, these all are the metals we can go for quantitation, all those things. See, this is the main picture on that. Any chemical exposure, many sources are there. We can call it as xenobiotics. It will go to our system. It will have many. It will accumulate our system. So gradually, the day after tomorrow will be there. Some of the health issues will come. So many carcinogenic effect, many effects are there. So therefore, you need to take some of the precautions on that. For example, these are the household product. So entire house we are having the many chemicals are there. You can see this with it covered. So daily exposures will be there. For example, suddenly have some of the incidental accident, something will happen. the investigation to be carried out. So then you will go to police investigation, all those things. You should have the root cause analysis, all those things on that. So that's why these are the things need to be, you need to take on the history, all those things during the investigation on that. So this is even group of the chemicals we have listed. These are the major chemicals are there. Another group, many chemicals are there. For example, we are having the heavy metals, many heavy metals are there. Perfluorous substances, phthalates, bisphenols, more under the category, maybe 1,000 molecules are there. So nowadays, globally, the biomonitoring study will be there. So these studies, they are already covered our entire things. But India and then other Asian countries, they are not covered these things. How to quantification, because a lot of investment you have to put on the doing all those estimations on that. So just I will take for example, many chemicals are there only by heavy metals, and then pesticide I take on the for examples on that, and other chemicals also will be there. So pesticide you can classify, because pesticide is a broad term. It will kill the pest. It is called pesticides. It can be classified on the multiple groups are there. According to the nature of the kill, you can classification you can do for that. Insecticides, fungicides, herbicides, like that you can have the classification on that. Plus even insecticide also, some of the examples I have derived here. This is fungicides and then insecticides, all those things. So that some of the chemicals also I have given the examples on that. So these are the side of exposure, and then these are the health outcomes. You can see these chemicals and metals all are there. This much problems are in our health systems. So that we need to investigation during the any case are admitted to the hospitals. So these are the things how to make care about it. So these are the some of the health effects. These are the effect of pesticides, health effect of the pesticides. Even men and women, fetal development, then mental health, all those things it can be having some of the health problems. So these are the heavy metals. This is actually clearly you can see the literatures, you can get all those things. These are the heavy metals, the source and exposure level. So these are the heavy metal exposures. These are the similar effect on that. Right. The thing is, any exposures or any investigation to be there, you need to have some of the quality assurance and quality control program. So anything you want to do the estimations, you don't have the quality control and quality assurance programs. First, you have to ensure the quality, then you have to assure the assurance on that. You have to have some of the methodological will be there. We have to follow the methodology, how to control the quality, how to assure the quality, all those things. So some of the parameters I'm going to describe on that quality control and quality assurance, all those things. See, in the quality control assurance, we are having the many regulatory agencies. So they are clearly saying that these are the parameters need to be carried out for the quality control and quality assurance. While doing any analytical methodology, some of the parameters to be repeated analysis, all those things has to do that. In India, we are having FSSAI, Bureau of Indian Standards, Central Pollution Control Board, so many Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So they are having the for the regulatory body in our country. So globally, other agency also is there. So the certifying agency is there. For example, ISO 17025:2017, that's NABL will call it as. It's globally linked with that. ISO 17025:2017 is international standard. So you can go anywhere in the world. So they will use the same terminology, but NABL, each and every country they are having using the NABL, National Accreditation Laboratory for the testing, all those things. So that is the NABL. So when you go for any organization, they will not give any, you can call this a voluntary accreditations on that. But indirectly, it will be voluntary, but indirectly without the result or these accreditations, your report will not be valid. So you will go to ISO 17025:2017. It is clearly described each and every steps, including organization, who will be the owner of organization. Then what are the employee chain will be there. The hierarchy will be there. That also will need to be described. Then after that, from the sample collection onwards, how to collect the samples. And then after the collections of the samples, how to store the samples. So then it will come to the laboratory, how to code in the lab of the sample ID. Then come to the laboratory, how you have to perform the analysis. After the performed analysis, how you have to report all those things. Everything will need to be described during the certification on that. Therefore, this is very necessary on that. If in any private labs or anywhere or R&D institution you can go, R&D will be very less, while quality control, quality lab, they may have this kind of certifications on that, right? Here, the sample preparation is very tricky while doing any investigation on that. So nowadays, what will happen? Some of the cases, you can see the blood sample. Previously, we used to blood and urine samples. Instead of that, you can non-invasive metrics. We can take it on that. So this also nowadays it will be accepted. Previously, the sample size it was a very 5 ml are required. Now you can take even Davis blood spot and then as well as less than 1 ml. So nowadays we are on the generic method. So generally we used to molecule based on the you can call instrumentations. Previously we used to do like that. Now you can take on extractions. The multiple molecules simultaneously we can do all that. So that is nowadays we are going towards the generic method. So this already I have simple, I have given that. But there is some of the challenges are there. What are the challenges? These all the biological metrics are highly complex matrices. It's very difficult to do the extraction of all those things. Therefore, systematically you have to extract, you have to clean up. After that, you have to go for the instrumentation on that. So then only accurate, precise result will get. Second thing, you will not properly clean up extraction will not be there. After nowadays, the instrument sensitivity will go down, so you will not get accurate results on that. So therefore, many challenges are there. We have to try to overcome all the challenges on that. Even the advantage of this mass spec, highly sensitive. So you can go to parts per billion, trillion level, you can quantify this, all the molecules on that. Even the ICP-MS, you can go femtogram level, try to do on that in the absolute concentration on that. Even this also you can go for femtogram level, but you will not get much sensitivity on that. But you can go to direct ECD and the GC, all those things, femtogram level you can do for that. Femtogram is 10 to the power of minus 15. Good. So now how coupled with MS, GCMS, MS and LCMS, MS. So there the advantage that any unwanted non-volatile unwanted molecules, it will be eluted from GC as well as LC. Then pure substances will go to MS. So it can be able to quantify on that. So this chromatography and mass spec technique, it will cover entire, all the applications are there. You can go to the environmental analysis, pharmaceutical analysis, forensic analysis, food industry, you can use the clinical analysis. All the places it will involve in this applications on that. You can see previously this is a current trend. What happened? When I started my research in the 2003 and 2000 year, only we do the HPLC and the GC, only 1 molecules, 2 molecules we can go for that. Nowadays we are having the high resolution mass spec level will have come. What is this? GCMS, MS and LCMS. So this is, you can go for double confirmation, we can go for it. Even the HRMS, the slowly, very gradual molecular weight, for example, 3rd decimal, 4th decimal. Even 5th decimal also the molecular weight will be different. It can be able to separate the molecules on that. So that much level this technology has been adapted on that. So these are any molecules will be there, you can take the molecules, so you can extract it, clean up, then you can pre-concentration, you can do it, and then you can go for the quantization on that. What steps are required? Because these biological samples, any molecules, you go to a system, these are of the lipophilic nature. So it will bind to the lipids. So directly it can't possible to inject to the lipids. So therefore from the lipid, you have to separate the molecules. Molecules, many molecules are there. Whatever your interested molecules, that separately you have to do for that. Therefore, you have to go for the cleanup technique from that. Then you can go for the instrumentations. Generally, these are the extraction technique we are using, the treatment, extraction, cleanup, and evaporations on that. This is the basic skeleton of the sample preparation technique. We are doing the solid-based micro extraction. You can see that initially the samples will be there. You can elute to the element. You can wash the what you can call, you can wash, then unwanted matrix will go. Finally, the interested molecules you can elute, you can go for instrumentation on that. That's solid phase extraction. Nowadays, many extraction, dispersive solid phase extraction, many techniques are adapted on that. This is ICP-MS, you can take the samples and digest it with the nitric acid and what you can call the H2O2. Then you can inject it, you can use internal standard. And then you can go to the instrument, inject to the ICP-MS. So you can go for the quantitation on the heavy metals. So these are the basic technique, how to quantification of the heavy metals using ICP-MS and IES. So you can inject to the molecules, it will evaporate, dissolution will be there, then extracted ion will be there, then it will go quantify by using MS on that. Here, while quantitation, some of the things we have to be very careful about it. Using the terminology also. You can see this analytical standards, reference standard, certified reference standard, internal standard and external standard, surrogate standards. Whenever you do the biological samples, the forensic investigation, it should be very careful about it. Because morning the madam and all the speakers, they said very clearly about it. We will be failure on during the investigation records on that. Therefore, while doing the what you can call the estimations, many errors will come. We have to try to nullify all the errors. So you have to nullify all the errors. So final results will get accurate and precise result on that. Therefore, any molecules will be there. You have to extract, you have to clean up, you have to inject to the instrument. These are the basic skeleton. While extraction, you will get some of the error. While clean up, you have some of the loss of the molecules. Quantitations also error will come. Where we have to go for internal standard and surrogate standard. Internal standard, it means if you will inject to the instrument, before the known concentration, you will spike to the sample or extracted vial. Then you can inject to the instrument. During the analysis, any error will be there in the instrument, it will be nullified while using internal standard. Surrogate standard means before extraction, same standard before extraction, before cleanup, before inspection, you respect the standard. That's called surrogate. So any sample recovery loss will be there. During the cleanup, any error will be there. During the inspection, any error will be there. And this will be nullified on that. Therefore, globally, they are having some of the radioisotopic labeling standard also. Each and every molecules, they are having the isotopic labeling standard. But that's very expensive. For us, doing the very expensive, it's a huge cost will be there. So therefore, at least one internal standard you can use it on that. You want a wide range of molecules. So while taking the internal standard, you can see the molecular weight or elution pattern. So accordingly, you have to select the internal standard on that. What will happen when I will do the quantitations? Suppose our runtime will be 50 minutes. The internal standard also, it should be eluted during the 50 minutes. Right? So then only the use of the internal standard. So this everything you have to do before quantitation, trial and error method. So method everything is optimized. So then you can go for all those things, internal standard and external standard on that. For example, internal standard for EV methods, these are the internal standard we are using on that. So this is traceable with the NIST. So globally, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, these are the NIST. You are having the pH buffer, you have seen that. How many you have seen the pH buffer cover? So it is there in the NIST. What is the NIST? What is that? It's a traceability. That's called traceable. What is our traceability? Her father, her grandfather, forefather, that is the traceability of that. So like that, so you can have the internal standard and all those things, NIST certified. NIST linked with all global standard on that. Enable all those things. During the method validation, now you have what you can call the trial and error method, you have optimized. So all the picks are getting on that. After that, these are the parameters, essential parameters. Specificity, accuracy, precision, intermediate precision, detection limit, quantitation limit, linearity range, proficiency testing program. So these are the essential parameters. You can go any lab, forensic lab or environmental laboratory, food testing lab or pharmaceutical lab. These are the essential parameters. So how do you do the validations? Everything clearly defined. For example, accuracy, how did you measure? Precision, how did you measure? What could be the linearity? Suppose your regulatory limit will be 10. What could be the approximate linearity range should be there? Suppose our regulatory limit is 10. So what is the range of calibration level is required? Let's start from 15 or 20 or less than 10. No idea. So this is, see, while giving the report, these are the things need to be taken care about it. Suppose our instrument detection limit, it's there 10 ppb, right? So we are giving the report 5 ppb. There's entirely drastic wrong on that. for that. That is how you will give the limit of quantitation or limit of detection below the limit of quantitation or not detected. That terminology will be clearly defined on that. For example, this is, you can see the 4 molecules are there. So gradually we are changing the composition of acetonitrile. You can say first will be 80%, the all molecules are merged. Second will be 60%, the gradually separated. Third will be the 50%, almost separated, but it's not properly, it can be difficult to quantitation on that. Third will be the 40%, so all the molecules are separated on that. So this is you have to do trial and error method before going for the validation on that. But nowadays MS has come, this is not required, directly you can inject. So not required any retention time based on the molecular weight. So even within 5 minutes, n number of molecules will be there, we can able to quantification and the confirmation of that. And this also in the GC we have changed the temperature program. The peaks are all very nicely separated. You can see the top, the temperature program, so peaks are not properly separated. On the bottom, it's very nicely separated on that. So nowadays we use the coaches method. That is a very globally renowned method. So all people they will follow the coaches method. That's called quick, cheap, and rugged method. So they take the samples, extract it, go for instrumentation, and then you'll get the results on that. You can see how many molecules it will be there. In this peak having that 213 molecules are there, right? So we are thinking about 1 molecules, 2 molecules. So each of the molecules we can able to confirm, we can able to identify, we can do the lower level also, we can able to quantitation on that. For example, this is the only 1 molecule I have substract on that. This is a MRM mode, it's called multiple reaction mode. It means that any molecule you can fragment, molecule A and molecule B. Molecule A also may be fragmented 50 mass per charge ratio. Molecule B also have the 50 mass per charge ratio of the molecular weight. So how you can differentiate on that? In the 50, both are 50-50. But you can use MRM technique. It will tell that the source of 50, its source of 50, you can able to confirm on that. So therefore MRM technique can use it on that. So 3 ions you can select. You can see the each and every the single molecules, the fragmented. After that, you can get 3 ions on that. So why I am emphasizing on that? Because you are a forensic expert. So future you will go to the forensic laboratory. These are the parameters you have to take care about it. Right? So nobody will not be challenging on the results on that. You can go and prepare the report accordingly. You can add the literatures, all those things. You can take it to the chromatograms. Nobody will not be challenging on the result. Only things we need to update our efficiency and competency, all those things. For example, this is the blank samples. This is standard. This one is a spiked. 4th one will be the sample detected on that. You can see how it's clearly matching on that. So blank samples, there is no residue. The blank sample residue should not be there. Then we have injected the standards also, we are getting 1 molecules. The second also we are getting spiked. So known concentration, you have to spike to the known samples. For example, in urine and blood, you can spike on that, or any samples. Then any samples residue is present, you can calculate based on the calibration curve. So residue is present or not present on that. This is HRMS. HRMS advantage on that, even you can molecular composition structure also we can able to derive on that during the HRMS on that. So this is a process. This first one is total ion chromatogram. Second one extracted ion chromatogram. Third one is mass matching. Then the linearity calibration curve we drawn that. So there is a calibration curve. It's R square also 0.99. It's a regulatory acceptance level on that. So these are some of the criteria are there. Whatever n number of deviations or n number of RSD, you cannot report on that. The retention time deviation, this much should be there. Recovery level, this much level should be there. Precision, this much level, it will clearly define on that. The method, validated method, all the parameters to be complied. In MSMS also, they are having some of the criteria. The mass accuracy ratio will be less than 5 ppm. And the signal to noise ratio also clearly defined on that. So GC and MS, all those things, the regulatory guidance will be there. You have to follow all those things. Let's start at the health risk assessment. This is a health risk assessment. For example, the multiple exposures are there. Suppose we are sitting here, the light will be there, one kind of exposure, right? Sound also will be there, one kind of exposures. The multiple exposures will be there. Definitely, we have some of any impact on our health. So like that, we are consuming some many molecules or many contaminations are there. So it will have any multiple exposures health risk on that. So that we can do for estimations on that. The same thing, we have to estimate it. Then after that, according to the daily consumptions, and then yearly lifespan will be 60 years. So today we are getting the same product we are consuming 60 years. Whatever concentrations are we are getting, we can call it HI and HQ index. That's called chronic and acute exposures level. So that the level will be crossed more than 1%. So it may have some of the risk on our human health. So this is the basic formula calculating HI and HQ index. This will get it in literature. So we did some of the experiment on that, some of the products. So the HQ index and HQ index we calculated. So none of them are exceeded the HI HQ index on that. So this is a brief introduction on the chromatography, all those things. So now we can discuss on some case studies. So this is, I think, the latest it has been published, this journal of Forensic Chemistry. This article I have taken on that. Some of the trial investigation on that. So we can take the mitigative level also. So they have identified some of the poisoning cases. So this I have taken the literature. So the case one, the 16-year-old male admitted to the emergency hospital. So these are the symptoms they have observed on that. Then they have started for the first aid, and then they have collected for the washing, all those things. The fourth washing, what happened? They got some of the black spots, small pieces they got it on that. Bluish black granules, they got it on that. So that portion they have collected during the investigation on that. What they did, so all the samples, precautions, everything they have taken, they have observed some of the molecules that turbufos and their duration product, they got it on that. So molecules as well as their product they got. Because they have screened on multiple, because they have tried the electron spray ionization HRMS. The HRMS, we can have the wide range of molecules we can cover on that. So this specific molecule, we got it on that. So that is, this is a description how they have also interpretation on that. I will tell you through chromatogram, you can able to understand that. You can see here, the molecules we got it here, they're in that's bluish granules, they got it. They have extracted. So they have confirmed through HRMS. You can see the mass accuracy, even fifth decimals are matching the mass accuracy on that. So it means there is no chances of error in your result on that. So the same case study too have seen that the symptoms are same. But symptoms are said, what will think? Maybe the exposure level will be same molecules. So that same thing I also thought. You can see the same methodology, everything has been confirmed, finds the carbofuran was there. So they are getting molecules different, here also getting the molecules are different. So symptoms are same, the getting exposure molecules are different on that. So these are the way we can give the result and interpretation of those things. So these are the interpretation of those things, because this what happened, the case they were died and then everything is processed, even postmortem, all those things. They don't have samples on that. So they have taken the nail on that. Only nail, from the nail only they can able to quantify this carbofuran molecules on that. So that is the second case study. Is what we did, we have some of the case studies on our own case study. Time is there, madam? Almost just 2 minutes, I'll finish it on that. So this case study, what happened in our Bihar, last 10 years, some issue was there. So we have the multiple team were there. All the epidemiologists, chemists, forensic investigators, neurologists, many teams were there. So we have conducted the study. Even we published the articles, impact factor more than 30, 35. Which happened in the month of May end and June, and then in the month of July. June, the drastic number of cases will go to hospitals and admitted on them.
If the kids are less than 5 years, they may die. Even some of the hospital cases less than 5 years. 3 years we have investigated on that. Even first year it was very difficult. Nothing was there. So we had the multiple team and exposures, all those things. Then we have nullified all of the possibilities of molecules on that. Pesticide, heavy metals, dioxin, furans, all the parameters we cover on that. The first year we concluded that during that particular period, lychee cultivation was there. So what happened? The molecules, any unripening fruits will be there. We'll consume unripening fruits. The seed may have some other toxins on that. Maybe the toxins it was happened on that. The toxin we have identified, that's called methylene cyclohexyl propyl glycine, we have identified that. After that, we went to the, even initially we have all the preliminary health center, primary health center, hospitals, everything we have clearly identified. Anything happen, directly goes to particular hospitals. The investigation team will be there, field team also will be there. So we have to monitor all those things. Experts also, doctors are there. Then immediately we collect the samples, even the urine as well as even toxins, we have identified the same molecules. After that, we went to the field. So we given the training for all those things. And that next year, the drastically the case number of cases has come down on that. So this was our own case study we did. So what I'm saying that whenever you do the investigation, so proper investigation to be there. Because our country, we don't have any documentation system on that. We went to there, we have asked many case history on that because it used to happen on that. There is no any case history on that. We started taking case history on that. So like that, so you can have, so instead of doing all the analytical techniques, try to reduce the crime rate. So you can reduce the crime rate, this kind of investigation, we can come on that, many number of cases will come. So this is my reference I have taken on that. So this is very beautiful scene, how is the natural. So out of the natural, definitely will be some problem on that. So enjoy the nature. So some of the words from our Dr. APJ. Thank you very much. Thanks for my past.
We can take 1 or 2 questions. If anybody have any question.
If you will not ask the question, but I will ask the questions. But you have to answer on that. I will decide how to do it.
It is there, I guess, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. This was very interesting and knowledgeable. I would like to request our Dean ma'am now kindly come and felicitate, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Around any.
Since 2009.
Yeah, long back. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hope this presentation is very helpful. Later on, we will have an interaction. That's interesting. But let's continue to talk for today. And then you can the thank you. Fine, madam. Next.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. For our next session, now we have with us Dr. A.K. Jaiswal, sir. Dr. Ashok Kumar Jaiswal has completed his post-graduation and PhD degree in chemistry from University of Gorakhpur. He has worked in several institutions such as Indian Bureau of Mines, Ministry of Mines, Bangalore, Institute of Pesticide Formulation Technology, Gurgaon, National Institute of Criminology and Forensic Science, Delhi, in different capacities. Presently, he is working as a chemist in Department of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. He has 20 years of research and analytical experience in field of forensic chemistry. He has guided several MD and PhD students in this institute. He has vast experience in handling numerous sophisticated analytical instruments like GLC, HPLC, FTIR, HPTLC, UV visible photometer, mercury analyzer, AAS, and many more. He has published more than 150 research papers in various national and international journals and proceedings. He has also published 3 books and several book chapters. He is Associate Editor of International Journal of Medical Toxicology and Legal Medicine and member of Scientific Council of Journal of Forensic Medicine and Toxicology. He was on board of referees of the Indian Police Journal for several years. He is also Editor-in-Chief of 2 famous journals, JFCT and IJFS, He has received several awards for his research work, such as Dr. P.D. Sethi Award in 2008, Professor K.A. Thakur Award in 2009, highest number of international publication award by International Science Congress Association in 2016, Best Presentation Award for outstanding work entitled Simultaneous Analysis of Zinc, Cadmium, Lead, and Copper in Biological Materials such as urine and blood using voltammetry techniques at ICFS 2019 UK, London in UK. He has received several fellowships from different academic and scientific bodies such as FIC, FASAW, FISCA, etc. He is an executive council member of Indian Academy of Forensic Science and lifetime member of more than 20 academic and scientific bodies, societies of national and international repute. Sir, it is our privilege to have you with us today. I would like to request you to come on the stage and join us and address us, please. Okay.
Now this. Right. Both of yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. This forensic skilling. This is very important, this topic chosen by this NFSU, and it required, I think, all the students, they should understand. It is not required what we are working big experiment or anything, but what we are doing, this should be very perfect, and it will come by this such type of these courses. Even though in laboratory, when we are using glassware, we are not sure it is calibrated properly or not. Sometimes what is happening after completion of this experiment, students are coming, so result is not coming, result is not correct. So why we should not start? What glassware we have used, it is calibrated or not? If calibrated, this is working or not? Sometimes if you get different manufacturer, they are supplying different part of the instrument, but we have to check it is calibrated, it is correct working or not. And we can do the calibration in our laboratory. Daily we can do it. To sure what we are doing, our experiment is going correctly. Otherwise, in last, after wasting 2 days time, 1 day's time, 3 days, we are in duty, we are doubting, I think this is not correct, that is not correct. So we should start everything, check it is correct or not. So I'll discuss you calibration. I will one UV visual spectrophotometer, I will discuss how to calibrate in spectroscopic technique, a small equipment and one chromatographic instrument. And every student, they can do this calibration, etc. in their laboratory with very little chemicals. But we should know this knowledge how to do it. Calibration we will discuss. UV visual spectrophotometer. I think most of the laboratory having UV visual spectrophotometer. कितने लोगों के लेबोरेटरी में कितने लोग इसमें देखे हैं यूवी विजुअल स्पेक्ट्रोफोटोमीटर? I think this is a commonest machine available in each and every university, college or laboratory. But I think people are not calibrating daily. It required calibration. At least once in 6 months, it should be calibrated. And few parameters should be calibrated daily. First parameter will start. You see the 6 parameter, it should be calibrated baseline flatness. Second is spectrum bandwidth. What is the spectrum? It is mentioned, it is correct or not. Resolution power, proper peaks are resoluted or not. Stray light. When we are working in such a light, this light should not affect our experiment. It is affecting or not, we have to check it. Wavelength accuracy. What wavelength we are measuring, that is correct or not. Then photometric accuracy. These 6 parameters we have to calibrate for UV visual spectrophotometer, and it should be done. And you can do in your laboratory, not required big chemicals. बड़े बड़े इसमें कास्ट है न कुछ नहीं, केवल स्किल रिक्वायर्ड. You once you understand, you can do it. How to do? Baseline flatness. First you come, and this parameter should be you should do regularly when you are putting it on the UV visual spectrophotometer. First, you see baseline flat or not. When you put it on, immediately baseline will not come flat. So you leave it for at least 10 to 20 minutes. Then you check it. How to check it? You see this parameter. Start wavelength 200 and stop 1100. I am this giving entire wavelength, but if you want to work into 200 to 400, so you give the 200 initial and stop 400. Upper scale 0.005 and lower scale 0.005 minus. And scan it, put in the only air. No, nothing should be taken in reference and sample compartment. Air should be there. And scan this and take the spectrophotometer. It should be flat. You see, it is a flat, clear baseline. But limit should be plus minus 0.005 defined by British Pharmacopoeia as well as Indian Pharmacopoeia. Sometime instrument is not working, your engineer will tell, he will show you baseline is flat. What they will do, they will reduce the scale. They will show you 0.05. Or you come 0.01, then it will be flat. But standard guideline, it should be flat within plus minus 0.005. It is defined in our British Pharmacopoeia as well as in Indian Pharmacopoeia. If there is no noise between these, you can go for the sample analysis. If there is any noise beyond this limit, if coming, you have tuned the machine. You have to tune the machine for at least 1 hour. Then automatically it will come. Even though if it is not coming baseline flat, you call the engineer and tell they rectify the machine. If it will be not rectified, you should not record any spectra. If you are recording spectra, this is wrong. This is the instrumental problem, and unknowingly compound, you can report this is positive, negative. So, and this parameter should be done daily. It not required, it will take more than 15 minutes. You have to set up the scale and go for scanning, putting both the cuvettes, reference as well, sample compartment empty. Clear? Next parameter, a spectrum bandwidth. The supplier, they are claiming the spectrum bandwidth is less than 2 nanometer. And any UV visual spectrophotometer, if a spectral bandwidth less than 2 nanometer, it is good. But we should verify. It is there or not. कई लोग कह दिया इंजीनियर हम मान लिए 2 नैनोमीटर हमारा है मशीन का. हम चेक ही नहीं कभी करते कि एक्चुअली 2 नैनोमीटर है कि नहीं है, 1 नैनोमीटर कितना है. It is very easy to find out. They will not tell you how to find out, but you have to develop and you have to know. How you have to do? Scan the system in transmittance mode, start wavelength 652, stop wavelength 657. Beam mode, double beam or single beam, whatever available in your laboratory. In this case, D2 always it should be in on condition. And you will record the spectra, you will get the spectra like this. How to calculate? You see, this maximum peak is height, you divide into half of this. AB is the half of this. And find out the correspondence to CD, how much it is wavelength is coming. How to calculate? You see the EF, we have measured by you taking the scale, you measure EF 4.2, which is 1 nanometer. Then how much CD? CD will come 4.5. I have done this experiment. I have 4.5 and this will come 1.07, which is less than 1, which is less than 2 nanometer. Means our bandwidth is also correct. If it is less than 2 nanometer, you can go for the experimentation. If it is coming 2.1, 2.2, it can continue. But if it is coming 3, 4, means you have to check it. And you have to calibrate, you have to tune the machine, you have to call the engineer, whatever. But unless it is not correct, you should not start the experimentation. Third parameter, resolution power. Your peaks are resolving or not. When you are doing the experiment, what happened? 2-3 peaks will merge. So resolution also we have to check. And this parameter required daily, not required. You have to check it once in 6 months. This is guideline twice in a year. How to check? You see, you have to prepare 0.0828% toluene in hexane. You have to prepare this solution. This toluene should be very purified condition. It is not LR gate or AR gate. It should be spectroscopic gate chemical required, toluene and hexane both. And you prepare a solution 0.028% toluene. You take this solution in sample compartment and hexane should be taken in reference compartment. And this parameter, upper wavelength 275, lower 265, beam mode, double beam or single beam, any you can select. Scan speed you can change as per your requirement. D2 should be on. You will get 2 peaks, you see clearly 1 and 2. You have to find 2 is the maxima, 1 is the minima. Wavelength and absorbance, you see both this and find out the ratio of maxima and minima. If its ratio is 1.5:1, if it is greater than this ratio, means resolution power is also correct. Only one chemical you see required. It is available in toluene and hexane. By this, you can do the check this resolution power, your resolution of the spectrophotometer is correct or not. Wavelength accuracy. This is another important parameter. What wavelength we are measuring, that is coming correct or not. This is, we are measuring wavelength and absorbance. This is 2 parameter. So we have to check wavelength measurement, it is coming or not. There are 2 techniques, holmium perchlorate test and deuterium lamp test. Any one you can perform. Holmium perchlorate solution you have to purchase. It is earlier we used to prepare, but nowadays it is prepared solution available with Merck Sigma Aldrich. You can purchase and you can do. Second, if chemical is not available, deuterium lamp inside your UV spectrophotometer, you can check by this. How to check it? You see, holmium perchlorate solution you take in the sample compartment. Reference, you keep it empty and record the spectra by fixing this upper limit 570, lower wavelength 220, beam mode, double beam, single beam, any you can select. Scan speed, wavelength step, you should give the 0.1 nanometer and D2 on. You have to search 4 peaks. You see this 4 wavelength 241.15, 287.19, 361.5 and 5. You have to search these 4 peaks. If all these 4 peaks are coming, it is correct. And this peak should be, if it is below 400 nanometer, accurate plus minus 1 nanometer. And if more than 400, that should be accurate plus minus 3 nanometer as per Indian Pharmacopoeia and British Pharmacopoeia. Peaks will not come exactly. We are searching 241.15. It may come 240, 2.15, 240.15. Similarly, this peak should be searched with variation of plus minus 1 nanometer. But all 4 peaks should be there. And at that wavelength, only plus minus 1 nanometer variation should be there. If it is varying plus minus 2, plus minus only 537 peak 0.36, 536.30, it can be accepted with variation of plus minus 3 nanometer because it is beyond of 400 nanometer. This is also a Indian Pharmacopoeia guideline. It peaks below 400 nanometer plus minus 1 nanometer variation accepted. If it is above 400 nanometer plus minus 3 nanometer variation we can accept. So you see, when we have taken these 7 peaks we have got, but we have to not see all the 7. We have to find, see this only 4 peak, 241.15, 287.19, 361.50, and 536.3. These 4 peaks are available or not, because other peaks may come with impurity. And we have to only search these 4 peaks. So this test also we can perform by using holmium perchlorate test solution. Deuterium lamp, suppose this solution is not available in laboratory, so you can perform the deuterium lamp test. Deuterium lamp already exists in this air spectrophotometer, so without that you can also perform. How to do? You fix the parameter, upper wavelength 488 nanometer. This parameter is fixed, upper and lower. Lower wavelength 482, beam mode single or double, scan speed, and D2 always on. You will get 2 peaks, 1 and 2. And this you see, it should be measured in transmittance mode. 483.68, 100% transmission, and 486.15, you'll get the transmission 100. So by this also you can verify this wavelength accuracy. Now photometric accuracy, absorbance. We are measuring wavelength and absorbance. Absorbance, what we are measuring, that is coming correct or not. This is another parameter. And this in absorbance, British Pharmacopoeia and Indian Pharmacopoeia, they are defining variation should be 0.01 absorbance unit. Very less variation required in this absorbance unit. How to test? Another 2 tests you have to perform. Any one you can perform. Potassium dichromate solution you can prepare in laboratory and you can do, and potassium nitrate solution. Already prepared solutions are coming nowadays. Potassium dichromate, you have to fix this parameter. Upper wavelength 400 nanometer, lower wavelength 2 nanometer. Beam mode as by your selection, single double, anyone you can take. Deuterium should be on. And in this potassium dichromate, you'll get 4 peaks. 1, 2, 3, 4. All 4 peaks should be absorbed with accuracy of plus minus 0.01 absorbance unit. You see all this, how it is coming, 235.00, 257, 313, and 351. And absorbance should be corresponding to 235.74, it should be there, 257.86, 313.23, and 351, it should be 0.64. And this variation only plus minus 0.01 should be accepted. If it is higher than, suppose 0.02, coming, it will be not accepted. It required calibration. Sometime in court, putting technical person, they can ask, what is this? You show the calibration. You have calibrated your machine or not. So this, while calibrating photometric accuracy, you should be more careful because variation is very less, 0.01. Potassium nitrate solution, you have to prepare the potassium nitrate solution, different concentration, 0.355%, 0.710, and 1.065. 3 concentration potassium nitrate solution you prepare in water. Double distilled water, better you take ultra pure water if you are having the plant. Otherwise, HPLC grade water you also can use and prepare. Otherwise, impurity some time that will affect. And you take the spectra, giving upper wavelength 350 nanometer, lower wavelength 250. And whatever this machine, double beam, single beam available, anyone you can. So you have to, it should see the overlap. All the 3 percentage, 0.355, 0.710, and 1065, it should overlap. If it is not coming, then again it is problem. And this variation should be, again, it should be plus minus 0.01 absorbance unit. This is photometric machine I told you about UV visual spectrophotometer, 6 parameter. First parameter you should do daily. Other parameters you check once in 6 months. Or when you get time, you are free, you should feel, I should check out the machine which is working or not. This is a part of your forensic skilling and very important. Once you will do, you can make it habit and routine to do this parameters. Again, our GC head space. We are using GC head for this volatile material. Generally, forensic science people, they are using for the drunken driving in alcohol analysis case, methanol, ethanol, etc. But you can do the any volatile by using GC head space. And it is this machine is available in every forensic science laboratory. How to calibrate? Prepare a standard stock solution of ethanol. That ethanol should be 99.9% pure should be there. It is available with Merck or Sigma LDs. We should not take any chemicals less than the 99.9% less. If it is 98, 97, then you have to calculate accordingly. It has been calculated by 99.99% pure. We have to make this 790 per 100 ml. Why we are doing per 100 ml? Because in Motor Vehicle Act, it is defined blood alcohol concentration should be milligram per 100 ml. So we are calibrating the instrument like that. What is our legal requirement? We should go like this. For research purpose, you can calibrate milligram per ml, milligram per liter, microgram per liter, whatever you want. But in this, for legal purposes, it should be calibrated EMG per 100 ml. This solution we have to prepare by dissolving the suitable amount of the pure alcohol in 100 ml volumetric flask. Preparation of internal standard, we are using internal standard method. By dissolving it, this internal standard we are taking, and this we have to do. Preparation of calibration solution, different calibration solutions we have to prepare. Why we have taken 9.7? Because our legal limit is 30 milligram per 100 ml. So we should start at least less than that. So we have taken the solution 9.7 milligram per 100 ml, 19.8, 39.5, 79, 158, 316, and 632. We are not generally getting less more than 600, 500. So it is generally last one also not required. Sometimes we are only 316. This is you see the calibration graph, and correlation we are getting 999 4 times. If it is coming to at least 39, it should be there. So it is correct. And lot of cases, nowadays cases, the drunken driving cases has been reduced due to the government has increased the penalty, etc. Earlier it is used come by cases, but now it has been reduced. Method validation. Again, method validation required when we are validating any new methods. These parameters are essential: linearity, specificity, range, precision, accuracy, LOQ and LOD. This should be defined. Limit of detection and limit of quantification. Calibration of the small instrument, balances. In laboratory, balance is there, but nobody is checking the balance. It is measuring correct or not. It should be also, always we should calibrate. How nowadays the standard weights are coming? You purchase once this weight and you check by putting the 100 milligram, it is coming 100 milligram or not. So nowadays weight box are coming from 1 milligram to 100 milligram. Once you purchase it, I regularly check. By this, if your balance is correct, you can calibrate other equipment like micropipette. You have to calibrate. How to calibrate? Suppose if you are dying, pipette is 1 ml. You take 1 ml water, it should come 1 gram. You take the water, weigh, if it is coming 1 gram, means your micropipette is coming. You should not take 1 reading, you at least 10 gram, 10 microliter, it should be 10 gram. Similarly, you can calibrate burette, pipette. You take, if it is 100 ml measuring cylinder, it should come 100 gram. because water density 1. So if your balance is correct, then you can do this measurement and calibration, it is correct or not. Similarly, yes, you can do, you calibrate and draw the linearity graph and check one or twice sample, it is measuring same or not. Trace metal analyze. This also you can calibrate like this. Thank you. Any question regarding the calibration? I have not discussed, it required too much time for calibration to discuss the all machine. But one basic machine I have explained you, so you can do in our laboratory. Any doubt?
Any questions, please?
Okay, I think.
I have someone. You suggested that for the wavelength check of this source, that need to be done every time or initially only when we purchase it?
And it should be checked in after every 6 months, it should be checked. And baseline flatness should be checked daily. Otherwise, when you will get time, suppose no sample, nothing is there, you tell a student, you go and check all this machine are coming, working or not. But before sample, baseline should be checked. If baseline is not correct, means noise is coming, we will take the another sample. So at least we should check in twice in a year.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. That was very interesting and knowledgeful session. And we look forward to hear from you next time as well. Now I would like to request Dean ma'am to felicitate, sir. Please.
So much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now we will proceed for the lunch. There will be half an hour break for everyone. It is arranged in the student lounge. So all the guests and the okay, it is arranged in the officers' mess. Please, our student volunteers will guide you there, and we request all the participants and the guests to join us. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Huh? Okay, I would like to request you all to come back by 3:15. Okay, so 45 to 55 minutes time. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you back once again. So now we have with us another expert for the another talk, Dr. Rajiv Kiroti. Dr. Rajiv Kiroti, currently based in Pune, Maharashtra, India, holds the position of forensic DNA scientist at the Directorate of Forensic Science Services. He completed his education at Punjab University, Chandigarh, where he earned his doctorate of philosophy in population genetics from 2005 to 2010. Possessing a comprehensive skill set, Rajiv Kiroti sir excels in various domains crucial to his field, including life sciences, laboratory techniques, genetics, molecular biology, forensic analysis, DNA analysis, research methodologies, sciences, polymerase chain reaction, and data analysis. With his extensive knowledge and expertise in these areas, Rajiv Kiroti sir makes a significant contributions to the industry, particularly in the realms of forensic DNA analysis. His role involves applying his skills and expertise to analyze DNA evidence and provide valuable insights for forensic investigations. Working within the Directorate of Forensic Science Services, Rajiv Kiroti sir plays a crucial role in aiding law enforcement agencies and the justice system by providing accurate and reliable DNA analysis results. His academic background in population genetics equips him with a deep understanding of genetic principles, which he applies to interpret DNA data effectively. Rajiv Kiroti sir's dedication to his work and his proficiency in utilizing advanced laboratory techniques and molecular biology methods make him a valuable asset in the field of forensic science, contributing to the advancement of forensic DNA analysis techniques and enhancing the capability to solve complex criminal cases through scientific parameters. With this, I would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Kiroti sir on the dais to deliver his expert lecture, and I request you all to please join me in welcoming sir on the dais. Please give a huge round of applause. Okay. I will request Dean ma'am to felicitate sir.
It's really a privilege to have you here. And I just need this was great.
Please come, sir.
This works. And this is for changing the slide,
Yes, which is
right?
this.
Okay.
So,
Very good afternoon. Here on the slide, highlights. Now, hello.
Thank you for that nice praises you have hurled upon me. It's 30 years I'm in this field. And when I saw that this workshop is regarding skilling, so I thought that particularly technical lecture won't suffice. 30 years, no one told me what makes a good forensic scientist. But I thought when I got this opportunity, at least I should tell you people that what is a good forensic scientist, but what makes a good forensic. It's not a philosophy. I'm not going to tell you any philosophy. Okay. Philosophy also, see, if science is there, definitely philosophy is there. But try to avoid that. This is regarding removing some misconceptions. What happens in university? No? University will give you skills. They will teach you techniques. They'll give you lectures the way I have come over here. Very rarely, university has not played that role to remove misconceptions. And that is a major role which universities have to play. So this intention to came here. And that's why this specifically this particular topic, they have keep on delivering on DNA. And becomes very easy for me also, because every now and then I have to do the same thing. This was something new experiment for me also. I've tried my best. There are an umpteen number of slides here. Should that board will tell me, I will stop it. So if we talk about what makes a good forensic scientist. So you know the success mantra. You have seen this movie, Three Idiots. And everyone knows this mantra. Okay. It's not new. Don't chase success, follow excellence, and success will chase. Right? Then, but this mantra doesn't tell how to follow excellence. It says you follow excellence, but doesn't tell how to follow. But then we have another movie, Kung Fu Panda. I think you people are interested in movies. So I have a lot of movies with me today. Okay. So there is no secret ingredient, it's just you. A lot of meaning over there. Okay. So what makes a good forensic scientist? It's you. Okay. No one else will make you. Right? That is the message behind it. Now, I will ask you one question. When I said what makes a good forensic scientist, what will be your title? I want to see whether we are saying this thing, whether it's matching with me, what I have got it here for you. One by one, you can tell whatever comes to head. No need to worry. You just keep on telling me. I have a list. I'll see how many from that list is matching with your.
Who is the client?
Right. Some skills. Some skills. Brainstorming. Okay. Correct. Design. Mixed-mindedness. Okay. Common sense. Rational mind. Dedication. Honesty and integrity. Critical thinking. Innovation. Yeah, of course. See, when I was studying functional algebra, teacher was teaching me linear mathematics. So he said, things are possible. So complicated, it's a small and very complicated. So if you want to understand criminal law, of course you have to become criminal minded. Isn't it? So, yeah, better? Yes. Passion. Of course, passion you follow and you reflect excellence, isn't it? Yeah. Next. Of course. Okay. That's true. Now let me check. Critical thinking was there. Okay. Some diagnostic equipment, known to be computer proficiency, known to previous personal objectivity. We have these things. But we should know time 60 minutes. You want to become a forensic. I have that things. You should say. Not this. Time management and all of it. So it's required nowadays. And then you should know about legal process. This no one told. Okay. So this is what I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to emphasize those things because you know about these things.
I told you I have come here to remove some of the misconceptions. Okay, so I start with, and of course, this is also one important. Okay, attention to dictionary. And again, this is one from movie that there is no magic. In magic, it's all the difference. So again, a very important. The difference between something good and something great is attention to it. You can even become a great forensic scientist. I'm talking only about good. Right? So if you pay attention to details. But now question comes. I said, what makes a good forensic scientist? But first of all, what is forensic science? So we start from here. Why? I'm not going to define forensic scientist. I'll define it, but in a very different way, based on what has changed all these years when I joined and what it is today. Because it's a dynamic process, science. You cannot stick to one definition. Biology has a very good definition. It's green or riddles. It's biology. If it stinks, it is chemistry. And if it doesn't work, it is physics. The term forensic is defined as related to or dealing with application of scientific knowledge to legal problems. See, this is a Webster dictionary definition I've taken. But it doesn't hold good in today's system. It includes investigative activities performed in support of legal problems as well as development of testimony for use in the courts. Court flag. Right. We move from here now. From beginning, you see now, it was beginning with this particular science. And it was what hurts me. That who is defining forensic science? It was defined a law science profession and preferred the term criminalistics. It was a person. Okay? It was not a science, but a police technique or scientific method supporting the criminal. Locard himself, Locard, you have heard about. But he himself went in a very wrong way. It is not a science. And I come to that point later on, whether forensic science is a science. So it is not a science, but a police technique or scientific method supporting the criminal investigation. It was further improved, it went as a scientific policeman. So you are not scientists, but you are scientific police. And further improvement was by kind who said it is investigation science. Okay, some relief that we are not policemen. We are doing investigation. Now, again, this is you have seen this movie? You know, watching these movies? Now, what it says, your identity is your most valuable possession. Protect it. This is the Incredibles. Now, if you see all these definitions, where is our identity over there? So without identity, without any proper definition, what we are doing, sometimes we are policemen, sometimes we are investigating. How can we work? So first is we have to maintain our identity to become a very good forensic scientist. This is the message. And all this difficulty, why it has come, regarding definition itself. Science is defined by specialties rather than its object. Now you see what is happening. You have forensic biology, you have forensic serology, you have DNA, you have chemistry, you have toxicology, you have explosives, and you have so many other fields. When digital forensic came, you will be surprised. When drones are flying, now they want to make drone forensics. So, how science can be defined just because of any specialties? It doesn't work. I'll tell you later on. So just keep it in this vision. where I'm taking you. Start with a definition, you reach a particular point that what is being today, how science has been forensic science has been redefined. And just the bracket where you want to trace. And that is what was required from the beginning. That our object was trace. Our object was not any special, that you are forensic biologist, you are working on hair, you are forensic entomologist, and so on and so forth. So main thing is that we are trace elements. So many inventors who are not educated in forensic science, they gave their own opinion about forensics. Lawyers, statisticians, psychologists, everyone went on defining in their own way. And this has created a lot of harm, Many dimensions relevant to forensic science fail to define the discipline accurately. And that's why I put on this thing. This is from Albert Einstein's thing, that we should be our own guard. We should be on our guard not to overestimate science and scientific methods when it is a question of human problems. And we should not assume that experts are the only ones who are ready to express themselves in questions affecting the organization of society. No, I don't agree with this, You read, Einstein says, he gives freedom for everyone, where it comes to matter of society or people, organization, he says that everyone can interfere, anyone can deceive. Forensic science and its underlying models are too often defined or pursued through the lens of existing organization and structure. And this is what was happening. Okay? When forensic science is viewed from the eyes of legal profession, what is happening there? What is the difference with this, So, defining forensic science, we as a forensic scientists are very proud. We are proud to see ourselves take such important part in legal. We are proud that we are taking part in legal proceedings. The first issue concerns the illusion that scientists present evidence when they really provide opinion for the prosecution or for the defense as they were a party of the matter. Now this is a very problematic. So, you are providing opinion. When they start defining forensic science, you become party to this thing, which will not happen. And you must have seen when people will start going to the court, you will realize one day when you take your opinion or you take your report, you will start behaving like an advocate. And this happens because when you generate a report, by hook or by crook, you want to somehow convince the judge that you are guilty. Your report has no errors. Your report is the final thing. It's a judgment. You become advocate over there. You are not supposed to become advocate. And this all problems why they have cropped in, because so many players into the field. It's okay to become advocate, they go with the report. They become targets of attack from opposing party because you are not lawyers, you are not legal, you don't know, but these legal people then attack you. So last I will tell you that what your report is, how you have to present a report, it also becomes a part of what the forensic scientist is. These things are missing clear answers. Right? Last one you see, presenting evidence for one side leads scientists to make fallacious arguments about interconnection. Whether you become biased and you start giving fallacious reports because you have not brought up in an environment like other scientific fields where it is very easy to convey your messages. See, a scientist can understand scientists, but do you think a lawyer can understand you? A policeman can understand you? So this is the additional burden on forensic scientists, that he has to deal with lay persons. And what happens is that it leads to fallacious arguments and fallacious reports. Okay. Now a question comes. I will define now later on what is forensic science. After telling all these things, when we are having legal people defining and so many others coming into picture, is forensic science a science? And you won't believe, for past 30 years, those people who are working with me or wherever I was going, I don't know whether you people discuss all these things. People were asking, but really we are doing science, or we are just applying some principles, fundamentals of some other science in our laboratory. So this question arises because of that one. Now, this is very interesting. Whether forensic science is very much dependent on state of mind, you know. How you take it. The question arises, what is scientific about forensic science? If forensic science is a state of mind, whether a particular individual is behaving, scientists can be determined the mental process and his actions and words. So how we are going to judge whether a person is a forensic scientist? If it is a state of mind. Okay. But I come with the answer. When I'm raising the doubt, I'm not asking you to tell me what forensic science is a science. You come with the answer. Answer with evidence. Because it has become a habit now that I talk in terms of evidence. So what makes forensic science a science at all? See, indisputable fact that science is, you know, science is based on observations, it is based on experiments, and it is based on measurements. Someone told me observations. So definitely it is there. You have to observe. The most essential characteristics of scientific technique is that it proceeds from experiment, not from tradition. Experimental method of mastery is difficult. The difficult one for most implementary. And science of one generation has already become the tradition of the next. Now you see again about forensic science is a science. Because all measurements, everything is there. Now question comes whether is it an exact science? There is science, no doubt. Because we do all measurements, observations, experiments we are doing. But whether is it exact science? You would ask what is exact science? What is exact science? Any one of you? No.
Based on facts.
Yeah. Physics, so experimental science. Is it exact science? Yeah, now you have come to the point. exact science, whether it is basic science, it is no others. Okay. Now you see, physics is an exact science. There is no room for anything else. Chemistry equal as which it's no history. Value that's exact. If it's well exact, it will be cheap. So the difference is no science is exact, you know. You see the answers. Unless there is a in the previous approximations in chemistry, systems moving physical exactly level, there is no many physics. Because that we start as a science, we feel that lectures, science can proceed well. That is will definitely will. So this question is whether forensic science is exact science now. This is still meaning in forensic science. Let us see. Forensic science, whether it's science or dramatized fiction. Whether forensic science is 2 plus 2 3. So this one we have seen our slides. Now there are misconceptions. This is what I told you. I've come here to remove from this concept. When I talk about exact science, how many of you are here from biology field? All of you are from biology. And you are in DNA also. Every now and then you hear DNA lectures. What they say? Gold standard. Have you heard the word gold standard? They say DNA is a gold standard. And there is nothing like DNA. If DNA matches, means guilty. Isn't it? But is DNA science also an exact science? Is fingerprint an exact science? Tell me. Don't shy me. Maybe I will also learn from you. Because I have to improve the slides. This is my first thing. I'll get some feedback. How many of you know fingerprints? What is doing fingerprinting?
Some kind of science.
No, I'm not asking about science. What exactly you do need? What are you seeing? What exactly you are seeing in when you are comparing two fingerprints? How many? Right, 16. So is it unique? Actually, how do I see that? So these things. And one of the basic approaches to forensic scientists is to challenge you. Why are you not challenged? Same thing, problem comes with DNA. You see 8 points in DNA, we are doing 30 points. But DNA is not exact enough. There was a time when they were reporting DNA based on 7 points. Today they have reached at 30 points, 35 points, 40 points. It means there is a problem. So it cannot be exact science, isn't it? So you have to challenge these things. How will you challenge? with some empirical study. This you have to perform in your lab. These are the things which you have to take as a research. Last line we read, the misconceptions are that arise from the idea that science can be detached. Now, what is happening in science basically? Now, for example, we are doing fingerprint, you say 7 points are matching or 8 points are matching. But where is human judgment in that? Can you detach human judgment from these things? When you are reporting? And that is where importance lies over here. You are just following SOPs, standard operating procedures, And standard operating procedures, what you do, they will make you technician. They won't make you scientist. They'll kill your analytical, critical thinking. And then if you kills your critical thinking, you cannot become a good forensic scientist. So every science, whether it's physics, chemistry, biology, it's all approximation. And when it is approximation, we have errors, isn't it? And that is how it moves, that how to rectify these errors, take it to minimum level. But even if you remove all the errors, you feel that it becomes exact? Never. And that's why in my last few slides I will show you that why today also we are studying statistics. You study statistics also, it's there in your curriculum. Even today, when we talk about DNA matches and all those things, why we talk about probability when it is exact? That also I'll tell you what's so happening. So these few slides are the journals things in the sense they just tell you technology and procedure are discussed, and then very much essential in forensic science. We use techniques, technology is there, everything is there. The forensic science remains undefeated. It has not been defeated. And if there are confusions that what exactly is forensic science. Okay. You just see over here. If confusions are there, you have to find solutions, you have to find answers. That where exactly we can place the forensic science. So whether which model fits in. See, if you understand this only, you'll be able to judge or you'll be able to understand the next part of my lecture. Whether forensic science is a material science. There are so many similarities. What are the similarities? There also materials be examined, and here also there are metals, ceramics, polymers, which normally physics people do, isn't it? Isn't it? So whether it is very close to this material science. You do glass, you do hair examination. It's a material science. Or whether forensic science is a medical science, or very close to whether it fits into the particular model of medicine. Right? Because medicine is a science of uncertainty and an art of probability. Because doctor, if you go speeches, he does everything under uncertainty example. symptoms. And forensic science also we see symptoms, isn't it? And if nothing's found, then you see, we can't find anything wrong with you. So we are going to treat you for symptom deficit disorder. So on one hand, you keep on doing exercise. And later on, you say that no common poison was detected. So whether it is medicine, this remains to be answered. Or whether forensic science is epidemiology. Right? You know epidemiology? It is epidemiology. What is it? Population based? Population based study. It's population study only, but mostly related to disease. Mass is. So what happens is that if you see certain symptoms, it's population. Or that population, for example, you see certain mosquitoes, population is increasing. So you say that malaria is going to come. How do you predict that? Because mosquito population is directly related with malaria. And that is specific mosquito. If viral load is going above in the population, you say that that is the insect that is going to change. So that 54 cases which is not there. COVID also same thing happened. So these are epidemiological studies. And in forensic also see where we have similarity, not in a given negative these things. This similarity comes when we go to crime scene. So crime scene investigation has been compared with epidemiology. But mostly in our laboratories, what is happening that there are no crime scene forensic scientists. Everyone at any time you want, you can take G. But they are not brought up that way. That how one should treat them. It should be reasoning. So they are there. So now, whether it is multi science, whether it is medicine science, whether it is epidemiology, or whether it is historical science. And this is what exactly is very interesting over here. You just read the thing that when experimental scientists study regularities among the types of events, historical scientists investigate particular past events. I'll give you an example also over here. So they also use traces, historical science. And in very interesting case, I go to that slide first so that you can understand. Yeah. You know what is smoking gun? What is smoking gun evidence? Don't. If you go for interview, I'll ask you next time. Do you know extinction of dinosaurs? So what is smoking gun evidence? You just read this. The term smoking gun is a reference to an object or fact that serves as a conclusive evidence of a crime or similar act just short of being caught in flagrant delicti. Means immediately if someone is catching that. You read Sherlock Holmes. This is smoking gun. In Sherlock Holmes, I remember that particular story. There is a mention about smoking pistol. That when Sherlock Holmes goes at the crime scene, he's having a person over there from whose pistol smoke is coming. So immediately he catches this person has shot him. for the victim. So instantly he is getting that particular sense and completely evidence of. So what happens exactly? The phrase came from idea that finding a very recently fired gun on the person of a suspect wanted for shooting someone would in that situation be nearly unshakable proof of having committed the crime. Okay. So instant evidence that gun smoke is coming out. Okay. See, this is that thing. So the adventure of Glorious. If you read this reference will come out. Now I come to the research. Because this is very important. This is what forensic people have to do. Now we know that for dinosaur extinction, there were so many hypotheses. How dinosaurs got extinct? Have you read about extinction of dinosaurs? No? You have read, but you have forgotten. Okay. What was that? They said that it is a climate change. They said it can be extensive volcanism. It can be pandemic, some disease. Evolutionary senescence. No, I won't go with this. What is senescence? So leaves they fall because of senescence, aging. So that they die because of this, and that is why somewhere if you read nucleic, one book is there, nucleic acids, and in that book it is written every species has to become extinct, and for human species the clock is running. That is all because of evolutionary senescence. But before that, you will become great forensic scientists. You don't have to worry. Okay. Supernova, meteorite were all the possible causes which were considered for dinosaur extinction. So in 1988, this scientist Alvarez, he found high concentration of iridium in the KP-PG boundary. What is that? Cretaceous Paleogene extinction event boundary. These are the stones. Why it is not shown on that? Oh. Now this boundary is between the stones. There is a lot of iridium. And where from iridium will come on the earth? That was a very important question. So it was because of meteorites. And it can be an asteroid. So that was the conclusion drawn from this. So this is smoking gun evidence. Iridium. So now you can understand that how it is very close to forensic science. This is how we also, when we go for examination, when we found some evidence, we have to think in that way, that what are these traces? So I am coming to that point now, traces. Defining forensic science in a much better way, rather than legal science, or science, or policeman science, or whatever. Okay. Right? So what we have done, we have checked with each and every discipline in which model the forensic science fits. Based on this, what we can do is, we can take forensic science very close to, because earlier we raised the question that whether forensic science is a science. So definitely forensic science is a science. We have evidence now that our procedures, our methods are almost similar. So one by one, I've just given brief these things that we have compared with historical science and shows essential difference between experimental science and the historical science. This comparison highlights the importance of abduction. Now I'll come to this reasoning also. Because someone told reasoning is required. So what sort of reasoning is required in forensic science? So basically smoking and evidence. It was objective reasoning. You people have Sherlock Holmes. Have you seen Sherlock Holmes' book? What sort of reasoning is there basically? When he goes to crime scene, how he comes to a particular conclusion? Huh? No, what sort of reasoning he applies over there? Observation is not reasoning. Advocate? What other reasonings are there then other than that? Yeah? Okay. You have to you say that Sherlock Holmes applies adjective. Is you too? You too. Okay. Okay, and still this is not very important one. The most important issue is that since we have compared with all the things, historical science, medical science, everything, how can we conciliate the roles of forensic scientists? Because I am very much against, as I told you in the beginning, that I don't want that forensic scientist should be forensic biologist or forensic chemist or forensic toxicologist. There should not be any boundaries. So how found and conciliate the various roles of forensic scientists? How we could conciliate these roles? Which we have, that is compartmentalization. You know. Everything is, you have forensic biologists, they don't venture into chemistry. So for that, your examination, the object of examination should be same. Otherwise, you will further keep on diversifying. And the diversification is not going to help. Because you are going away, you are becoming specialists, no doubt. But you are not becoming forensic scientists. Okay? So, now we build our definition, as I started in the beginning, around traces. And this has happened in 2019. Why it has happened? Why traces came into picture again? As long as it was going okay, everyone was defining their own way. Why suddenly this broad definition was required? You know, suddenly there is a cyber forensic field which has developed. Now, where do you place this cyber forensic? Whether cyber forensic is a forensic science? And what are the examination? What we are going to conduct on that thing? What sort of analysis? Whether it is a comparison science, again, you examine mobile data, you collect data, you retrieve data, you store data. So this particular thing regarding traces came into picture again when suddenly cyber forensic came into picture. Or digital forensic came into picture. All those and not so many other things. So avoid confusion caused inconsistent terminology across the forensic. There was confusion. I was told when I asked you a question, you also similarly were confused. that what is forensic science and what is exactly what we have to examine. And separate labels naming the core forensic process from the terminal used by different foreigners to describe that process. Now, what was happening? Forensic biology is defining forensic science in their own way. Chemistry people were defining in their own way. Right? Based on their process, based on their results, and based on their conclusions. But that is not the way, because traces are the fundamental objects of study in forensic science. Whether it can be blood traces or it can be any materials. Whereas trace is a vestige left from a past event or activity. If this activity comes criminal, it cannot be criminal also. Right? And already you know this. When you join forensic science, everyone tells you that every contact leaves a trace. Surprisingly, I told you that man who did this definition leaves a trace in forensic science. It's a first technology, he said. And she makes up something. Now, trace in any modification subsequently observed or to find There is a modification. Isn't it? So, trace is not an option. Trace can also be a modification. So, we are broadening our meaning. So, these last two lines are there because it might come. Communicable objects in place when their occurrence in relation to forensic inquiry is the consequence of an event. Mobile device, identifier, positive responsive, or DNA transfer we are immutable objects. The modification set an entity in an event or an element itself, its nature can be physical or virtual. Okay, these are the statements of the now, this we have decided what is the object in forensic science, and we say it's a trace. Now we use the definition of forensic science in a very new way. We see this definition. Forensic science addresses questions potential across all forensic disciplines. And discipline is now. So the process of questions are addressed using specific core forensic processes. Response processes, you know very well. Authentication, identification, classification, reconstruction, and evaluation. Now, the systematic and coherent set of traces questions of authentication, identification, classification, reconstruction, evaluation for legal context. Now, this is a complete and new definition. Nowhere it says it's a police science or it's a legal science. No. It is a leadership context. That is not a legal science. It's for investigation, it is police science. Okay. So, now what is systematic? I told you that systematic and coherent study are very important things. Okay. The term systematic explanation encompasses empirically supported research, controlled experiments, and repeatable process led to the tests. Now, to attention to one point, because as the next discussion about research. So this definition, in earlier definition, there was no research. See, it's a science, it's a legal science, and all this. So what for you any research when there was no research definition in where it was not defined itself? But this particular definition says that empirically supported research, controlled experiments, and repeatable procedures output traces. So what is empirical? Scientific. Isn't it? Where measurements are there. Is it? Is it? And what is proven? Reasoning and method. So we come to points from this definition. Research and reasoning. Because you know, reasoning you forensic. Before that, we come to research. Now, same thing. I've just repeated over there. Now, holistic definition, wherever it is a traced focus practice. Now, what is a practice? Traced focus practice. Now, this traced focus practice, we don't have to define forensic biology, sociology, chemistry, and all this. Anyone can do anything if he is interested in traces. That is the way of harmonizing, you know. We have, with this definition, we have harmonized certain things. And it is good. That is what I feel. It was required. We are being astray. We are not nowhere. We are being labeled in a very different way, you know, which was not neither for our development, neither for our progress, not for our progress. The value of forensic science as a whole is that it uses scientific reasoning and process to address questions specific to an event or a case for legal context, to provide decision makers with trustworthy understanding of traces. See again, in order to help them make decisions. Now, who is making decisions? No? So that's why you have become advocate then. This is decision.
Give up opinion.
Now it's whether we give opinion, whether our report is a finding, whether it is a conclusion, whether it is an opinion. What is it means? Whether it is a decision.
What are the senior?
Is there any difference, madam, between findings and conclusions and
Language of playing, I guess. So,
I say the blood group found on this exhibit was A positive. Whether it is finding or it is opinion or it is a conclusion. Then what will be opinion and what will be conclusion if it is finding?
So it's what it wants. This is what action. But in case of we are seeing that this is a they they'll invite this is a they're not a finger that should
I'll come to this. Okay, this you people know very well. Reasoning process in forensic science to be a discipline must employ scientific reasoning, no doubt. And but major question is that this form follows one particular reasoning which is deductive. Okay, now the question is what we should follow. Deductive, principal, or deductive. You will see in these things. Before that, these are the reasoning models. And it clearly defines what is deductive. Deductive means you start with hypothesis. Okay. In forensic science, we start with hypothesis. Now, for example, a paternity case is coming to you. Those who are working in DNA. Do you make any hypothesis over there? What hypothesis you make? Yeah, what is not hypothesis? We make two hypotheses, rather than one in paternity. Null alternative. So what is null hypothesis and paternity case?
So can be father can what about gender?
No, the police quickly brings secrets, isn't it? They bring secret function to change. The way that which brings into this see the person comes to the field and just uses hypothesis. So the person would depend. If one is playing in because some this thing is there. Like making hypothesis after doing hypothesis. And when we are doing hypothesis is very different from what they will do for the reasoning, Hypothesis is there, Like null hypothesis over there. Null hypothesis gives a picture on after we have performed analysis. From the DNA match. You're getting my point. When there is a DNA match, we go for null hypothesis. Why? Because we want to go with two hypotheses, one for prosecution and one for defense. When it is a match, if it is a non-match, we don't go for any hypothesis. We directly say that it's excluded. But once you go with a match, we have to go to court. And here comes the point. When I say that we have done analysis with 30 DNA markers, that is 30 points. Even after match, there is a doubt. What is the doubt? That this person is not the father, someone else can be father. And is this doubt good or bad?
It's good.
We cannot be exact. Having doubt, we cannot be exact. Why the doubt is there?
But for development of policies, and so things like this is the level of error we have. He will try to
We are framing hypothesis over there because we don't want to become a prosecution scientist. If you go and directly tell it's matching, sir, you hang him. You can hang him. It's matching for 30 points are matching. We become a prosecution scientist. But we make hypothesis. We give equal chance, fair chance to defense. He is the biological father. But what is the probability that someone else is the biological father? So that is alternate hypothesis. And we calculate. We calculate likelihood ratio, odds ratio. I'll come to that point also. Okay. Now, you are familiar with these terms, so I will go a bit fast because I am having plenty of slides. I have to cover in 1.5 hours. You are familiar with these terms? Now, I'll give it very clearly. See, now that hypothesis is different, deductive reasoning. What is that? There is chain of arguments over there. If A then B, if B then C, therefore if A then C. It's a very clear one. And I'll give an example also. If you don't stop for fuel soon, you will run out of the fuel. If he runs out of the fuel, then he will lose the race. Therefore, if he doesn't stop for fuel, he will be out of the race. So this is the deduction. Do we follow these things in forensic? You have no reasoning. When you see anything, you can tell me which is very close to this. See now here. What is the question? It can be done in closed set of situations. And what is closed set? Fibers recovered from a crime scene. We are not talking about fiber recovered from anywhere. Okay. Now, in the investigation, the police brings you the fiber. Okay. And what is the data? You should have a database for this. When you are having some digital reasoning you want to work. And what is the chemical composition of all types of man-made fibers in the world? So you need a database. And what you do, the fiber which you have got as an evidence, you have to compare with the database. You should perform analysis on GC mass and all those things. Chemistry people. You should survey. How are going to analyze it? Right? And you actually that these things. There are some things there. How is the showing chemistry? So it is ridiculous, isn't it? And what is the information required in there? So each type has different composition. If you are having a database should be similar one. We should have a different composition. But it's only to conclusion that there is a composition with this. Now in genetics, when you say we have a database, those who are working or those who will work in future, they will ask you don't take samples of relatives in database. Isn't it? When we are making DNA database for our normal statistical analysis, allele frequency database, we normally say that don't take close relatives because we want DNA of distinctive composition. So same thing over here. That information, whatever you are having in a database, should be of distinctive composition. Then only you can go for match or non-match. Otherwise, it will be very difficult. You cannot come for any deduction over. So, what are the requirements over there? Analysis procedures that invariably are correct and analysis properly conducted. And these are very important things. Now, this is what is there in your hand, the analysis properly conducted. And here your role becomes very important. Otherwise, you have whatever sort of things with you, a good instrument, a good database. If you are not analyzing properly, these are all errors. And errors are what errors are going to do? A very drastic changes. And after this, the analyst can then deduce with certainty the type or class of fiber. In this case, opinion is categorical statement. What is categorical statement? What is categorical statement?
No. For this category, there are only two categories, yes or no. So it's a categorical statement means yes, it is same fiber. No, it is not that fiber. Yes. But you think in our forensic, generally we have categorical statements. In DNA, that's what I was asking. When you people are talking that DNA is a gold standard, but the DNA report is a categorical report. If it would have been a categorical, I would have said why there was a need for hypothesis then. Why I came to this thing that okay, you have say that even if 30 points are matching, you are not able to tell that this is the biological father. You are relying on some database. And you have to say that okay, we give chance to defense and some other person also can be father. But we calculate likelihood ratio. And what this likelihood ratio says? The person which policeman has got is more likely to be father compared to the random person. Getting my point? Is it your understanding? Have you need examples for that? Your understanding? So same thing, it's a graphical those things. I just won't go into it. Just differentiates between and into reasoning. Okay. And where this particular things are used in this also the table shows that thing that research when you are doing context, what is context? We are doing research. Then we form hypothesis. Then we test the hypothesis and we establish generalized theories. So these are all work which we do normally. And again, basically when we are doing forensic science, what happens is that we do reasoning, but we rely on a lot of things, we rely on premises. And what are the premises? About the knowledge. Now, database is a premise. We cannot directly go for any reasoning. Without database, you cannot go. So we have to rely on the premises. Okay. Now, again, one more point when we are telling exclusion is a categorical statement. Yes or no? Exclusion is a categorical statement. Only when inclusion comes in forensic science, we are not able to categorize. No black and white when match is there. In anything, not only DNA, fingerprint matches, there is 7 point. He might be reporting or his laboratory might be reporting that it's a match. But then he's wrong. You cannot go for yes or no sort of. Okay. Exclusion you can do with certainty. Inclusion is always uncertain. Okay. This is what this slide tells. The opinions expressed by forensic scientists are inherently uncertain. Forensic scientists can never know with full certainty whether the outcomes of their analysis are representative of ground truth. This is because scientific opinions are necessarily formed using inductive reasoning process as above. So in forensic science, it is inductive reasoning. That's why. And what is inductive? See the pattern. 85% students of the high school are colorblind.
Alan is one of the student there. So Alan is probably colorblind. Can we say that if 85% are colorblind, can we say with certainty that Alan is colorblind? Alan is one student over there. We can probably read colorblind because 85%. So it is something like, I think, meteorology, you know. It will rain, but it doesn't rain. This is rain, it rains. You have some chance of thunderstorm with 99% chance when so this sort of things are there. And when we are relying on it to how can our confidence be certain? And that's when it is support of database, definitely not. Okay. So reasonable probability is the only certainty for forensic science. Just remember this. It's a very important message. A reasonable probability is the only certainty. So all your reports in forensic science will be reasonable probability. There will be no certainty. Okay, this. And when we are reporting, for example, now it comes into picture. Which is a problem with forensic science particularly. We know all these things. But whether the judge knows who takes decision based on our report. When we form certain things, we say that okay, 99% these things or 99% this particular person is a father. The 99% this fingerprints, there is a similarity. Whether when we use this thing, uncertainty, how court is taking those things, that becomes very important. How much they understand. So let's skip these things. Bayesians, I think it will take time for you to understand Bayes' theorem over it. Because we are using a regular DNA profile. You know about Bayes' theorem? Bayes' probability. It's a conditional probability. Bayes' probability. Let's skip it because I think it will be. In this probability, we have some prior probabilities. Then posterior, from prior probabilities, we calculate posterior probabilities. A person who has been brought as a culprit, what are the things, what is the probability? Prior, what is the probability of that? He has been brought as a culprit. What is judgment? Because there is some other evidence against him. Police directly doesn't come to forensic lab. Or you think that only that evidence they are using? Forensic evidence. They are having other evidences with them. And based on the evidences, you have prior probability. What particular person they are bringing to the lab and saying, you test whether he is the biological father of this child or not. Why they are not catching me and taking? Tell me. Can they? No. Any case I am asking. What sort of evidence circumstances? We get paternity cases. The police comes with the case. He brings one person, a suspect. Why not that person? Why not everyone? Okay.
if the police have seen that, mostly those people are random cuts.
So that is prior probability, isn't it? Okay, this one. So that Sherlock Holmes, already I gave example. I will go for certain things which are very important for you. Yeah. So this fits, though we go for inductive reasoning. Objective reasoning is very important. And this is my 46 series. We should go for every. You know what is ABC principle? It says that assume nothing, do nothing, check everything. ABC. Then this is basically. You go to a crime scene, you don't assume anything, you know. That's why they say police and say you will take you. One day when you become scientist, they will take you once you join lab. Then you come with me, there is a suicide. And you assume it is a suicide. And you go to crime scene as if it is a suicide. And then you come to the lab and you go in that way and you say it's a suicide. So assume nothing, believe nothing, don't believe in police people. Challenge and check everything. Because suicide, it can be homicide also. So induction, what we call this? Abduction is very important. Right? So this things which I'm telling you, it fits if you are thinking in this way. Now, when I was defining forensic science, there came one thing that systematic, one term was there, systematic. Okay. Empirically supported research, controlled experiments, and repeatable procedures. This definition already I told. Now question comes, because you people are here, it's in university. You will go to lab. What will miss you? What will miss in labs? Tell me. Boyfriend or girlfriend? What will miss in labs? The slide is there in front of you. Yeah? Yes. Who told that? And this slide I have made not for you, you are from university. But since it was a workshop on skilling, I have not understood the word skilling till now. Whether skilling helps you in the court, his court judge is going to ask you how much skilled you are. Is research important from court point of view? From that perspective, if you take, whether your PhD degree matters? Is research needed? Why? Huh? No? No. You say that it has no impact. It is, I said, it is missing from laboratories. It might be there in universities because universities have to go with academics. So whether in forensic science research is needed, that's what I'm asking, why it is needed. then one question will come. If you are telling for new methods of examination, do you think that way? Do you think? You think? Once you are in the lab, will you think it should be? I say yes, it is needed. I say it is needed not only in universities, it is needed in labs also. I thought some people will be from labs. No one is from lab. All are students only. Okay, I know that. But you are not a regular employee over there. No. You are from lab. But what is happening? You know, the culture itself is gone in laboratories. And it's very, what I feel is that disturbing. That when you come to the lab and you don't have research culture over there. So even I'm doing a forensic, I'm not at that CSR labs, ICMR labs. Once you come to forensic lab, what is happening? So I say it's needed, certainly needed. Because I said forensic science till now has never grown. It was always within the legal context. As I told in the beginning, I told you all this. That was my purpose to tell you that why it is being defined by people who is not from forensic science field. And that's affected and it has definitely harmed the culture, research culture. It is not the full discipline, it's own, there is no territory for forensic science. So that's why it's not developing like other level CSR where some sort of research is going on. Maybe it's a basic, I don't know very big research that they're coming out, IITs or all this. And now, when we talk about science, because your core area is science, as I told you, we have accepted forensic science as a science. And then, can you think science without research? So, research is required. And research is lifeblood of science and a critical organ with forensic science body. So, you cannot imagine forensic science without research. And research should not be just limited to few universities or institutes. It should come to the laboratory. But what is the problem? What makes a great forensic scientist? What makes a good forensic scientist? The problem is that people are there, and some people must be there here also. They start thinking, I'm not cut out to be a researcher. Right? Now, you know what is 404? When you switch on computer, hard disk not found. Is it? So I'm not cut out to be a researcher. That is fed here, like an error. And that's why it's not propagating in laboratories. I'm not cut out to be a researcher. What do you think is a good researcher? Some people have this happening, that they don't get results. There are many people who join research, but they leave it. They don't enjoy that. They don't have interest left in that particular work. It happens. There can be so many reasons, but one of them can be that they're not getting good results. But see that thing, research is 99% failure. So if you think that way, you are successful. You don't have to think. that I'm not cut out to be a researcher or I'm not successful. And success rate is good on projects with well-established methods. And do you think in forensic science, when we are here, we should always work on well-established methods? No. Because we are working with reasoning, and if you don't have reasoning, if you have reasoning, why you want to work with established methods? You said 7.8 points, you agreed with fingerprints. Why? These are some different things. Not only success. They say that we are not able to troubleshoot, so we cannot do research. Or a problem we are not able to solve. And they say that we are having so many of these things when we want to do research. Think out of the box. I'm also telling you, think out of the box. Why you are thinking, why you want to work on only established methods? But what does it mean? Don't think, people say that don't think out of the box. That is not correct. Just get rid of the box itself. So this is one point. Getting rid of the box is not thinking out of the box. Right? See, good laboratory hands is required. When we say that you want to become an expert, you need good laboratory hands. You cannot become good molecular biologist until you are good with instruments, equipments, and so on. So many things over there. Preparing solution. Good hands are required. Okay. So there are some attributes, some qualities which make you research and make you. As I told, good question that will change the methods. Okay. See, people will say that I cannot ask good questions. What can be good question? It's a good question after all. Asking good question, ask question. Question should not be big. And you can proceed with that. Because failure rate is 99%. So even if you ask small question, it will be failure. Even a big question you ask, it is going to be failure. But that doesn't mean that you stop research. Right? Question need not be big. Coming up with using methods in different ways can also be the research. So that is all. I just move with these things. Okay. Why research is important? Another thing. See, we are in a society, basically. Okay. And this last line is very important. Society comprises of owners and recipients of new information.
Sir.
Time is over?
Yes.
I'll just speed fast.
Yes.
Another 10 minutes.
5 minutes, sir.
Yes. So new information we have to generate and we have to pass on. So that is our role as a forensic scientist. This is also our role doing research because we have to generate new information and pass on. Okay. And when you work in the laboratory, there will be people who will let you know. कुछ नहीं आता. So see, I got from movie things are about you. And what is the thing in that? Don't let anyone make you feel like you don't deserve that what you want. Okay. So this is important thing which you should have in your mind when you go for research, because there will be obstacles. And there's another movie, The Pursuit of Happiness. Have you seen this movie? Have seen? And there is a dialogue in that: protect your dream, chase successfully, relentlessly. Okay, recognize your opportunities. Right? So this is important if you want to become a researcher. And this movie I've seen, Once Upon a Time in Mumbai. उसमें डायलॉग है, देखो, रास्ते की परवाह करूंगा तो मंजिल बुरा मान जाएगी, है ना? तो रास्ते की परवाह नहीं करनी है. Someone is doing research, like अरे इजी जॉब मिल रहा है, क्यों रिस्क लेना है रिसर्च करके? तो लाइफ में सबसे बड़ा रिस्क होता है कभी कोई रिस्क न लेना। ये मूवी देखा है बर्फी? डायलॉग सुना है ना, लेकिन कहाँ लगाना वो पता नहीं था। ठीक है ना? ओके। And some have their own views, they think that as a forensic scientist, as I told you, I don't have to be a researcher. So laboratory में भी ये culture आ गया अभी, नहीं, I just some say that I don't have time to do research because they are overloaded with caseworks. So once you come to lab, this will be common situation, There will be exhibits for you, and you will just keep running with no time. But what's the point in doing cases if you are not motivated to think? Even casework when you are doing, you have some motivation, and research provides motivation. Now here comes the point. Why you have to do research? It provides motivation. Okay. Another thing what is happening in forensic laboratories, once you join a lab, you come into the comfort zone. अरे नौकरी मिल गई, इसका छोकरी मिल गई, शादी हो गई, so comfort, कोई रिसर्च नहीं करना. So there is thing, eat, health, start doing nothing. Culture is there in forensic laboratories, but don't for eat first time. See the energy one. Venture outside your comfort zone, the rewards are what? ये मूवी देखा है किसी ने? नहीं देखा, रेपेंजल देखा है ना उसमें डायलॉग? नहीं है? तो ये चीजें सोचने वाली है. There is no growth in the comfort zone, but there is no comfort in the growth zone. So if you want to go to growth zone, forget about the comforts. Then you can become a great, good forensic scientist. And even if problems are there, just keep swimming. Right? Keep swimming, keep swimming. The major problem is that we have lost our curiosity. To become a good forensic scientist, what is important is curiosity. And this is universal phenomenon. It's not that you people or I have lost. Because there is scientific business. This movie you have seen, Dennis.
Dennis the Menace.
Dennis नहीं देखा?
Yes, sir.
Dennis the Menace.
Yes.
Cartoons तो पढ़ते हैं हम. Mr. Wilson है वो. And this boy keeps asking questions. And he says that I'm only around 5 years. And there's a lot of stuff I don't know. So how curiosity is maintained at the age of 5 only, up to 5 or up to 10, when we are child, we are curious. And with age, curiosity fades for everyone. And those who are able to maintain curiosity, even after growing old, they are good forensic scientists. Now you don't ask me whether I am old and I am maintaining curiosity. Okay. The loss of curiosity is not a function of aging, but a learned fear of knowledge. Though that aging it goes, it is not because of aging, it is because of fear. So maintain your curiosity, you become a good forensic scientist.
Sir.
Keep wondering, keep exploring. Okay. Major thing, even in being in universities, those who are doing research, they don't write, they don't publish. Why? They say that I cannot write. Have you seen this movie? And what it says? Anyone can cook. In this movie, rat is a chef. You know that? And rat cooks. So anyone can become cook. So what I say that everyone can write and everyone has to publish. Because without publishing, you are not a researcher, you are not a forensic scientist. There are misconceptions. Just last one, madam, or just last two slides. This is about experience. They say that experienced person is a good forensic scientist. Is it so? Why not? Then why they ask experience in UPSC and all jobs? 3 साल का experience है तो आओ नहीं तो मत आओ. See, experience what it is, the accumulation of knowledge or skilling and result because of direct participation. You are coming to forensic labs, you are directly participating. That's why you are developing experience, you are gaining experience over. Lion King तो सभी ने देखा है. What Lion King says, your past experiences are valuable lessons to you. Learn from them. So experience counts. It is fundamentally unscientific for one scientist to attempt to finish a debate with another by citing length of experience. आप कोर्ट में जाओगे, आप बोलोगे मेरा 30 साल का एक्सपीरियंस है, मैं डिबेट ही नहीं करता, तो बॉस है, कोर्ट विल बिलीव इट. राइट? तो 30 साल का आपको आने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ रही. You don't have to come. But still you are called, you are summoned. So you think if experience is there, there are no errors? In your report, there can't be error in your report if you are having a good experience. Good experience in the sense, a lengthy experience. So these are all issues. Okay, you have to think about it. Okay. I'll wind up this. I have some more slides that how your things are tested, like proficiencies and all, because it becomes very important when you gain up to talk about experience. First of all, how you will quantify things? How you will say that experienced person is not doing error? Okay. So this becomes part of a quality system in forensic things, that blind proficiency tests and all those things, just to see whether a person is doing some error. And this has come, you must have seen cohort testing. Cohort testing they do in airports, where people are sitting there checking your luggage. And suddenly what they'll do now, they'll release some item like this in the baggage. And the person, if he's careless, even if he's experienced, he might commit error and he will. So that is where it is being caught. So that all those basic proficiencies this thing which we can have. Last, why is it experience is not important? This is from Aftenaki. The title, that Captain was having how many years of 26 years experience. And this movie says that all experience is going against him. And he sang that ship in spite of having 26 years experience. Thank you so much for paying attention. We are having another speaker over here. We'll continue. Probably we meet again because everything is uncertain. But in your case, I can certainly say that we'll meet again as long as I am in the job, and we'll proceed with further these things. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Just not think of out of the box, but get rid of the box. So that is a food for thought. Now I request Dean ma'am to kindly give a token of gratitude and appreciation to sir. A round of applause, please, everyone. Yes, sir. So we'll get the pen drive down.
Right.
For this last session of the day, we have with us Dr. MMK Reddy sir. Sir, I would like to request you please come and join us on the stage. I request our Dean Academics, Dr. Rakhi Agarwal, to please welcome sir and felicitate him, please. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Reddy, presently working as Director, Institute of Pesticide Formulation Technology, Gurugram, having expertise in analytical and bioanalytical chemistry with specialization in food, safety, environmental toxicology, and biopharmaceutical characterization. He has 24 years of experience in analytical and bioanalytical chemistry with applications in environmental, health, food, pharmaceutical, and forensic sciences. His group research interests are mainly focused in understanding the occurrence or fate, transport, and accumulation of chemicals in pharmaceuticals, food, environment, and biological samples using latest analytical and metabolomics approaches. His group efforts yielded several miniaturized analytical methods for the analysis of toxicants, contaminants in various food, biological, and environmental matrices. He successfully established metabolomics in India as a comprehensive screening tool to understand or evaluate the toxicity of xenobiotics in various model organisms, effect of frightening agents on the fluid metabolome, and metabolic profiles in plant through phytometabolomics. He is instrumental in the establishment of GLP compliant analytical facility for biologics and biosimilars characterization at CSIR IICT Hyderabad. He guided 15 PhD so far, and currently 5 PhD students are working in his laboratory. He authored 120 publications in peer-reviewed international journals with more than 4,100 citations and with the H index of 40. He is recipient of ISMAS Eminent Mass Spectrometrist Award, BRISI Industrial Medal Award, CSIR Technology Award for Innovation for his work on co-vaccine, Fellow of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana Academics of Sciences, and several other appreciations. He visited countries like USA, Germany, France, Australia, China, and Taiwan as part of his scientific collaborations and other assignments. So we look forward to your session. Over to you, sir. Thank you
so much. So good evening to all. Hope I am audible to you all. So yeah. So today's topic is just to understand we know that you are the forensic scientist, the future forensic scientist, and you have seen the director CFSL Hyderabad. So he has elaborated on all the aspects of forensic science. So I just want to touch upon the forensic chemistry and toxicology, where the analytical approaches plays a vital role when you want to investigate many of the things, because forensic chemistry and toxicology plays a role in understanding many things and identifying the things what have been causing the harmfulness to the humans. So just before going into that, I just want to introduce my institute. So where I am now presently working, there's an Institute of Pesticide Formulation Technology, which is established in 1991. It's a 30 years old institute. So we're located at Dilwara National Highway. So just here, I think from 30 kilometers from here. So it is having a 3 functional divisions. One is formulations, then the analytical, then the bioscience activities. So the main aim of this institute is to develop the user and environmental friendly pesticide formulations for the agricultural applications, and also promote the efficient application technologies and disseminate the safe manufacturing practices, quality assurance aspects, and also the analytical testing and the and also organize the skill development programs. So when we want to think of pesticide formulations, you name the formulation, the IPFT can able to develop and give it to you. So that is the expertise what we have in the pesticide formulation development, starting from the simplest suspension concentrate to even to the botanical pesticide formulations, and even nano encapsulated formulations. And so far, IPFT has developed 80 formulations and transferred to industry for commercialization, which are already in the market. So then in recent years now, the thing is that having the harmfulness of the pesticide formulation, based on synthetic pesticides, which have been causing a harmfulness. Now the buzzword is nowadays to develop a biobotanical pesticides, which have been easily biodegradable and easily usable. So there is no harmfulness to this if you develop this. So we have also been developing the bio-based pesticide formulations for many applications. So we make formulations for this and we transfer to Hindustan Insecticide Limited for the production scale different business formulations. And we have a state-of-the-art analytical chemistry division with equipment starting from simple GC to HPLC to LC-HRMS, LC triple code MS, ICP-MS, GC triple code MS, NMR, 500 megahertz NMR, etc. So we have done 100 industry-sponsored projects with this facility what we have at analytical chemistry. And we have an analytical facility at IPFTs enabling equipment for 145 pesticide formulation testing and 278 pesticides in food commodities. And we also been GMP certified facility by National GMP Compliance Monitoring Authority for the agrochemical studies with respect to physical chemical testing, high batch analysis, and residue studies. And also IPFT is a recognized laboratory for generating data on pesticide registration by the Central Insecticide Registration Committee. So we also have a bioscience division where we do the field trials to understand bioefficacy and phytotoxicity of the pesticide formulations, what we are developing, and also the formulations developed by the industry and other academic institutes. So these are the pics what have been shown is the actual field trials conducted at our facility. So we have a dedicated 9 acres of land where we conduct the field trials as per the regulatory requirements. And we also do the drone-based spraying because nowadays this is the area where people want to use drone to spray the pesticide on the agricultural field. So the advantage of using drone is that if you want to spray the manually, it will take at least 2 to 3 hours. But if you use a drone, just 5 minutes, we can spray per acre of land. So that is the advantage of this drone-based spraying. So nowadays, now people have been asking, industry also been sending a request to evaluate the bioefficacy and phytotoxicity of the new pesticide formulation through drone spraying. So which we have a facility at our institute. So we even conduct the farmer awareness programs to make them aware about the harmful effects of pesticide. And sometimes what happens, people, the farmer, if the bottle it has been written used to 2 ml, but 20 ml. So 18 ml is not required to kill the pest, but 18 ml goes to the environment, soil, then to water, then to the food, which we are consuming. So it is directly harmful to us. So this is the reason. So that is the reason. So we want to make them awareness about the and promote them naturally, making the pesticide formulations in the field using local available plants like neem is an ancient plant which has a multiple medicinal as well as the pesticide applications. So how to make a immediate pesticide formulation with the available plants and spray on the field. So that is effectively working. So that is how we conducted many farmer programs. So what is this diagram? The flowers. This is the welcome diagram made by the farmers. Is it consist of flowers or something else? Vegetables. So the farmers at the farmer awareness program we conducted Tirupati, they themselves designed this one with the vegetables. Did you see this anytime? Before it? Yeah. So that's the farmers' creativeness to develop that. So, and we did a lot of farmer awareness programs where we put the stars of the agrochemical industries and also the organic farming producers. So when people, farmers will learn about the organic farming, using pesticide, So that to make them aware. So this is a management of the farmers been participating in the awareness programs. So we been conducted all over India. Last year we conducted 20 programs in many different states. So we have Andhra Pradesh, before is Odisha, then this is Andhra Pradesh, 3 programs we conducted and considered. So Honorable Minister of State, Sri Bhavan Kubaji was present in the presentation. Then we conducted Assam 2 programs, then Andhra Pradesh again, then Kargil, Leh. So those programs was when conducted, temperature is minus 40 degrees. Farmers are very disciplined. They came to attend this program. So it was a very highly successful event that so we conduct the industry interaction works to make them aware of the regulatory guidelines, how to fill the CBFC forms, pesticide registration. So these things we help them. We help the industry to so how to do well done. So we conducted 4 programs. So we've been taking the initiatives to establish a GDP compliant ecotox facility because nowadays even FDA also allowed. So alternative to animal models for city studies. So that is the one. So we want to, instead of using animals, shall we use the alternative to animal models like earthworm, honeybee, then what is called daphnia. So these are the model organisms, which we don't require much big facility. And ethics also, ethics approvals also not many approvals as we require for the animals. So we are also initiating a PhD program because this is the only institute in India related to pesticide formulation. There is no institute in India. This is the only single institute. That's the uniqueness of this industry, this institute in India, where the agro industry directly in contact with us. So we're initiating a PhD program also because we have been getting a lot of requests from agro industry to provide the right to manpower to them. So now agrochemical industry is a booming market. So we've been second topmost exporter to the world. That is the India. After China, we're the second. So we've been exporting to USA, Brazil, and Japan. Most from India is these 3 countries. So this is our next 50 billion, 50 billion market. And we've 57,000 metric tons we've been producing. And out of which 96% we have been exporting. Only 50% in India. That is the consumption. So this means if you compare with China and Japan, China is using 13 kg per hectare consumption. 13 kg per hectare. But India we are using only 0.6 kg per hectare. So it's much low. So we are very okay. But now industry says that to ensure the crop quality, crop yield. So they are saying that you use more pesticide. But more pesticide will have a burden on the environment and human health. So for which now we are replacing with the biobotanical pesticides. So we are also establishing the Center of Excellence for reference materials. This is one of important area where we should have reference material for pesticides because now we have 9,500 testing laboratories in India which are NABL accredited. But we have to depend on the foreign manufacturers getting this reference material. So we're establishing in collaboration with National Physical Laboratory, NPL. NPL, there is a National Meteorology Institute of India. We are establishing the Center of Excellence. Also, we are now expanding at different parts of India. So we are establishing, going to have 4 more centers. IPFT, one is Ahmedabad, second is Lucknow, third is Karnataka, and fourth is Northeast. So we have been building it, and we have also been initiating new R&D activities to understand the resistance of the pest due to the pesticide formulation. Because when we see the new pesticide formulation, when we keep using, the pest will induce the resistance to that formulation. So it means industry is spending a lot of amount to develop a pesticide formulation. If the pest induces resistance to that, what happens? The industry has to develop a new molecule. So instead of that, we want to understand what is the mechanistic pattern in the pest, what is the changes in the pest happening to induce the resistance towards the new pesticide formulation. If we can understand that mechanistic aspect, we may use the slightly modified form of formulation to kill the same pest. So that is best type of R&D part now we are doing, initiating. So that's all about the IPFT. So now coming to the topic, that is the forensic investigations and role of the analytical approaches. So you know that forensic is a multidisciplinary area. So any student studying in the forensic science has to do many things. He has to understand chemistry, he has to understand physics, he has to even understand the mathematics part also, and sometimes statistical part, biology. Then comes to so some disciplines will be toxicology, DNA. So all comes under basically is a biology. So all these things, so how we can the analytical approaches can be used. So have you heard of this work, Edmund Lucas Benitez? So he is the father of the forensic science. So he has established the one principle. What we call is when any two objects come into contact, there is always a transference of material between each object. So that means every contact leaves a trace. So that is the trace you have to touch it. That is the forensic scientist role what we assume. So I did my PhD in forensic science only in CFSL Hyderabad in 2005. So I am the product of forensic science only. So that's why I'm passionate about this field. But somehow I could not enter into that. I had to go to the CSR system. So that is he has established his exchange principle based upon which this forensic science has been developed. The other Frances Glessner, she is also said to be just forensic science, and she has done a lot of. She has developed the forensic science in the United States, and she even established the many things, and she also establishes something like 20 unseen crimes in what we call as scenarios in a 3D models. So she could establish, and many models I think still they are in the teaching to the forensic science community. What I say read from the literature. So that what she says is convict the guilty, clear the innocent, and find the truth. So that is the role of the forensic scientist. What we generally believe. So when it comes to forensic chemistry, we know that it's simply the chemistry applied to the identification of the analytes of forensic interest within the criminal justice system. It covers illegal drugs, explosives, and poisons. So if you see this overview of the analysis of these controlled substances, when we want to prepare the sample initially, then they record the weight, then confirm them through instrument analysis, and then followed by perform the analytical techniques, then again record the results. So then perform the second confirmatory technique before reporting the results. So they have been saying that the flow is to be to confirm, cross-confirm with the cross-platform or orthogonal analytical technique to confirm another technique. If you say results agree, then you can report it. If it is not agreed, even after the two instrument analysis, then you have to go to the third. So out of these three, the major matchings, out of these two matches the results, then you can report. If not report, then you have to go to other aspect. So that is the way the chemical analysis flow has to be there. When it comes to the forensic toxicology, it is a study and practice the application of toxicology, which is scientific study of chemicals such as drugs, toxins, and poisons for the purpose of law and criminal investigation. So this is basically dealing with the understanding the identifying the drugs in a biological matrix. Basically, that is what we are using this forensic toxicology aspect. So when it comes to the what is a forensic chemistry and a forensic toxicology, the main role is the matrix. So matrix means suppose if you think of receiving a powder sample, assume that it is a heroin. So heroin is the simplest matrix. Nothing is that is heroin is heroin. There is no other interferences. Unless if heroin is stored at a different conditions where heroin is degraded, maybe converted into morphine, there is a diacetyl morphine, monoacetyl morphine or morphine, there could be two more peaks you can observe in the instrument analysis. So that is the simplest matrix. But if you think of heroin in the blood sample or in the biological tissue or in the urine sample, what happens? The biological sample will consist of many matrix constituents like amino acids, fatty acids, proteins, DNA, other adducts, many things are there. So if you think of heroin may or may not be in the free form. So it may be binded to this protein or it may bind it to the DNA. So that is called adduct. So how to break this adduct and get the free heroin to estimate how much is the heroin present in that biological sample. So many times what happens if the person consumes heroin, if it goes to the body, there is a metabolism in the body which can able to either biotransform or degrade it. So there will be other products. So sometimes what happens if a heroin half-life is very quick, if it is converted to morphine, we are estimating the what we call as heroin, we are not getting heroin peak. We are assuming that there is no heroin, but we don't know if morphine is present because it has been transformed to morphine, so which we are not able to detect. So anytime when we are thinking of analyzing a sample with respect to forensic chemistry and forensic toxicology, you have to see that matrix in a holistic way. Because many times you don't know what is the analyte. Many times only you know that what the matrix or the sample received from the law enforcement agencies for the testing. So you have to see that holistic way it could be. So that is the reason that you have to understand what is the matrix and how much it can impact the analytical aspect of that sample analysis. So if you think of a research orientation and regulatory perspective, it will be matrix effect has to be defined with respect to and then evaluate the matrix effect and then reduce the matrix effect and then compensate it if at all you could not able to reduce it completely. So this is the approach you have to follow. But when it comes to regulator, they say that you have to compensate. You have to start from the compensation factor, then reduce it, then evaluate it and define that how much matrix effect is there on sample analysis. So that is the one of the important aspect. So what are the challenges when we face this? And if you think of with respect to the matrix, so it is the complexity of the matrix. So if a heroin has a binding with protein or they had a DNA, so how to break it? So that is a big challenge for us to have to break it. If we use something like where if we use a strong acid, the heroin itself can able to degrade. So you have to see that only to break the bond. That is the specificity what we call it as. So you have to understand how to break that bond. So that is a, and now there are many times there are no standardized methods. You may have to develop your own method to understand and identify and characterize and quantify it. So that is the one challenge. And there are no policy regulations in this. So like that. And the other one is multiple source of origins, the non-availability of the certified reference materials, and the lack of database. So nowadays we could see that there is a database because many times if you think of LC triple code MS and even LC triple code MS, now the vendors or manufacturers are giving some library exclusively for forensic drugs, but it is not limited. It is only limited. So to avoid these challenges, we need to have the modern analytical approaches, because when we think of that modern analytical approaches, it can improve the analytical performance with respect to selectivity and sensitivity of the method, which is very much important when we want to estimate, because even traces means it could be in PPT levels. So how to get that with the available analytical infrastructure in the laboratory, and then lessen the use of the organic solvent. So this is also nowadays big work, because sometimes you may have to deal with maybe 100 sample, 200 sample. When we are using a liquid extraction to extract the drugs or compounds from it, you yourself been inhaling lot of solvent. If you are assume that you are using a hexane, which is carcinogenic, if you are using a dichloromethane, which is also highly toxic. So those you have been inhaling means it is impacting your health. So that you have to overcome. So that is the reason you have to lessen the use of organic solvents when you think of an analytical approach for a forensic analysis, and possible for data automation. So nowadays the trend is that we have to see as much as possible. Suppose if you think of a pesticide analysis in a any sample, in biological sample, food sample, there is a method called Quechers. QUECHERS. Quick, effective, cheap, efficient, rugged, and safe. That is the method. That is a regulatory approved method. Even that, along with the LCMS or GCMS, now totally automated. Total automation means you got a sample, you have to just suppose you assume that you got a blood sample. You have to dilute up and put it into the vial. Just program the method. That's it. So it will extract. It is the whole Quechers step. Quechers has multiple steps, and after that it will inject into the instrument. So you can just sleep. You can tomorrow, next day morning, if you come, the method analysis is ready. You have to just open the data and see the peaks are there or not. You have to just interpret. So that much automation is now there. So try to use as much as automated analytical processes when you deal with this type of analysis. And improved accuracy and precision can be given if you are using a modern analytical techniques, and also protect the human and environment health. So that is also one of the essential part, because we have been regularly using this processes. So what are the total steps of analysis involved where the regulatory environment? Because nowadays all forensic laboratories are enable accredited. So that means you have to follow total the regulatory standard guidelines when you want to analyze any sample, starting from the sampling part to the sample receipt to the analysis, then the data reporting and sending the report to the client or the law enforcement agents. All these steps are being completely regulated process has to be there. So when you think of sampling, so sometimes you may be called for a crime scene investigation where asked you to collect the sample. So there are the standard procedures. So to collect the sample, so you have to follow those. Suppose I don't know in the forensic science, but when you think of a analyte perspective, suppose you want to collect a trace elements, you have suspect with trace elements in the sample. So you cannot collect those samples in a glass bottle. Do you know why we should not collect trace elemental samples in a glass bottle? Any idea? No? Contamination of? Because the glass bottle consists of borosilicate, so boron and silica. So if you collect the trace element, when you analyze it, the background of boron silicon in the instrument will be more than the elements present in the sample. So that background will nullify your sample results. So that will give a lot of error in this quantification. So that is the reason they say that when we are collecting a sample. So likewise pesticides should not be collected in a plastic bottle. So they say that if you collect the organic contaminants like pesticides or polyaramide hydrocarbons, you should not collect in a plastic bottle because plastic bottle contains phthalates, polycarbonate bottles, so which can leach out this polycarbonate like bisphenols, like phthalates will leach out into the sample. That can be when we analyze, if you get a phthalate peak, you didn't know whether it came from sample or from the bottle. So that is some sampling aspect strategies. So for even for then after that you have to stabilize the sample. So once we collect the sample, they will ask to add some acid. Suppose we are collecting a water sample, assume water sample, they will ask to add some acid because you have to arrest the microbial growth, which can become a hindrance when we analyze the sample. So to arrest the microbial growth, they will ask us to add some mild acids. So that is the stabilization process. So you have to understand what is the sample you are going to collect, then how to stabilize. Then after that, you bring the sample to the laboratory. Then you have to prepare the sample. So preparation is depending on the type of the matrix and how much is the matrix effect on the analytes. So for which you may have to design a strategy, better sample preparation strategy to clean up the sample matrix and separate the sample matrix from the analytes before the instrumental analysis. Then after that, you do separation even for the chemical reaction, because nowadays people are, when we are analyzing the polar metabolites or polar compounds by gas chromatography GC, you need to have to derivatize them to make them volatile. So that is one step. Nowadays, cell adhesion is one of the best derivatizing reagent for GCMS analysis. After that, you do some qualitative analysis where you identify and characterize the analytes. Then do the quantitative analysis to quantify the amount of analyte in the sample, followed by data acquisition, then followed by data interpretation. After that, you make a test report. Then you give a decision. That is the decision. The presence of a heroin compound in the sample, or presence of trace elements, toxic elements like lead, mercury in the sample. Like that, you have to give some interpretation in the final, which cannot be done if you don't follow all these steps. So this is the total workflow of any forensic analysis. So when you think of the latest analytical strategies, now people have been talking about the matrix-based methods. Even when we do, suppose you are analyzing drugs in a biological sample, so you have to overcome the matrix part. So to overcome the matrix part, for which you need to do the calibration also, matrix-based calibration. Instead of doing generally what we do, we prepare the standard of known concentration, 5 different concentrations in a solvent, we run that. Then we run the sample. Then we will get a lot of error in the quantification because we are not compensated the matrix effect. So for which we may have to take a control matrix. Suppose you are using a blood, you take a control blood sample, ensure that control blood sample doesn't contain the analytes you are going to quantify them. So then that blood you have to spike a different concentration of standard, then run them, then construct the calibration graph. Then when we analyze the sample, that means you have compensated the matrix effect. What are the response given by the equipment for this matrix-based calibration also will be same to the sample. So that way you can compensate the matrix effect. Then the quantification, nobody can challenge our quantitative results. So that is now the best word. And nowadays people are using machine learning tools with artificial intelligence and machine learning. Even machine learning can be used in analytical chemistry through a design of experiments process or quality by design, analytical quality by design. So this is the two-way techniques. Nowadays softwares are available where we can able to, when we want to develop a new method for any analysis, you can use these machine learning tools to develop a method, which is nothing but like initially what we used to do, it is a one factorial at a time. If you want to extract it what you will do, you will take different amount of solvents, then you will see the per response, in which we are getting a better response, you take that volume for extraction. But here what I can, you can construct a mathematical model, multi-parametric optimization, simultaneously varying all the parameters and seeing the peak response. So where we can do the optimization will be easy. Then after that, people are talking about the verification and validation. So verification is what we call when we are using a standard analytical method. So then even that standard enable ISO 17025 standard says that even if we are using a standard method at our laboratory, you have to ensure the appropriateness of the standard method at your available infrastructure. So that is the mandatory as per the new standard ISO 17025. Validation means you are using if you develop the wrong method, then you have to do full validation to ensure the appropriateness of that method for the analysis. So the development of CRM, so that is also becoming a major area. Then the laboratory has to participate in a proficiency testing to establish the competency of the laboratory for the intended scope of the analysis. Then nowadays people are talking about the measurement uncertainty. This is also one of the important area because any laboratory who needs enable accreditation has to have this MU for each method what we have been using for the forensic analysis. Then followed by risk assessment through trend chart. So these are the analytical strategies which need to be aware of and needs to be followed and need to be executed at the laboratory level to ensure the results are highly accurate and precise. So when it comes to the sample preparation, so we have to understand that what could be the sample preparation strategy you have to follow when you want to analyze any sample. Suppose you are picking up of analyzing something like opium alkaloids, morphine, codeine, thebaine, papaverine, and narcotin, 5 analytes in a single sample. So you have to understand what could be the existing literature, what are the existing methods, and what is the analytical infrastructure available at our laboratory, and whether these two can fit into that our purpose. So that is the thing we have done. If you have no methods which can suit to your analytical infrastructure, then you have to develop your method suiting to your analytical infrastructure. So that is very much important. So there we have to understand first is what is the existing methods, out of which what is operable at our laboratory conditions, and out of which you have to pick the best one to analyze to extract the sample. So that is where, so this is one of the method what we developed to identify the sanguinary argimonide in mustard oil. So this was one of the time, it was a big epidemic drops in 1980s and 90s, where people used to consume mustard oil in which they suspected to have a argimonide. So for due to which people used to get the allergy. So there is a swelling in the legs and all, they used to have that problem. So for which we have developed a method to identify that. So out of which, if you want to identify the arginine, in which there is an alkaloid called sanguinary, which is the marker alkaloid for that argimonide. So if you see that marker metabolite, that means in the mustard oil, that means the mustard oil is contaminated with the argimonide. So that is the indicator. So which we developed a method by using HPLC mass spectrometry. So then this is one where we see CFS arrangement. So we received a sample containing a cream biscuits. So there has been asked the investigating officer to analyze what is the ingredient. So when you open that cream biscuit, in between is a cream, and the cream will be white and sprinkled on it. So that is a white form. So physically you could see that. So when we do some TLC analysis, we found that is a diagram. But when we thought of quantifying it, TLC is not a quantitative, it's a semi-quantitative. So when we went through literature, we didn't find much methods. Then we thought of developing methods to estimate the dice form in the cream biscuits. So what we did is we have used one cocktail buffer. So it is called methanol estronitrile THF, and that is the ratio we could keep it. In which what if we use this as a mobile phase in HPLC, that same cocktail buffer we used as an extraction solvent in HPLC. So when we added this to the cream biscuit, we just mashed the cream biscuit, put into the vial in a conical flask, we added this. So after that what happens, when we added this one, the fat is used to settle at the bottom, the diazepam used to come in the supernet. So that's the easiest way we could able to remove the matrix, because fat is the major interference for the diazepam, because both are lipophilic. Fat is lipophilic, fatty acids, and the diazepam is also lipophilic. So we want to separate those two. Because if you take Hexane, both will dissolve like that. So we want to separate that, for which we have made a cocktail buffer. Okay, so that is effectively identify and quantify it. And when the surprising fact is that when we saw the concentration of the diazepam in this biscuit samples, we got the diazepam concentration which is equivalent to the therapeutic concentration of diazepam. But the case history has written that the person is died. So that was we were surprised. So then we went to the British Pharmacopoeia and we have seen it. So why is the therapeutic concentration becoming a fatal? So when we read the case history and see the British Pharmacopoeia, the case history says that the person is consumed alcohol. So if the British Pharmacopoeia is written, if the person is consumed alcohol, after which if he consumes the diazepam, it can become a fatal. So that is the conclusion we could make out from that study. So from this, so we could develop two methods for it. So this is the one approach recently we have been established in last 5-6 years back. This is a solid phase micro extraction. So this is a solventless technique where we don't need any solvent to extract the analytes from the matrix, and we can able to use. The simplest approach is this is a syringe-like device. So in which there is a 1 centimeter fiber. So this fiber is made up of capillary column of GC, that is PDMS, polydimethyl siloxane. We just take out that, we put the sample in a vial, we heat the vial. So then the analytes will come into the gaseous phase. We will expose this fiber for some time. Then all the analytes in gaseous form will absorb onto it. So this fiber will take and keep it in the GC injector port. So here you can see there is no solvent to extract analytes. So here we can do the simultaneously extraction, enrichment, as well as the cleanup. So all this in a single step. So this approach we could use for many analytes like amino acids. So where we could use alkyl chloroformate as a derivatizing reagent, which also added in the samples and then derivatized and then extracted. Simultaneously, derivatization, extraction, and cleanup. Everything is done. So like that. Many analytes. So this doesn't need any solvent and rapid and simultaneous analysis possible, and also eliminates the costly cellulating reagents, because alkyl chloroformates are very cheaper than the cellulating reagents. So there is another sample preparation strategy. This is now recently people have been using extensively. Now it is coming into the regulatory environment, that is dispersive liquid micro extraction. This is very simple. You have to take a conic bottom test tube in which we take 5 ml of the sample. If it is a solid sample, you have to homogenize the sample, take the homogenate and put into this conic bottom test tube and add the two solvents. One is extraction solvent, second is dispersive solvent. Extraction solvent should not be miscible with the aqueous phase. Dispersive solvent should be miscible with the both extraction as well as aqueous phase. So what is the example of the solvents which can miscible both with the extraction solvent and the aqueous phase? So extraction solvent, if I assume hexane, and the aqueous phase is water. So what could be the solvent which can miscible in both the phases? One is acetone. Acetone can miscible in hexane as well as the aqueous phase. Likewise, acetonitrile and methyl. So these are the solvents which can use as a dispersive solvent, and extraction solvent could be chlorinated solvents like dichloromethane and all. So we simply take the 100 microliter and 200 microliter of extraction dispersive solvent. If you need a derivative reagent, take it. All three will forcefully inject into the conic bottom test tube. So when we forcefully inject it, the extraction solvent will disperse throughout the aqueous phase as a tiny droplets, and we do some vertexing through cyclomixer, then centrifuge it. Then the extraction solvent will settle at bottom. That is the yellow color. That is the sediment phase. So that consists of the derivatized, extracted, enriched, and cleaned analytes in that sediment phase. We take out that through syringe and inject into the system. So this is we require 2 to 3 minutes to extract the sample. So this is also very good approach. So where we could use for many analyses different type of biological matrices like tissue, urine, food, hair, food, tissue, blood, soil, urine, and solid blood. So many analyses, many instances, this approach is found by applications. So then the other side is nowadays this is the latest technique, green extraction solvent system based on the green chemistry principles. This is called deep eutectic solvent. So deep eutectic solvent means we have taken one solvent with this hydrogen bond acceptor we have taken another compound, hydrogen bond donor. Both are solids. If we take and mix them and heat it for 60 degrees or say 80 degrees for 30 minutes, then if these two are binded with hydrogen bonding, that will become a liquid. So that is liquid at room temperature. So this is called deep eutectic solvent system. So this can be used as a extraction solvent in the DLLMA process. So that's where we could able to remove even toxic solvents like DCM, chloroform, trichloroethylene, which have been used as a extraction solvents in the DES, which can be removed. And these are, you can see thymol and camphor. So these are highly biodegradable, naturally available. So there is no toxicity associated with the solvent. So that way we can able to improve this analysis. So we could develop the methods for bisphenols, simultaneous analysis of bisphenols in 37 food matrix, and pesticide metabolites, multi-class pesticide metabolites, like we have organochlorine, organophosphorus, pyrethroids, and herbicides, all these metabolites in a single method. So this is the method what we develop. Almost 37 food commodities we analyze with the LCMS, DES based DLLMA. Likewise, 21 PCB metabolites, the same approach we used and developed for the analysis. So then the other approach is, people have been talking about the molecularly imprinted polymers. So this is also one of the approach where we can selectively extract the analytes. So when we think of analyzing a heroin in a blood matrix, we can develop a MIP for heroin. So molecularly imprinted polymer is the process we take the template. Template is analyte of interest. Suppose heroin is our analyte. We take heroin, monomer, cross-linker, and polymeric initiator process. So when we add all these things in a vial and studying for overnight, so what happens? There is a polymerization happen, a polymer is formed. In that polymer, we remove the template. That is heroin we remove. So the imprint of the heroin will exist on the polymer. So that polymer, we packed it as a SPE cartridge, solid phase extraction cartridge. No, we have seen the material in a solid phase. So this material is this what we have been synthesized. This we can pack it. When we run the sample containing heroin, only it will pick the heroin, all others will come out. So that way we can effectively clean up the sample using this molecularly imprinted polymers, along which can be used as a SPE cartridges. So if you can see that this is the protogram for one of the trans meconic acid, which is a marker metabolite for benzene exposure. So if you see that sample blank urine, we have much interference. When we extracted trans meconic acid for liquid extraction, we can see many peaks. That means there are a lot of interference. Along with the trans meconic acid, we are getting other peaks also. But when we cleaned up the sample with MIP, we could see single peak. So that way we can effectively clean up even the biological matrices using this MIP. So this is also one of the latest approach where we can use this effectively for selective extraction of the metabolites. So even people have been now preparing the same single polymer for multi-template. If you want to extract 4 analytes, we have to create the 4 imprints in a single polymer. So like that we did for pH metabolites. Then we did for almost 6 compounds in a single MIP for the benzene metabolites. So these are some of the good strategies, even for aflatoxins. Sting AF, B1, B2, G1, G2, 4 aflatoxins which are highly toxic. You can analyze all these 4 by using a single molecularly imprinted polymer. Okay, so this is all about the latest analytical strategies. So what you can see this figure, did you able to see it before? I don't know this generation has seen this advertisement or not. Hutch. So there is a dog going behind the boy. They say that wherever you go, our network follows. That is there. So our quotation is analytical approaches in forensic science remains forever. So it's there in the past, it's there in present, and it will be there in the future also. Okay. So the success mantra is just fit for the purpose and need of the hour strategies has to be developed for the forensic scientist. So the summary, the advanced analytical approach has great relevance to forensic science, and micro extraction MIPs are the green analytical methods which can save time and cost and protect the human health. And matrix plays an important role, and its removal is essential to precisely and accurately determine the analytes of forensic interest. So my students, Raju Jain, he is now in CFSL Chandigarh. So he is a forensic guy, and Tejasvi Bhatia, she is also forensic. She is working in Leslie Professional University, and other students who did the work. And my mentors, Dr. Chandrasekhar and KC Gupta, who were the mentors when we pursued this work, and the funding from CSF to CSRA University. So I will acknowledge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Can we take quickly 1 or 2 questions?
Okay. Yes.
So square for that point we get those compounds for creating the template. Okay, from the same very soon. For example, here is organized by a drug. So if the like only those are of the thing like interconnected, it's okay. So can quite close like that so I come from same source or different like for example principle of marijuana. Okay.
When we create a imprinting of the channels in a film, you need to suggest standard molecules to set standards of those compounds. That's it. So it means for any people, even for blood samples, you can use the template that's UAP the extraction process. Hmm. Yes, yes. It's simple process production only. It's maybe you have to take 100 mg and 50 mg, you have to take it in a SP cartridge. That's it. And it is once people experience is that once we improve this machine, we can able to do 80 to 100 samples with single trace. Maybe 10 mg and 20 mg proposal. We can use for at least 80 to 100 samples single. So that it loses its efficiency and identifying it because finding efficiency will go down. So you have to remove 10 mg, add 10 mg. That's it, like that.
Thank you so much. That was very interesting and insightful session, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Now, before we go for the tea break, we have a short session from the representative of Thermo Fisher. Dr. Vibha Pandey is with us. She's Master's in Biotechnology from Kanpur University, PhD in Biochemistry from Indian Institute of Toxicology, research in 2013, and have many papers published in journal and national and international journals. She has worked as a scientist in Neurology Department, Banaras Hindu University, and guided PhD and DM thesis MBBS students from 2015 to 2020. Since last 2 years, she is working as a technical support in Thermo Fisher Scientific with major focus on forensic laboratory. Ma'am, please.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Am I audible without mic also? Great. Let's start. Mandate, just give me 1 second. Okay. So, just quickly raise your hand. How many of you are aware with the DNA in forensic? It's a very basic session. I'm not seeing Jyoti sir anyhow. But I cannot speak a single word in front of him. It's just about because I'm standing at NFSU, it's all about the graduate and postgraduate student. So my presentation is very basic. Just wanted to understand how many of you are aware with the DNA in the forensic science, how it penetrates. Any idea? Nobody? ऐसे ऐसे हाथ आते हैं ऐसे ऐसे एक आया great okay so that means it's an emerging topic now let's move so the Sherlock Holmes of France it's Locard's principle wherever we touch we always leave the traces that's the basic thumb rule of any crime scene so what Locard said that it's a thumb rule that wherever we are going to touch we are going to leave the traces. So it applies on a criminal, on a suspect, the person. It's not working, no? Spinning. Anyways, so what we can see here, it's victim, criminal scene, suspect, physical evidence. So what comes first? If there is any crime, what comes first? Any idea? If there is any crime, consider there is a rape case. So what comes first? Victim voice. Out of these four, victim, crime scene, physical evidence, and suspect. Because we have to follow what we are going to discuss here, the penetrance of DNA in forensic. Why DNA is required in forensic?
So the first thing which will come, that is the victim voice, right? Post that, the police person will go to the crime scene. He will try to collect all the samples. Still, forensic is not involved here. Post that, suspect is there. That whether these 2 people, 5 people, like in morning session, madam discussed there was a rape case of a journalist where 5 people were involved. Remember? अभी तो नींद आ रही होगी almost. क्या ही याद रखेंगे? So, suspect. We have a sample of suspect. Now, for involvement of forensic is here. Post that, the physical evidence, which is for the use of the police, not for forensic people. So, when we talk about the DNA, first thing is strike in our mind, that is human DNA. So, human DNA, quickly we will go through it. It's 3 billion base pairs. 3% gene-related DNA. Let's forget about it. It's all clinical and specific gene. Repetitive DNA is 25%. And the variable VNTRs, variable number of tandem repeats, that is 60%. So the major focus of the forensic is in DNA is VNTR. We are going to talk about the VNTR only. So these VNTRs are of 2 types, mini and micro. When we talk about the micro, so these are the microsatellites, which are short tandem repeats, STRs, VNTRs. So what are these? These are the conserved flanking regions. Tandem repeats coming frequently. Variable numbers, the numbers are not fixed. Varies from person to person, community to community, region to region. Okay. Now, a bit inside, talking about the allele, because we are going to deep in depth with the DNA. First, we were talking about the DNA. What we are going to consider in DNA? VNTR, variable number of tandem repeats. Then STR, we can say the STR is the simplest term. Post that, allele. How we are going to identify the allele? So allele nomination is always there. We are going to consider all the alleles whenever we talk about the DNA investigation. Okay, so the forensic DNA requirement is the forensic analyst, the forensic scientist, the person who is doing the analysis and the processing of all the samples, generating the report. He is responsible legally for their results and methodologies they have used. The requirement of technology that will deliver very fast about the results, because we have a limitation to provide the result, because the district court, Supreme Court, High Court, they cannot wait for long. Okay, ji, 5 महीने बाद result आएगा तो देखेंगे. We are here to provide the solutions, not to keep on them hanging. So what they have a responsibility within, I think for POCSO, we have to provide the report within 15 days. So they should be very easily, the technology which they are using, that should be friendly as well. So we, as a Thermo Fisher, me and my colleague Dr. Jeet Singh is here. I should say he is a pillar of Thermo Fisher since last 20 years, 2 decades. He is providing wherever the solution problem is there throughout the South Asia. He used to take care of that problem in the terms of application, because see, the GG, we have completed all the protocol, but still result is not able to, we are not able to identify the peaks. We are not able to produce the report. GG is there, or GG providing the solution online. So we are here to provide the reliability, consistency, high quality results as a Thermo Fisher, as a ABI. So basically there are 2 types of workflows when we talk about the forensic lab. First is case work. Case means the case which we are going to consider in our lab. So what case that case is having. So the testing of evidence from any criminal investigator, any site where the sex assault, a crime has been taken place, that is the case. We don't know about the contributor who are involved in that. The low to medium high throughput, definitely we will get. Variable sample of quality, maximum number of exhibits are there. The quality of sample is very poor. Those are considered as a challenging sample. What type of sample usually we have? It's not like routine blood sample or saliva sample. It may be cigarette butt, it may be hair, nail, cloth with a spot, semen sample, anything it can be. So maximum time samples are challenging for a forensic scientist person. And yes, the validation from a validated laboratory, that is, we consider the shutdown is the validation is required. Databasing lab, I'm keeping this beside because we are not focused in India for this. So this is the simplest way, that is collection of the sample. Here, the forensic scientists till now are not involved, but yes, nowadays, when police collect the sample from a particular site of a crime scene, the forensic expert used to be there just to visualize whether the sample is being taken in the proper form or not. Then extraction of that sample. So now what we are going to extract from the sample? The DNA. Then quantification of the DNA to check the quantity of DNA, whether it is good or bad. Then amplification. Amplification of what? Amplify means to increase the number of copy of STR, of variable number of VNTRs. And then detection of the particular allele, and its analysis means generation of the report. So the collection, I'm not going inside the collection because that is now nowhere involved with the forensic laboratory, but yes, extraction. So इतना तो basic हमें शायद पता है कि DNA lies in, DNA हमारी body में कहाँ होता है? Inside the nucleus. तो nucleus के बाहर क्या होता है? उसके बाहर cell. So we need to rupture the cell if we have to reach towards the DNA. So the lysis is the basic step. अगर हमारा lysis step अच्छा नहीं है, तो we will not able to produce any result. So what we have to do? We have to take a solution which is easy to handle, and we will definitely get the DNA from the sample. It may be a cigarette butt, it may be a cloth. So cloth में क्या होता है? What hindrance is there? Cellulose. It will inhibit your sample. So we have to keep all these concerns in our mind before processing of the sample and for isolation of the DNA. Next is purification. So purification means we should get a quality DNA by removing all the hindrance. Like if we are many times police people collect the sample from the floor which is having dust, soil. So it is means it is contaminated. So we have to purify our sample in that manner also, so that we will get the criminal scene responsible suspect or victim sample only, not of any microbial or any something like that. So the characteristic of good extraction method. At a one time, if we will handle one sample, so how many cases we would be able to resolve? So it should be automated method. Like at a time, we should be able to analyze 96 sample, more than 100 sample. So it should be automated method. Yes, the high quality DNA is required. High quality yield is required to process further. Post that, the quantification. Quanti means to analyze the quantity of the DNA. So here we can see from the sample, we will get two types of DNA quantity. One is pink one, you can see the total human DNA, and blue one is male DNA. Considering a rape case, what type of sample we will get? A human DNA which will be having a female and male, and male DNA which will be having only male sample, because we have a suspect of the rape case. So that will be having only male sample. But from a cloth, from anywhere, from a vaginal swab, if we will be having sample, that will be a mix of the female and male both DNA. So we need to quantify the DNA also. Post that, as I told you, we need to amplify. I'm not going, it is just a simple PCR. And then detection of the respective allele, respective markers on which we are working in the terms of peaks that is detected. This is the basically data which is on which forensic scientists work in the DNA lab. Like yes, so now what type of how they will analyze, how they will correlate. So what they have now, they have a victim sample, they have a reference sample, they have a suspect sample. Now they will match. They will compare. If yes, it is matching with the vaginal swab sample which is being collected from the victim. So yes, he is the suspect. So in this way, very quickly, the DNA will help to resolve the cases many times. So this is the entire workflow starting from the sample collection, DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection. So basically, detection is being done on the genetic analyzer. We have our genetic analyzer in DNA laboratory over there. So I skipped this. The last slide is database characteristics. When we talk about the database characteristic, there is one step which is not being taken over here. So what we will do, although we are not focused for this, but just a quick review. Like we have sample, we need to understand the type of sample and quality of sample. The workflow is we need to maximize first pass success rate, high threshold, medium to high throughput, and involve multiple sample collection methods, sensitivity to efficacy, time to results, and cost. So these all is based on database. So we did the collection in previous also. Here we did the collection. There the lysis was there, but here we are not doing the lysis. We will go directly for the amplification, detection, and analysis. We are trying to work with the database also. So this is the entire workflow of the database. Till 25th, we are here standing outside over there. On 25th, we have our demo on the rapid instrument for the full day. So for anything, for any doubt, you can reach out to us. Thank you. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Vibha. Okay, now we will take a short break for tea that is again arranged in the students' lounge there only. I'll request everyone to assemble back in 10 to 15 minutes because our students for the cultural are getting restless little. After that, we have Natya Prastuti from our MSc BSc integrated program students, followed by gala dinner. So all the guests and the participants are requested to go for tea, come back in 10 to 15 minutes and enjoy the evening. Thank you.
खाली करना है इसको उठाना है इसको उठा के मैं वो कर रहा ड्राइव जिसमें लगा एक बार मैं चेक करूँ कि वो चल रहा है या नहीं चल रहा है एक सारा कॉपी करना है ना मनी मनी तो का एकदम दूसरे को एकदम उंगली बैठा सिर्फ कुछ कर रहे हैं 5 मिनट यहाँ पे लगाना
Hello, 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 shake, hello, 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 shake, hello, 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 hello.
मनी अपने उसमें से मनी 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 अपने कोट में से वो टैटू निकाल हाँ दे यहाँ पे वहाँ पे रखा वहाँ पे रख दूँ फिर वो टेबल तो नहीं यूज होगा ना, वो वाला टेबल तो नहीं यूज होगा। नहीं क्रॉस करना होगा। पेन चाहिए अंदर वाला। सर हमें ना उससे अब इसका कनेक्शन उसके साथ चाहिए। कैमरा वैमरा ऑफ कर दीजिए। नहीं लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग नहीं होगी इस पे। नहीं कौन बोल रहे थे? बोल रहे कौन सर बोल? नहीं सर लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग नहीं होगी। कैमरा हटवाना है, एकदम बंद करना है। मैं सिस्टम में ही वो मुझे तब चाहिए वो चाहिए ताकि स्नॉप रहेगा तो मैं जाते जाते अपने आप इससे कनेक्ट हो जाए। इसलिए कनेक्ट हो जाए ना तो बस वहां को ऑन करने पे दिख जाएगा तो बस वो ऑफ करवा देंगे। मतलब इसका कोई कंट्रोल वहां नहीं रहेगा और इसका ऑडियो हमारे सिस्टम में चलेगा तो ऑडियो भी लैपटॉप से कनेक्ट जो हमारा लैपटॉप आएगा हमको ऑडियो इधर से करना और टैली के ऊपर चाहिए। हिस्ट्री क्या है? ये हिस्ट्री क्या है? अच्छा हिस्ट्री तुम्हारा है। कॉलम मैं कभी देंगे अभी। ठीक है दिख रहा है? नहीं अभी नहीं। लास्ट फाइनल की मुझे ये मुझे बस ये देखना है कि तुम्हारी पिट्टी चल रही है चल रही है। यहाँ से करोगे देखो ठीक है अभी वो दिखेगा ये करो।
हेलो चेक हेलो
एस्केप ऑन करो रिंग दिखना है।
सारी
सुनो यहाँ पे है ये यहाँ पे है यहाँ से चलाना है ठीक है।
ये उत्कर्षा ये करेक्ट यहाँ रखा हुआ है।
चिपका दिया कोई फायदा नहीं चिपकाने का मन चिपकाओ
ऐसे ठीक है।
हाँ
हाँ मैं दे रहा हूँ तो 5 मिनट दीजिए मुझे चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक हेलो चेक चेक हेलो check 1 2 hello check 2 hello check hello check 1 2 hello check check hello check check hello
कुछ नहीं
लेकर के बस लेते हैं मैंने की बार बार रहना नहीं चाहिए। हाँ आप ऐसा करो ना आप वहीं से रहेंगे थोड़ा सा खींच लो कवर हो जाए फिर कोई आएगा है ना। हाँ कोडिंग करेगा तो लैपटॉप में इस तरह से जाएगा उसका उस पर नहीं जाएगा तो जाएगा चद्दर होना नहीं ऐसे अरे कैसे चलेगा इसके थोड़ी सी गारत है क्या है तो डायरेक्ट कर दो फिर मैं डायरेक्ट कर सेलेक्ट करा दूंगा। अच्छा सेलेक्ट कर दीजिए नहीं चाहिए
वहां नहीं दिखा रहा तो कैमरे पे रिकॉर्ड करना है ना। और फिर तो इसको ये हटाया था ना, तुम लोग आउट कर दो, इसको डायरेक्ट मैं कर देता हूँ स्क्रीन पे। 5 मैं वहां से चेक हेलो 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 चेक हेलो 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 हेलो।
अब देवांश ये बताइए टेबल ऐसे सर
ये वाला चलेगा ना, इससे पहले ठीक है ना। इन सब के वॉल्यूम में बात करके ना, ये तो फिर भी वो वाला ना और दिक्कत करता है। नहीं भी लगा दिया फुल रखेंगे, मतलब नॉर्मल ही रहेगा ना, इसलिए ज्यादा माइक है ना। सीधे 10 लोग है ना, खुद 10 को माइक लगा देते हैं। 10 माइक है कल 8 थे, आज 10 मिनट तो और ले आऊँ, तो फिर वो इंटरफेयर नहीं करना पड़ेगा ना, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी। 5 मिनट ठीक है, मैं सब करके देता हूँ।
उधर अरे ऐसे आएगी ऐसा
Shoot, shoot, shoot. Hello, 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 shoot. Hello, 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 shoot. Hello, hello, hello. Okay.